the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
MountnDewgong wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome to the 2024 Indianapolis Pokemon Go Regional. I'm Caleb Payne, joined by Chris Reisner, Ricecation, 2-time regional champion. And we have exciting day of battles here in day number 2. What were your thoughts on day number 1, Chris?
We got a little taste of everything. We saw precise, high-level gameplay. We saw some spicy picks and unique Pokemon. And we saw some trainers that are top-cutting for the first time, or maybe top-cutting on the winner's side for the first time. Should be in store for a great day 2 today.
That's right. And this is one of our second to last tournaments in North America, but the competition is not over yet. We have Los Angeles to round out the regional schedule in North America. And of course, we have North America International Championships in New Orleans. And then all roads lead to World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. So a lot of chances still left to qualify for that tournament.
Trainers trying to qualify for a spot in Honolulu, Hawaii will need to reach that 500-point threshold here in the US and Canada in the North American region. That's what we will see today. 200 points is awarded to the winner, as well as an automatic bid to the World Championships. Lots of players today trying to cross that threshold for Worlds.
And there's a lot of players way past that threshold here too. We got the leaderboards in North America, and these trainers are fighting for that travel award. Some of the top trainers in respective regions will earn that travel award. I see a familiar name at number 4. I know Rise is going for that number 1 spot.
Not too shabby. And yeah, lots of familiar names here. I see Dunebug just way ahead of everyone. We hop across the pond to Europe, where Status Stan is the first player in Europe to cross 1,000 championship points. Lots of amazing battlers down this list. I see names like Lurgan, Rocket as well, and Palasha on this list.
And those were the top 16 for North America and Europe. But we got more than just 32 trainers going to World Championships. We have quite a few. Let's take a look at some of those names from around the world. We got Hard Jeff at the top here, the Latin America International Champion, leading the way in the LATAM leaderboards as well. But a bunch of names all across. Which one stand out to you, Rise?
I take a look at Marto Galdi, a fan favorite, a popular content creator, as well as Colin Six, multiple-time regional champion. You've got players that are huge names here that no one wants to see playing in Worlds. Our co-caster over in Europe, Inadequence, is a phenomenally talented battler. So many huge names on this list.
And there's a lot of names that are multiple-time Worlds qualified players that have gone in past years, but I see some first-time qualifiers as well, so really excited to see some of these players play in the tournament. Some of your locals, some of my locals on that list, and of course we have Axon rounding it out, the reigning world champion. I know he wants to defend that title in Hawaii, and we'll see if anyone could challenge him.
Axon makes a lot of good plays, and we're going to take a look at our top plays from yesterday, including some ridiculous moments here. We take a look at this first one. It's going to be Shiny Dialga against King Alexander. They both wait a turn in the Thunderbolt catch. A legendary fist bump there from Shiny Dialga. I had a few people send me the clip of that fist bump right there.
Yeah, I started to lose my voice on that play alone, but Shiny Dialga taking out the Lantern in a must-win Game 2 against the Peoria Regional Champion, King Alexander, to earn Shiny Dialga a spot in that winner's bracket on day number 2. His first ever time starting in winner's side on Top Cut.
Yeah, and the most hyped matchup of the day, Crimson K19, a fan favorite in the community. Here he is using that Annihilate, which we've seen such high usage for, and using it well in this matchup against Zukun. Lands the Shadow Ball here against Dewgong. Awesome to see Crimson K19 having success again in Indianapolis.
Yeah, that was a boosted Shadow Ball too, which is why it did so much damage. Speaking of awesome battles, this is the spiciest matchup I've seen. We had a Ferrothorn kick things off in day number 1 against a Charger Bug. Ferrothorn, some Pokemon that you almost never see, but actually making it quite far. And we see Drop T taking out the Charger Bug with only resisted attacks in that matchup. And we actually have one Ferrothorn in the Top Cut as well, so we'll see some more of that Grass Steel action today.
Yeah, Ferrothorn, a very unique pick. And I think we're gonna take a look at some usage coming up for day 2. The top 12 Pokemon here. Annihilate still in that number 1 spot. We saw it slightly over 50% today, or yesterday rather. Today hops up to 62.5%.
Yeah, it seems like Annihilate is the fighter of choice, a counter user of choice for sure. But some Pokemon did not make this top 12 graphic. What I'm most excited to see is OutOfPoket and his Bastion make it here as well. He got 3rd place in Hartford at a regional last season. I think he could take it all the way here in Indianapolis with it.
He very well could. We're going to take a look at the bracket up next. On the winner's side, Teddy Bear taking on Crimson K19. S. James P21 against Gordon the Flash. OutOfPoket, as you mentioned, against Trent. Season end, Lyle Jeffs against Shiny Dialga. Any matchups in particular that you're looking forward to watching?
I mean, I know a lot of people got their eyes on Lyle Jeffs to see if he could win another championship again, to repeat that pattern of Lyle Jeffs and Doombuck back and forth on the winner's graphics. But I'm excited to see OutOfPoket and Trent. That will actually be a rematch of the losers finals of Peoria from last season. They went to Game 5 there, and I'm sure that Trent is looking for some redemption against OutOfPoket.
We go down to the loser side where trainers may be down but not out. Bubble Wrapper taking on Elim. Rockhaven versus Shady Equation. MountnDewgong against Eat Strawberries. And Cytochrome against ValorAsh. Stacked on the loser side, which... And personally, Caleb, I told you I was looking at that Rockhaven Shady Equation matchup. I think whoever wins that one could realistically still go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, both of those are the two I'm most excited to see. But honestly, all these pairings, both in the winner side and loser side, look completely stacked. Anyone could really take it all the way. But speaking of which, some people might say that might not be the case if you're not named Lyle Jeffs or Doombug in this most recent months. We see all the North America regional champions from this season. Starting off with Dodge, we have King Alexander, Elite, JJN, and then we go through this weird pattern of Doombug. We got a little bit off and off, but then just goes back and forth between Lyle Jeffs, Doombug.
Am I seeing
Lyle
double?
Jeffs and Doombug. Or we might be seeing triple today. We see triple Doombug. I know Lyle Jeffs wants to be the second person in the world to try to match that 3 championships in 1 season record.
Yeah, Lyle, just such an incredible season he's having, and he's going to try and capitalize it today, going for that third regional championship, rather. And we are looking forward to seeing these action today.
That's right. So thank you for tuning in. We're about to get into the action, but before we get into action, make sure you follow us on our socials as well, at PlayPokemon on X, and be sure to use the hashtag PlayPokemon. Whether you're at home or at the stands, let us know your thoughts on the action. Of course, if you want to check out some of our VODs, video on demands, or live streams, you can follow it on youtube.com/Pokemon, and of course, twitch.tv/Pokemon Go, and on the YouTube channel. But I think that does it for us. Chris, we're looking forward to action, and Amanda and Speedy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Caleb and Chris. We're really excited to kick off the final stretch of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. We're going to wave the checkered flag at the end, but we don't know which trainer will finish in first. My name is Speedy Chief 2. I'm here with the Amanda Lundberger. Are you excited?
I am beyond excited right now. This is incredible plays that we saw yesterday. There are so many people, like Chris was saying earlier on, there's some newcomers to this top of 16. So it's like we're about to see really what the people can do here in NA at one of the last regionals we have of this season.
It's always interesting, right? Because as you get this late into the season, so many established names come to these tournaments time and time again, even if they've already qualified, right? They want those championship points. They want the travel award. There's incentive to continue competing. But then we look at these up-and-comers, Shiny Dialga, for example. Everyone has that match circled on their calendar. They're looking at it and saying, can Lyle, can the old guard, so to speak, hold up against these new challengers?
I know, I've been seeing a lot on the social media too, people commenting between it, wondering if Lyle Jeffs is going to be able to take it, and some people saying, you know what, I kind of don't want him to. I want a new fresh face in there, and other people are saying, no, like we want to see these people, the best, rise completely to the top.
I see what you did there. Because Chris Reiser's our coach. That's what you meant, right?
He gets me.
Yeah, I try. I'm really excited for this first matchup that we have. As we alluded to earlier, Teddy Bear versus Crimson K19. I want to see tons of hype in the chat for both of those trainers and all the trainers that compete this championship Sunday, because it's been a long road, right? It's 2022, 4th place Indianapolis Regional finalists, and yeah, we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, exactly. For those of you who may not be familiar with it, if you're new to the broadcast, wondering how these games are being played, we're going to kind of explain to you the format of Pokemon Go that we'll be playing at these regional competitions.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Well, again, hope that was a little bit of a refresher for some of you who may not be super familiar with the format. Those of you who are, we are ready to rock and roll pretty much. Like Speedy's Chief said earlier on, we have Teddy Bear versus Crimson K19 coming up. Some very, very great matches on the winner's side of the bracket, which means these trainers have not lost a whole game in this whole
yeah, they haven't been
so far.
Knocked down to the loser's bracket, right? You essentially have 2 chances, right, in the double elimination format. And like we talk about constantly, we've seen so many trainers come from that loser's side bracket and persevere through seemingly insurmountable odds to make it. So even if you are cheering for Teddy Bear or Crimson and they lose this round, they're not out of it just yet.
And one thing I wanted to kind of bring up before too, because we were having a discussion last night about all of these different pairings. This is the winner's side of the bracket. For those of you who are following along, we're at the very, very top of the show. So this is going to be the very first matches shown of the day. But we also have S. James P. coming up against Gordon the Flash, OutOfPoket versus Trent, and Lyle Jeffs versus Shiny Dialga.
It's going to be a really fun series of battles here on the winner's side of the bracket. I have my eyes on the 3rd pairing, OutOfPoket versus Trent. If you keep track of the Go Battle League leaderboards, you've seen both of these players near the absolute top. So you can expect great mechanics, great team reading, and a lot of insightful plays as that series progresses.
Yes, and of course we have to go for the prizes as well, what these trainers are actually competing for. Not only are they going for those monetary prizes, they're also going for those booster packs.
It's true. Everybody likes to crack some packs, right? See what kind of cards come out of them, but it's definitely a nice kind of, thing to do when you're on your way back from the regional championship. You can open up some packs, you can kind of reflect on your experience. Always a fun time.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. We're going right into the battles there with Teddy and versus Crimson K19. We were talking a little bit about their team compositions, right? Because we were saying, like, okay, if there was like a player and like their MVP Pokemon, what do you think that was going to be? And you actually picked Crimson K19 for one of yours. Do you want to walk us through what you picked and why?
I absolutely did. I think that Crimson K19's Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to be the pivot point of the matchup, right? It's a very polarizing Pokemon. It hard loses against counter users, maybe ground types as well, like Whiscash, but it hard wins against Pokemon like Altaria and Gligar. It's got really favorable matchups, but it has a downside. So you have to be very selective about when you send that Pokemon into battle. We saw Crimson K in a decisive game number 3 do exactly that yesterday. Kind of back against the wall, needed to win that game in order to advance out of the winners finals. He said, you know what, Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the lead. It gave me World Championship vibes to Axon and Rubik's Master.
Yes.
When Axon just seized the moment and won the Worlds in that 4-1 set by leading Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and like Crimson K9 says about himself, that would be absolutely credible. Like
it would.
Doing it once again, maybe in these day 2. The person that I actually picked is the person that's playing against Crimson, and that is Teddy and his Trevenant. You don't see very many Trevenant, at least in this World of Wonders meta so much. But as you can see, it is on his side there, and it does so well against so many things that are in the meta right now, like Lanturns, the Whiscash, Annihilates. However, against Crimson's team, it has a lot of really difficult matchups. Mandiba's one of its absolutely hardest counters Gligar doesn't want to see, and just like you were talking about, your MVP pick, that Alolan Sandslash, oof. I don't know if we're going to see much Trevenant play in this round 1.
It's a little bit tough, right? As we take a deeper look at those teams, sometimes you bring certain Pokemon that have a great matchup against other certain teams, right? But you have to be able to pivot, you have to be able to maneuver. Teddy Bear with an impressive resume of his own, though, going back to 2022, top 16 in Milwaukee, finished top 8 at North American Internationals in 2023, and then Peoria, top 4.
And top smile in Indianapolis. Did you see that little grin that we got?
Yeah.
Let's do a little glimpse through his team as well. A lot of these Pokemon running the pretty standard movesets that you would see in these Play Pokemon regional competitions. But again, just want to point out the Trevenant that we don't see very often. We did see actually quite a few of them in day 1 in Indianapolis, but also running that Vigoroth instead of the Annihilate as his fighter of choice.
Exactly right. Meanwhile, Crimson K, again, going back to 2022, our inaugural season in the Play Pokemon circuit, Indianapolis, top 4. And look at the medal. He won't let you forget it, right?
He won't.
2023 Milwaukee top 16 and another solid finish in a later tournament. Mandibuzz, Shadow Whiscash, that's a great core by itself, just those 2 Pokemon. But then he's also got another flying type in Shadow Gligar, another water type in Lantern, and then Annihilate and Shadow Alolan Sandslash to round out this team of 6.
So let us know in the chat, everyone, who are you cheering for? Who do you think is going to stay in the winner's side of the bracket? This is the very first game of day 2 in Indianapolis, and these 2 trainers are ready to rock and roll.
Let's rock and roll, Amanda. We've got our game 1 leads going out onto the field right now. Teddy Bear on the left, Crimson K19 on the right. Skarmory takes to the skies, but a steel type is there to meet it.
Yeah, we got that Steel Wing on the Skarmory, which is going to be doing a nice bit of chunking to that Alolan Sandslash. However, Alolan Sandslash just paces so quickly, going to be able to throw these ice punches more quickly than the Skarmory will be any of its attacks.
This is the thing, too. This is a matchup that Crimson K has definitely studied, right? I'm sure Teddy has as well. He knows exactly what shielding scenario he needs to play out here, how many ice punches he needs to connect, and if he needs to protect shield up a charge attack. Definitely going to be the Brave Bird, I would assume, right?
Yeah, you would think so as well. And Crimson, you can tell, does he want to shield this up? Will it really affect the game? He's going to let it go, and it was a Sky Attack bait, so it's going to be very big for him here. Throwing 1 extra Shadow Cloud before, now throwing another Ice Punch, and it's getting the Skarmory very, very low. But both of these Pokemon getting low here. Teddy Bear using that first shield.
Think about targets for your specific picks, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash would do great against the Altaria, or the Trevenant, or the Gligar, and you're going to use all of it against the Skarmory here. But you bring in the Lantern, you're able to probably spark down.
Yeah, I think, and the Teddy Bear making it a little bit easier to spark down too. He doesn't want that Lantern to get too much farm. Going for the Brave Bird this time, it's going to do a little bit of more of a chunk, and actually swapping out instead of letting him get all of that farm, coming in with that Gligar.
I don't hate this play at all from Teddy Bear. I think it's a great pivot. Going into the Mando, it's a little bit early though. We're going to see how Crimson K moves the pieces around, because now he's behind significantly in terms of energy.
Yeah, I think he was going ahead and trying to catch perhaps the dig. Teddy Bear very patient. They're not throwing yet, expecting maybe Crimson would do exactly that, and just getting a ton of energy. You see that he's still above, but Crimson K19 already at that Dark Pulse now, letting it go through, and Teddy Bear goes unprotected.
Mandibuzz is one of those flying type Pokemon that we don't talk about quite enough, but it is bulkier than you can believe, and it's going to hang in this matchup just as long as Crimson needs it to. Another Aerial Ace coming through here from Teddy Bear's Shadow Gligar. I think he's going to fire for a second one on Charge Tech priority, if I had to guess.
And wow, and getting that shield from Crimson as well. Even though Mandibuzz is bulky, it is pretty healthy. He does know there's so much energy in that Gligar, wants to keep the Mandibuzz pretty healthy as well. Going ahead and letting this one go through now, but as you can see, another Snarl went through. He's going to throw off his Charge Attacks pretty soon.
I like the timing there by Crimson K, and throwing the Aerial Ace, definitely trying to be efficient. This might be enough to KO this Shadow Gligar, depending on how Teddy Bear trained it up. It connects. Shadow Gligar hangs on, and it's going to get off the Aerial Ace.
Worse for the wear there for Crimson, but this will not be enough to knock out the Mandibuzz. Maybe he will be able to get just enough energy to throw a little parting gift at whatever comes in the back. But you can see he doesn't even want to get that. He's desperately switching into that Lantern. That Lantern is fully loaded here, throwing that first Surf into the Vigoroth.
This is going to be a really close finish, right? Because you have so much energy on Lantern, but only half health. Meanwhile, you have a Mandibuzz with just a tiny bit of health and some HP. I would watch out for the catch here. Teddy Bear might send in that Skarmory at any moment to soak a Surf from the Lantern.
Yeah, Lantern using that last Protect Shield there for the Body Slam, wants to keep it a little bit healthy. It is already in the yellow, but there again is so much energy. Going up for another one, trying to get the catch, but not able to. Just giving Crimson all the energy he needs on this Lantern. Now going for the next Surf.
Crimson going straight for the Surf. This isn't going to be quite enough, but the spark damage will add up. Teddy Bear has a decision to make, but he's pretty certain that even if it is the Surf, there's not much he can do. Another Surf coming through here from Crimson K.
Yeah, and it looks like he will get the shield here. He's going to go ahead and try to get those counters, trying to get up to that next Body Slam. There is also that Mandibuzz waiting in the back. That timer is getting low. The Body Slam is loaded. He's counting ahead of time, going to throw right before he's able to get to it. This is going to be close, Will.
Yeah, the spark didn't apply, right? Because the Body Slam damage is going to come through, so it's up to Mandibuzz to close out this game for Crimson K. Meanwhile, Teddy Bear with just 1 HP and a Dream looks for the counter down, but it's not there. Crimson has the Aerial Ace.
Aerial Ace is about to connect, and it looks like Crimson K19 taking game number 1 on a very low health Mandibuzz, but it's enough to secure him the win.
Saving the Aerial Ace for a rainy day. Crimson K made it pretty close there in the end, and Teddy Bear's Vigoroth just could not quite get it done.
I think that was really good wherewithal by both players in this matchup, because if you think about it, Teddy Bear did not throw right away with the Gligar. He prevented a catch from happening with that Mandibuzz. However, Crimson K did exactly the same thing later on with the Lantern, saying, my lose condition is throwing too early and having one of these Surfs caught on the Skarmory.
Exactly. I think there's so much to keep in mind in this matchup too, right? The Vigoroth winning Charge Attack priority over the Lantern. Maybe if Teddy builds up to the Body Slam and you feel like a Charge Attack is impending, maybe that's a great time to swap in the Skarmory. But this whole thing is about feel. You just have to feel out your opponent and try to guess when they're going to try to make the catch. And here, unfortunately, Teddy Bear guessed wrong.
I guessed a little bit wrong. And of course, it is the play that he had to try to do. And you're absolutely right. Maybe he should have tried to build up to it. However, look how low that Vigoroth already is. I don't know if he could even withstand one more spark to be able to get to it. I think that really this was like the desperation play.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? And Crimson K recognizes his opponent's win condition, gets inside of his opponent's shoes and says, this is how I'm going to win because I'm going to prevent you from executing your one and only win condition yourself.
Yep, going ahead and taking that game number 1. So how, if you're Teddy Bear, do you adapt in game number 2 to this playset? Because again, it's not like it was such a hard loss in either direction. Everything was pretty well-rounded on both teams.
But let's be real, right? If Teddy Bear had a different Pokemon besides Vigoroth, if he had Altaria or Registeel, a bulkier Pokemon, it would have been really tough for Crimson, right? He had a very little HP left on his Mandibuzz. His Lantern was at half health by the time it finally was putting in some work. If it was a bulkier Pokemon in the back, Teddy Bear would have had a distinct advantage. So I expect Teddy Bear to go a little bit safer, a little bit more HP product, and just try to manage this game a little bit better.
I really like also the play by Crimson K, recognizing he doesn't need to win the lead to secure. When he saw that the Lantern was behind that Skarmory, he said, that's okay, I'll let the Lowland Sandslash go, I'll farm it down. We're going to hop into game number 2. We're going to see that Skarmory lead one more time, but this time against Annihilate.
This is tricky, right? Because Crimson K led Shadow Lowland Sandslash in game number 1, but he's got it in the back here in game number 2. And whenever you play that Pokemon, you have to control switch advantage, especially if your opponent has a counter user.
Yeah, and the Crimson K going for the bait here. This is going to be big because the Shadow Ball would do so much damage plus the counters, and the bait is absolutely called by Teddy Bear there, not doing that much damage. Already able to release a Sky Attack. This will knock Crimson K out if he doesn't use a shield.
Wow, Teddy Bear ice cold there with the call. Sky Attack does peel away that first Protect Shield from Crimson K19. Gonna look for another Shadow Ball bait because the charge attack intervals are a little bit more narrow for the Annihilate. Just one Steel Wing before the Sky Attack is ready.
Going ahead, throw yet another Night Slash, perhaps going for the boost here. This will get it nice and low. Not quite enough to take it out. Will the counter damage go through? No, not quite enough. He's gonna have to double shield if he wants to get that alignment you were talking about, Will. But it looks like he's choosing to, no, last second shield.
It's tough, right? But I think this does make the most sense. You come in with the Gligar here. Crimson can go and fire off the Shadow Ball. 2 Protect Shields still to work through, but he's got to rely on a closing matchup with that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back.
This is so dangerous because the Shadow Alolan Sandslash has that target in Gligar, but Gligar has so much energy, and with no shields left, that dig will completely annihilate it. So he has to do either some amazing counting or a prediction and come in with that Mandibuzz instead, but that leaves his Sandslash so vulnerable to that Vigoroth in the back.
Yeah. Oh, actually, the pivot out into Mandibuzz. This gives Crimson K a little bit of a room to maneuver because now against the Vigoroth, yes, Mandibuzz can tank 2 Rock Slides. Yes, you can get this Vigoroth pretty low, but I think the fast attack could also be a factor. That's a Shadow Claw, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so you can't farm down the Vigoroth.
That's absolutely true. This Dark Pulse coming through. As you can see, it does a nice chunk of damage. I'm getting some grassroots like flashbacks here with this Vigoroth and Mandibuzz going on here, but this time Vigoroth has Rock Slide. It's going to be doing a little bit more than those body slams are. You see super effective damage. The Mandibuzz still so bulky, though, also barely in the yellow. You can see Crimson K19 kind of shaking his head. He's not happy with how this is turning out.
Look at the pacing for the Vigoroth, just raining down these Rock Slides. Mandibuzz going to take another super effective Rock Slide. It barely hangs on. Crimson K has to settle for the Dark Pulse. If Teddy Bear Protect Shields this, I'd say it's going to be really tough, but he doesn't.
No Protect Shield here. The Dark Pulse does connect, but he's going to be able to counter it down. It looks like there's, I think the only play is you have to go for a farm down, but there's still a shield left on Teddy Bear's side.
There's still a Protect Shield, and that Shadow Gligar has a ton of energy, goes for the dig, and at full health, this would have been devastating, but at half HP, this is absolutely going to knock out.
Yes, completely bringing that Alolan Sandslash back into the ground with the dig. Teddy Bear taking on game number 2.
Let's look at this team, right? You've got, for Crimson, you've got Shadow Alolan Sandslash, you've got Shadow Whiscash, and you've got Mandibuzz, and Teddy Bear still commits to the Gligar.
Listen, there are so many targets for that Alolan Sandslash. I don't blame Crimson for bringing it on. Basically, the only thing it absolutely needs to avoid is that Vigoroth. Of course, that Gligar, we just saw it too. When there is so much energy on the Gligar, it can actually threaten back, and the fact that it is running Shadow Claw instead of Powder Snow makes that matchup a little more difficult, relying more on the charge attacks of the Alolan Sandslash. Let's look a little bit into this, because you can see at the beginning, the baits kind of did not pay off for Crimson in this first part of the matchup, making him go 2 shields down.
It went from bad to worse, right? He didn't get the Shadow Ball bait, and then the Night Slash doesn't KO, so he's forced to double Protect Shield his Annihilate in the lead, and maybe that's a win condition for Teddy Bear. Getting Protect Shields down, he has so many other ways to hit back against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So in game number 3, I definitely look for Crimson to maintain the Protect Shields, probably at all costs, because he recognizes Protect Shields down, Teddy Bear goes to town.
So you have to think as well, if you're Teddy Bear, it's like, or either one of these players, right? So I won one matchup. Do I do what was tried and tested for me, the thing that won me the matchup, or do I just kind of like, you know, throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks? And for the next round, I mean, this is a very high stakes matchup. This is the winner side of the bracket. Whoever wins this gets to stay on that winner side. The other one can only lose one more matchup before they have to be calling it quits here in Indianapolis.
It's such a powerful position to be in. Coming in on that winner's side bracket, you kind of build a buffer between yourself and all of the challengers from the loser's side bracket, and you're right, they want to maintain that advantage. It's never a good feeling to kick off Championship Sunday with a loss, but unfortunately one of these 2 trainers will lose this next game.
But of course, whoever wins this has so much momentum actually on their side as well, and sometimes that's really one of the big game changers, the whole mentality thing behind it. We're going into decisive game 3 here. We have that Vigoroth versus the Mandibuzz in the lead, and look, there's no Alolan Sandslash to be found.
There's no Shadow Alolan Sandslash and no Trevenant either, and that's for good reason. Crimson K19 going to rely on some more neutral play here, doesn't take as big of a gamble as he heads into game number 3. Meanwhile, Teddy Bear has proven to himself that he can kind of manage his way through a tough matchup against Crimson. He's looking to do that one more time.
Yeah, man, it's just getting a ton of energy here. Good timing as well. Throwing this rock slide. Now, we saw it before. It is super effective, but Mandibuzz, with its bulk, can absolutely handle this. This is barely brought down to the yellow. Still getting a ton of energy. Now throwing that next Dark Pulse right before the next rock slide is available.
I really like the Lantern pick here from Crimson K. Obviously, if you're looking at the backline from Teddy Bear, you see the Skarmory, you know that's a hard loss. But Lantern has flex play against the Gligar as well, so he definitely set himself up for a lot of flex play in neutral matchups down the stretch.
I mean, if you really think about it, we were talking about how Trevenant could be Teddy Bear's MVP, but with so many counters to it on Crimson's team, I think he realized, you know what? There's no way this Trevenant is coming into it. My Lantern is so safe.
That's exactly right. Going to come in here with the Lantern right away. Crimson K looking to deal some damage. Lantern was able to get the better of Vigoroth in game number 1. Let's see if we can do it again in game number 3. Body Slam coming through.
Body Slam coming through. Crimson making a debate if he wants to shield it up. No, going to go ahead and let that go down. The spark damage is adding up as well. They haven't even thrown a charge attack yet, but Teddy Bear gets to another Body Slam, and it looks like Crimson K is just completely letting this go. No last second shield.
I think this is smart, right? You budget that there are 2 Body Slams coming through. You can go ahead and protect shield up one of them, get the full spark down, and the electrician is at work. Crimson K is all geared up with a Thunderbolt stored and Surf to boot.
And this is not great for Teddy Bear. With 1 shield left and super effective Surfs already loaded here. First one being deployed, it's Teddy Bear's turn to say, okay, I'm going to have to shield up one of these. One of them I'm going to have to let go.
I'm wondering if Crimson K is going to swap again out of this Lantern matchup. Maybe try to catch a dig on the Gligar, but he's got so much energy that he can afford to stay in the matchup and throw a second Surf.
Yeah, look at this. He's almost to yet another Surf. Maybe he recognizes, okay, the fact that Gligar is staying in this with the shields down. Oh, trying to get another catch, but this is the worst for the Weird Hurt. Teddy Bear knows it as well. He tried to do a very risky play, trying to catch, unable to do so. This Skarmory is now going to take a fully loaded Thunderbolt.
Just like in game 1, right? Teddy Bear tried to send out the Skarmory, tried to make some use out of it, but now it's pinned against the Lantern. And Lantern, honestly, could probably afford to no-shield this. He could afford to come in with Gligar and wing attack down, I think.
Yeah, normally Skarmory is one of the hardest counters. Brave Bird coming through here. This is smart of Teddy Bear too, not trying to let the, the Gligar get too much energy, whatever's in the back, but now we have a shield on Crimson's side, even though the Gligar already has some energy. It looks like Teddy Bear's setting down the phone, giving him a nod. Crimson K's Aerial Ace is coming through.
The Lantern pick by Crimson K19 put him in such a commanding position, and he was calm, cool, collected, just waited for his opponent to make a mistake.
And really good games. You can see these 2 players hugging it out. Crimson K on his way to be getting maybe another medal to put around his neck.
Could you imagine? I 100% believe he'll wear both of them.
Oh,
all
yeah,
the time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, around the house, to work, everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, let's be fair. If I had a medal, I'd probably be doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, me too. Wish I had a medal.
But maybe you shouldn't use Bronzong.
Maybe. I'll consider it. Great series there by Teddy Bear and Crimson K, but as we talked about with the format and our introduction as well, this is a double elimination tournament. So Teddy Bear still has a chance. He's going to fall to that loser side bracket, but he can fight his way through the competitors down there and get another shot at the grand finals if he perseveres.
Yeah, a lot of times, the players that are coming in from the winner side of the bracket, they don't have to play as many matches. If you just keep winning, you kind of are taking the easy mode on the road to victory there. However, if you drop a game, you just have to play through a lot more matches against a lot more tough competitors who are wanting the exact same thing as you. Everyone here is competing for that title. They want to be one of the last regional champions of this 2024 season.
I actually saw you before the tournament started this morning, Amanda.
Yeah.
You were out in the crowd and you were telling all the players, hey, my best advice for you is just win. Just keep winning.
Yeah, I mean, come to me for more life. I have really good life advice and Pokemon advice. Just hashtag play Pokemon. Ask me some questions. I'll try to give you some good answers.
Hey, there you go. That's actually a fantastic opportunity to get involved with our stream, and we'd love to see your posts. Remember to use, like you said, hashtag play Pokemon at all times. But I'll tell you what, Amanda.
Tell me, Will.
It's currently May, but Crimsmas came early because we have an interview here with Crimson K and Rise.
Can't wait for this gift.
Thanks so much, Will. I'm here with Crimson K19. Crimson, it seems like Indianapolis treats you well. After that win, how are you feeling? Take me through your emotions.
I feel pretty good. We won the battle, trainers. We did the thing. I had to get the tranquilizer out for that teddy bear, and boom, got to put him to sleep. I was expecting him to anticipate the A-slash in the back again. Didn't want to bring it. Worked out in my favor.
Now tell me, Do you feel wearing the 4th place medal from 2022 gives you any sort of special powers, any sort of special direction in your gameplay?
Absolutely not. I wore this in Fort Wayne. I went 0-2 versus Dijon on my very first round, and I was wearing the medal the whole time. Didn't work out for me there either. So, but it's doing good for me here. It's that indie magic, man.
Okay, and you had some incredible plays. I thought there was a lot of neutral play, a lot of dynamic dancing around. How do you stay focused? How do you stay composed in the moment and keep track of energy in your match?
Well, speaking of energy, I did have some rogue energy this morning. I used code CRIMMY for 20% off, and then I had 3 cups of coffee. So I'm only fueled by caffeine right now, man. I didn't even eat breakfast, dude.
Amazing. And winner's side, you're moving on. What's the game plan going forward the rest of the way? Do you think you have what it takes to go all the way as Indianapolis Regional, not 4th place champion, but champion in general?
No, I'm going to go for 3rd. That's it. 4th or 3rd. That's it. I just want another medal, man. That's my game plan currently.
Okay. And lastly, any special shout outs or love you want to give to anybody that helped you get here today?
Yeah, my buddy Samags10, he's a real good friend of mine. You know, he doesn't have what it takes to compete at this level, but I hope someday he can do such a thing.
Thanks so much. A fan favorite here, Crimson K19. He's got the crowd going berserk. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much. You know, I could listen to Crimson K just give an interview probably all day. That's high quality content there.
It really is, right? Going back to NAIC last season when we had Crimson K up in the lounge area, it was so much fun to listen to him and just his perspective on everything, right? I think we have a lot of kind of serious perspectives, a lot of, you know, intense opinions about matchups and things like that. But Crimson K is having a great time with his community and his friends. I think that is also something that's very valuable.
Yeah, and also he was saying too, you know, oh yeah, I'm not even going for 1st place. I'll take another 4th place medal. I'll take another 3rd place medal. I just want another medal, which I think is also a great mentality. You know, you want to play to win, of course, but you're going to be happy with whatever you can do.
Always set goals for yourself, right? We talked about this yesterday as well. Sometimes it's that one grudge match. You know, you want to get revenge against that one player who's knocked you down or knocked you out of the tournament before. And other times it's, oh, I just want to get like a top cut, or I just want to, you know, make a 4th place and get another medal, some more hardware, right? That kind of thing. So I think it's important to have your own personal goals because when you set the bar as high as winning everything all the time, sometimes, you know, you need stretch goals. That's important, but you also need step goals along the way.
Exactly. You want to be able to accomplish one thing before you go on to the next step. I tell you what, the next trainers that we have up, one of them has a step above Crimson's medal. He's already got a 2nd place finish, and I think maybe if he's going for his stretch goals, maybe he's looking for a 1st here in Indianapolis.
You want to know one of my stretch goals, Amanda?
Please tell me.
To cast with you.
Oh, you know what one of my stretch goals is?
You can't say the same thing because then it would sound like you're just copying me.
I was going to say like downward dog. Isn't that a stretch pose?
That is for yoga. It is.
Oh, yeah.
It is indeed.
Oh, stretch goals. Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like,
our,
morning,
it's like our pen conversation earlier. We literally went back and forth. She's like, do you have any pens? And
I asked him if I could borrow this beautiful pen.
I have one pen, but I have pins if you need those, right? Anyways.
Oh, my goodness.
We digress.
Sorry, guys. You're stuck with us for the rest of the day.
Yeah, no more Caleb and Rise at all.
No.
Yeah, we kicked them out.
We've kidnapped them.
No, I'm just kidding. But we're really excited for this next matchup. S. James P. versus Gordon the Flash. Now, I actually went out into the crowd this morning, and meanwhile most of the trainers are kind of talking amongst themselves, smiling, laughing, I saw S. James pacing by himself.
Interesting, yeah.
Reviewing matchups, deep in thought. He's grinning right now, right? But he is locked in this morning.
Yeah, he was saying yesterday, he was also, which I thought was really nice, giving tips to like new trainers or people who are more interested in Go Battle League but are trying to get into the Show 6 Pick 3 format. He's the prime example of someone who doesn't have a lot of experience in that realm, but really slowly getting to learn it, getting to know people in the community, practicing these matchups. Look how far he's come in this game so far, and he's playing against another super well-known trainer in Gordon the Flash.
I really like Gordon the Flash's gameplay style as well. great with energy management, a little bit aggressive on his farm downs, and that has come back to bite him in previous tournaments, but I'm excited to see how he conducts himself here. Meanwhile, S. James P, known for his Go Battle League accomplishments, but also a, like you said, 2024 Peoria regional finalist, coming up just short of the championship title.
Yeah, but already second tournament, also being able to get so far. Day 2, let's have a little look at his team. We saw it really in play yesterday, and I know that when we were talking about MVP Pokemon, we saw that Dewgong, and Rise was really saying he was so impressed with the play of S. James and that Dewgong in the previous day. I wonder if we'll really see that continue on in momentum in day 2.
It's always interesting, right? Because certain Pokemon work against certain opponents, but Gordon the Flash is an impressive opponent in himself. Toronto regional top 8 last season, so definitely trying to make an impact in the 2024 season, and he brought Guzzlord and Skeledirge to do it.
Yeah, I really like this team composition. Skeledirge, we saw it with the ME Weedle at EUIC, using that Pokemon to really like pilot and go through basically all of the competition to get that first place finish. Looks like Gordon the Flash also deciding, hey, this Pokemon has got a lot of potential.
Tons of potential, and we typically see the Skeledirge, a fire and ghost type, paired with a dragon, like you said, Emmy Weedle with Altaria, this time Gordon the Flash with his Guzzlord. But we're locked in, ready to go. This is our winner's side bracket. S. James P, 21 on the left, Gordon the Flash on the right. We've got some neutral picks, but one has a distinct advantage.
Yes, the licks of the Lickitung are, as you can see, super effective here on the Cresselia. Cresselia taking a while to pace. It will be able to get to the Moonblast faster than if it had Future Sight, but it's not going to hit quite as hard. Going for that Moonblast, so hoping for perhaps also an attack debuff on James.
There's a chance, right? There's a slim chance that it does drop the attack. The Lickitung doesn't happen this time. It is a little bit rare, obviously, but we're going to see the Body Slam get fired off. Great timing by S. James as well. It's really tough to time these half-second licks in the midst of these two-turn cycle cuts.
Exactly. Going ahead and throwing right between there. Body Slam's not doing that much. And it is the fast attack pressure of the Lickitung that is doing more slobbering up this Cresselia, but these Body Slams are whittling away at the health. As you can see, the Cresselia already down into the yellow, and it's mostly just from 2 not very effective Body Slams and all of that lick damage. Going for yet another Moonblast.
Moonblast coming through here from Cresselia. Definitely the optimized move in this situation. Moonblast going to connect. Doesn't get the debuff on the Lickitung. No, it does not, but we see the pivot into Charge Bug. Now, this is interesting because as you look at the back lineup here, I do think that sending out the Charge Bug is tough because now S. James can pull the Gligar to meet it.
As you can see, Gligar is coming in. It's one of the better walls to that bug. However, this bug type is going to be doing a little bit of damage. No Protect Shields are going to be used at this point because, I mean, look at it. Not very effective. Still another one already loaded, though. Wing attack going through.
X-Scissor can chip away at the Gligar over time, but overall, the Shadow Gligar commands this matchup. So S. James P probably going to look to execute this matchup with some energy restored, and the Charge Bug's pacing is so slow, the windows are so wide, he's able to exit this with a dig and probably close to an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, going ahead and releasing this dig now. It's going to be doing a ton of damage, not even quite enough to take it out, so he is able to get yet another X-Scissor off. This is actually quite big for Gordon the Flash. It's going to get that Gligar really, really low, and at this point, I mean, the Gligar will have to make it so it's going to have to throw the Aerial Ace no matter what comes in.
This is actually fine, though, right? Because you're not giving much farm to anything that comes in either, so for S. James, this is incredibly efficient gameplay so far.
Yeah, going ahead and throwing this Aerial Ace at the Guzzlord just to get a Dragon Tail through, and he's kind of shaking his head at this point, but it's still okay. There's a shield down by Gordon the Flash, but he's still got a full health Annihilate in the back. These counter damage is going to be doing so much. Still 2 shields up on S. James's side.
I mean, you want HP, right? If you're in a tough matchup like this, you want HP on the Guzzlord, so the shield makes sense, but it's so tough to protect shielded and then see one of the hardest counters from SJ come out and face off against it. Counters damage is adding up. Dragon Claw does get protect shielded up, and now at this point, you're probably waiting for the catch. If you're SJ, maybe you can go for a full counter down, double shield. We might see that.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see. There's no need to throw either one of these Night Slash or Shadow Balls at the at the Guzzlord because it's not going to be doing that much damage. Coming in, actually getting the quote catch, but it's not really a catch. It's just knocking out the Cresselia at this point. I mean, the Guzzlord is so low, the counter damage is still going to be putting it out.
Yeah, it's like when you're trying to leave an awkward conversation and you just walk into the wall next to you. It's like, oh, I can't really go anywhere. This is just embarrassing overall. Tough matchup there for Gordon the Flash. Guzzlord, unfortunately, not the pick to core break S-James, but I really like the audacity to bring it, right? Because we saw Magic Mason give SJ a really tough time in day one with the Guzzlord, piloting it between the Annihilate and Dewgong
That's
core.
absolutely true.
So it makes sense.
I mean, the Guzzlord overall doesn't have that many negative matchups. It does, the Annihilate, obviously, we just saw is not that great for it, and the Dewgong is actually quite horrible. However, the rest of the Pokemon is sort of like a more neutral. You can throw those crunches back at the Cresselia, and you just have to watch out for the Moonblast. We're going ahead and see. This was kind of the pivoting point, like we talked about, moving in that Charger Bug, but not being able to get it completely knocked out, put the Gligar down very low.
And you see SJ kind of shrugging, you know, he's like, oh, I really wish I could have gotten the KO there, but it's not that bad. It's still very efficiently played, but it just shows the standards that he holds himself to. He wants to execute perfectly because he knows that when he's up against a Lyle Jeffs or a Dunebug in the future tournament, he's got to play perfectly to win.
Yep, that's absolutely true. It's a lot of times what people say, it's, you know, it's not that you don't make any errors while you're playing, it's just that you have to make less errors than your opponent does. And this is often what separates a good player from the great player, or just, you know, a runner-up from the actual champion.
Exactly. Just a few unforced errors can definitely make a massive difference. Heading into game number 2, though, Amanda, I do think that the Dewgong was SJ's MVP in day 1. Doesn't have quite as much play into the team here because you have not only Cresselia, you also have Charge Bug, and then Vigoroth as well.
Yeah, Vigoroth is a pretty hard counter. However, you know, Annihilate is just, if the Vigoroth is up against the Annihilate, obviously the Annihilate is just going to be doing so much better with that counter damage against that normal type Pokemon. I haven't seen the Azumarill really, but of course, you know, we see it on a couple teams. I did have it in one of my caster predictions of things that we would see, but we haven't really seen too much of it in play in this regional so far.
Yeah, Azumarill on the other side for Gordon looks pretty tough. You were facing off against a Lantern as well as a Cresselia, and Lickitung does have the Power Whip, so maybe if you're hard calling Annihilate, maybe you can bring in the Azumarill there. Annihilate Shadow Gligar is a great core, definitely very common in Go Battle League as well, so maybe that is something you can leverage, but SJ is a tough opponent to predict, and as we head into game number 2, you can tell he wants to ride that momentum to a 2-0 sweep.
Yes, as a reminder for people, we are in the winner's side of the bracket as well, so this is a double elimination tournament. Whoever loses this will be dropped down to the loser's side of the bracket, but none of these trainers want to do that. They want to be winning. All they want to do is win. This, like you told me earlier when I was telling everyone, hey, just win.
Yeah, exactly. Great advice, right? I mean, I wish they thought of that earlier, but Gordon the Flash wants to win a couple games in a row, and he might go back to a tried and true formula to do it, but we're taking just a couple more seconds to lock in because we talk at length about the advantage you have on the winner side of the bracket. Not fighting almost double the opponents is worth it. Worth a few more seconds on the lock-in screen, I promise you.
And while we're actually looking at these two trainers, seeing at the, you know, you can tell they're both looking, they're judging in their minds. Of course, when you see a team of 6 and you're choosing only 3 Pokemon, you're going through what almost like a matrix. Like, okay, if I lead this Pokemon and I see X, what am I going to do? And that's the best way to play out these types of matches going into it. Always have a game plan in mind. So it says, yeah, okay, if I'm going to lead that Lantern, what am I going to do if I see the Cresselia? Am I going to save swap right away? Am I going to try to catch on the Grass Knot? We're going right into this next round though, and we have that Skeletors up against a Lickitung.
That's a fantastic point, Amanda. You definitely want to have a game plan no matter what you might run into. Skeletors versus Lickitung is actually a very close matchup. Incinerate is a powerful fast attack. Disarming Voice can come out rapidly here as Gordon the Flash starts to deploy energy, and meanwhile, Lickitung can only hit for resisted damage with its charge attacks.
Yeah, and as you can see, SGM just going ahead and licking away. Skeletors almost at half health just from the licks alone because neither the Body Slams nor the Power Whips are going to be doing that much overall. Going for the Power Whip, it is a heavier hitting, but we have to remember this is a grass type, or I mean a fire type Pokemon that it's going into. Grass is not very effective against it.
5-turn Incinerate, 4 licks, and then the charge attack. S-James P just as mechanically proficient as we predicted. Disarming Voice is going to come close knocking out the Lickitung, but it might hang on depending on how S-James trained it up. He's actually going to pivot out into his Annihilate, look for a really, really nasty counter down.
Getting a parting gift though before that Skeletors goes, forcing that shield off of S-James because Disarming Voice, being that fairy type, does not want to be hitting that fighter, but he will be able to counter down, and now he has a lot of energy coming into the Cresselia, and Cresselia does not want to take neither the Shadow Ball nor the Night Slash. Going for that Night Slash bait though, not going to be doing as much damage, perhaps when we go fishing for a boost.
We saw the grimace there from Gordon the Flash. He's not that excited to send Cresselia out into the Annihilate. He's probably predicting that there could be a Dewgong in the back, and he knows his Guzzlord would suffer, but at this point, based on how things are kind of lining up, I do think his Guzzlord's in a prime position, but Cresselia has to get through the Annihilate first, and the boost!
I was thinking, oh wow, really good of Gordon, you know, not to actually shield up that second one. He called the bait, but only worked for the wear for him because getting this boost now, the Annihilate is basically, his attacks are doing so much more. He can just go for the Night Slashes now, forcing now that last shield off of Gordon. He does have quite a bit of energy though. I think he's gonna throw that grass on as soon as he can.
Well, the cycle cuts are slowly adding up too, and now Annihilate is starting over the Night Slash cycle. Oh, trying to make the catch on the Lickitung, doesn't get it off. S. James tries to rescue Annihilate, but can't get there in time.
No.
I think Grass Knot's enough.
A Grass Knot should be enough at this stage, and is coming out with another one loaded for whatever is coming back in. That puts Gordon actually in a pretty good position. He has so much energy, and he's doing his counting, which he knows he's going to. He's going to throw right before that aerial ace is even possible. Going for that Moonblast, that heavier hitting, also for hoping for that, if, you know, he's saying, okay, if he got the attack boost, maybe I'll get the attack debuff.
Yeah, even waiting a turn, Gordon the Flash does not want to allow the catch, and he makes a catch of his own!
Oh,
and
look at that smirk!
A little smile to boot. Gordon the Flash says, anything you can do, I can do as well. Aerial Ace connects, KOs the Skeledirge, but meanwhile, Guzzlord is healthy and hungry.
Hungry, clawing away, saying, give me some of that Gligar. It's okay, I'm going to give you this dig. We'll see how much it does. This is a Shadow Pokemon. And remember, 20% more damage going through on that dig, but not enough to knock out the Guzzlord, continuing to just Dragon Tail down.
Oh, actually, combo playing to the Body Slam here. S. James P staying in the matchup. Body Slam's going to come close to knocking out, but the Dragon Tail did come through as well. So if it doesn't, oh, and it does.
It knocks out. There is a lot of energy stored. This is going to come down to the wire. Really good timing here. Throwing. You can see Gordon saying, is this enough? Because the Gligar is still in the matchup too. This is coming down to the absolute wire. Is there enough energy on either Pokemon? Will he be able to make it, or will he get wing attack down?
How in the world did SJ just win that game?
I think he's asking himself that question as well. That combination play with the Lickitung being able to completely knock out that Guzzlord changed the matchup entirely for S. James. Incredible plays, incredible wherewithal, remembering that there's a Body Slam stored. And I know that I forgot it. If I was going to Flash, I was like, I'm in a comfortable position that, yeah, I mean, I'm speechless.
I mean, you look at the matchups on paper, right? And you look at the alignment and how these things were going to shake out. Yeah. You just assume, based on normal circumstances, that it's going to go a certain way, and then it just doesn't. It absolutely goes off script. Maybe according to script for SJ, because he wants to keep winning, right?
Yeah.
But Gordon the Flash in a commanding position, but can't quite close the door on SJ in that game number 2.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about this. This catch, I mean, this was fantastic, doing exactly what he wanted to do. And this was a big play, because look how much energy there is on the Guzzlord. He had enough to be able to throw, but the Lickitung being able to throw first was huge.
It takes just a single turn, right? Just a half second to switch a Pokemon, and the Dragon Tail is 3 turns. So he's able to switch in, throw the Body Slam at the cost of 2 turns in the midst of the fast attack, and that's exactly how he locked down this game.
Yeah, and being able to just lick away, as you can see, those super effective licks just completely getting close. And I think this was the point where S. James also realized, I think I can win this. The Cresselia is lower than my Gligar, and he is not at enough energy to throw that Grass Knot. This was big. You can see both of them going for the move, but it's not going to be able to get there in time, winning by just a sliver of health.
Exactly right. And I think even in that situation, right, if there's a little bit more HP, the Shadow Gligar would have won the Charge Attack priority tie.
Yes.
So even if Cresselia got to the Grass Knot, there was another layer of strategy that Gordon had to get through, right? Maybe SJ was shocked that we didn't see the full cycle cut down. Maybe he recognized that as Gordon's only win condition, and when Gordon deviated from that, then, like you said, the light bulb came on. He said, wait, is there a shot?
And I think this also goes to show players, if you're in the middle of a matchup, even if it looks like a losing matchup, don't give up, because there's potential misplays or potential things that you can do, counter plays that can really change that matchup. Because, I mean, it's not optimal, but if Gordon would have thrown that Dragon Claw immediately when he got it to knock out the Gligar, that game would have absolutely changed. But he thought that he needed that energy. He was pretty comfortable in the position that he was in. He did not expect that Body Slam coming, and he didn't expect it to be able to knock out the Guzzlord either.
It's all about resilience, right? Like, some of these win conditions are not obvious. You have to think outside of the box. You have to say, oh, well, Dragon Tails are piling on a lot of damage. They're really, making an impact, but they're 3 turns long. Is there something I can do there? We see it all the time with Incinerate users or with even Confusion users, but still thinking in terms of the micro, even a 2-turn cycle cut, it takes a half turn to switch and a half turn for a charge attack. So if you're really precise, you can nail a charge attack in the middle of something like that too.
Exactly that, and you know what, S. James did a perfect display of that. We have Caleb going to have an interview with him, so maybe we can learn a little bit more about what was going on in his mind while that game was playing out.
Thank you, Amanda. Will, I'm here with S. James off that 2-0 victory. Very impressive victory, too. How are you feeling after that one?
I feel pretty good now that it was over, but I was definitely super nervous in that last game for sure.
Yeah, something I noticed from your battles is you're very high skilled, you win a lot, but you also are very expressive too. And I think that's like a really great thing to see for newer players because they're saying, wow, this guy's winning a lot, but even he's feeling the nerves too. What do you have to tell players that are trying to get into scenes? So this is your second ever tournament. You got second place in your first one, and you're looking to go, maybe repeat that or even go further at this one.
Yeah, I guess I kind of wear my emotions on my sleeve. I guess I am pretty expressive. I don't really mean to do it. It's just like I do it by, I don't know, by nature, I guess. But I don't know, I've had the most fun that I've ever had playing this game, playing Show 6, Pick 3, so I would just encourage anyone to try it, in the very least, if they're into GBL, so.
All right, definitely. I remember you said yesterday, too, you got into this really from the in-game ladder of Go Battle League, too, so really cool to see starting from the app and then just going further from there at the tournaments. This is your second tournament, and you already got second place at the previous one, already getting a lot of points at this one. What's your plans for the rest of the season? Are you going to try to make that Worlds qualification? Going to Hawaii either way, what are you thinking?
Yeah, Hawaii was the ultimate goal for sure. I came into the tournament with, I think, like 325 points. I'm not sure what the minimum amount I have from this tournament is, but I'm looking to keep going and make that push before potentially go to Hawaii, yeah.
Well, you've only lost to one person on the circuit so far, King Alexander. He's already out, so maybe you might stay undefeated with him gone. Any shout-outs you'd like to give today before we go into more matches?
Yeah, I guess I'll shout out Shiny Dialga. He shouted me out yesterday, local of mine. We've kind of battled it out a lot. And then I'll shout out Elite TMs, once again, my faction team, Tove Town, Elite TM server, everyone supporting me. So shout out to them.
Shiny Dialga's also on the winner side too. Maybe a chance for you all to face off later down road. Either way, I know we'll see plenty more of S. James later. And we got incredible battles slated for you all, so stay tuned. We'll take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Dude, I thought you had me. I thought so too, that's why I didn't bother throwing.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance. And then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family. and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
Just witnessed S. James P. put on a clinic of skill here at the 2024 Indianapolis Regional Championships. Alongside Caleb Payne, Chris Reisner on the call. Caleb, we have seen so many amazing trainers, and we are in for a treat next with OutOfPoket taking on Trent.
Yeah, I was looking at this bracket. I mean, regardless of which matchup was coming up next, it was going to be a good one. And this will be a rematch of the losers finals from Peoria from last season. Trent coming in the 3rd place, and then OutOfPoket eventually gained that 1st place. That went to Game 5, and I believe that's the last time they faced off against each other in a tournament. And I know Trent's looking for some redemption, but Pocket also wants to continue making a name for himself. Everyone knows him in the circuit, but he wants to go for more than just qualification. He already qualified for World Championships, but he wants to prove to everyone that he's still one of the best in North America, and if not the best here in Indianapolis.
OutOfPoket has been a popular name in the community since a very young age. He was a big-time competitor in grassroots formats, and now look at this team he is running, by the way. A very fun team from OutOfPoket. The Feraligatr stands out, and of course, one of your favorite picks, the Bastiodon.
See, it's a pretty good-looking Bastion team. I might have to seal it after this one, depending on how he does. We got Trent on the other hand side, running that Dewgong, Annihilate, Lantern, Lickitung, Altaria, and Shadow Gligar. We've seen a lot of Altaria to Indianapolis, and I actually forgot in the top 12 usage if Altaria made it for day number 2, but I gotta assume that it probably did, or if not, the usage is still fairly high. It didn't make top 12 on day number 1, which is one of those Pokemon which shows that high usage doesn't always correlate with high success, and low usage sometimes has higher success on day number 2, and Altaria is that kind of Pokemon. But if you're Trent, you don't want to lock that Altaria into Bastion, and because that's not going to be a good time. Some of the accomplishments from OutOfPoket, you can't even fit it all on here, but had a top. One thing to note is that top 4 in Hartford Regional, he actually got 3rd place there. He was actually running a Bastion team too, so he knows how to use the Steel Rock type Pokemon, but also got 3rd place at Pittsburgh, losing only to Wadaj and Lyle Jeffs, actually, so really tough competition there. And he's also a 2-time Worlds competitor. Running the Bastiodon, Annihilate, Altaria, Shadow Whiscash, Feraligatr, and Cresselia.
Feraligatr with that Ice Beam variant as opposed to the Crunch. We'll see if Pocket decides to bring the Feraligatr in this matchup against Trent. Some accomplishments for Trent. Fort Wayne Regional Top 8, Peoria Regional Top 4, NAIC Top 8 from the first season of Pokemon Go in the Play Pokemon Championships, as well as Indianapolis Regional Top 4 here 2 years ago. The team, Dewgong, Annihilate, Lantern, Lickitung, Altaria, and Shadow Gligar. And Caleb, I think the Altaria you were talking about looks awfully good against Pocket's team, except, of course, for the Bastion. So it might be a little bit of a game if you can just position your Altaria in a way where it avoids that Bastion. It could have some success.
Yeah, and I think it's on the flip side, it's similar into Trent's team outside of that Dewgong, right, that you want to avoid. So depending on how risky these players want to play, we might see a decent amount of Altaria on the field. We're going to see how it goes. We're going to game number 1, OutOfPoket versus Trent, and it's going to be the Cresselia versus a Lantern to kick things off. A fantastic lead for Pocket.
Yeah, tough lead for Trent. He's going to immediately pivot into the Lickitung, and for the time being at least, Pocket content staying in, builds up some energy, then goes into the Bastion. Very favorable matchup for the Bastion, of course. However, this might be what Trent is going for, luring out the Bastion against this Lickitung to open things up for his Altaria in the back.
Yeah, you avoid the Bastion for sure, but unfortunately there's a mirror match in the back and a Cresselia loaded with energy as well. I like that play from Pocket because there's pretty much no way you can lose switch advantage, even if you swap in really late Bastion into Lickitung. And you know, even Lantern is going to take neutral damage from this Bastion, and Bastion leads with energy, so it has a lot of play. It's not like you're going to be faced off against a Wish Cash or a fighting type Pokemon that's going to farm you down. And so Pocket in a really commanding position right now.
Yeah, the Cresselia's energy generation with that spammy Grass Knot is going to be huge. I like what you said. Pocket building up that Grass Knot before swapping out, knows this is a commanding matchup, is going to be able to retain switch here. Most likely Power Whip coming through, connects onto Bastion. It takes it no problem. Stone Edge coming through. Trent going to have to let this go, and Pocket will retain the switch advantage.
And I think OutOfPoket knows it's unlikely it's a Dewgong in the back, right? Because otherwise you're way too weak to Cresselia lead. Both the Lantern and the Dewgong will lose to Cresselia. So he's feeling pretty good. Oh, actually swaps over here. I like that play a lot, recognizing that even if it's a Dewgong, he's in a good position because then Cresselia just sweeps. But going for the snipe down with the Grass Knot, it is going to land. Trent's going to throw a Thunderbolt first. Let's see if OutOfPoket decides to shield or not. He's got to make a read here, but I think he can just let this go because even if it's a Dewgong in the back, he has Cresselia, plenty of health left, even some Bastion, and here comes the Altaria.
Yeah, really good call, understanding based off the team composition. No Dewgong in the back. It ends up being the Altaria. It is revealed by Trent, and he's going to have to start shielding. He uses the first Protect Shield against the Moonblast here. Will we see a debuff? No debuff this time around. Cresselia slowly getting chipped down by this Dragon Breath damage, and eventually Trent goes for the Sky Attack. One turn before the Moonblast. Pocket will invest the Protect Shield. He wants to get off this next Moonblast against the Cresselia.
I love this shield too. Pocket Ray has a lot of energy. If you can force the Slash Shield from Trent, fantastic. If not, you land a lot of damage. Now shields are complete down for Trent. He still has a Bastion with some health to chew through, and a full health Altaria with a shield advantage outside of Pocket. It is looking tough for Trent right now.
Going for a big farm down, but I don't think he can quite get it before the Moonblast has to settle and throw the Sky Attack here. Pocket with a decision to make. Do you invest the final shield? He does. He invests the final Protect Shield, but the switch timer is almost up. Not yet, though. Gets off the Moonblast. This is going to connect for super effective damage on Altaria.
And the Altaria still has so much to go. A full health Altaria in the back. This is pretty much impossible. And here comes OutOfPoket with the Altaria coming in. Dragon Breaths are coming through, and this Lantern is trying to go for one final Thunderbolt. Doesn't even get to it. Sky Attack is going to connect on the Lantern. Is it enough to knock out? It is resistant attacks. It is going to barely take out the Lantern. Trent's already conceded at this point. Doesn't even get the surf off, and he's going to start collecting himself for game number 2.
Yeah, a convincing game 1 victory for OutOfPoket here, taking the 1-0 series advantage. Pocket, I think, demonstrated a very well-played game in terms of just keeping the alignment, but knowing that if he was to immediately counter-swap the Bastion into the Lickitung, maybe that would open up an opportunity for Lantern to get a farm down, and Lantern being such a strong Pokemon with its bulk, with its damage output, can sometimes make that uncomfortable for Cresselia. So he made sure to bank that energy early on, allowed him to keep the switch advantage easily, and win this game.
Here we see the Bastion just roaring through, and I love the aggressiveness from Pocket, recognizing that, you know what, worst case scenario is a Dewgong in the back. My Cresselia's in a good spot either way, and feels very comfortable here. Trent, unfortunately, just not a lot of places to go with even the Altaria against this team. I mean, where's Altaria going to go, right? Your best matchup is, what, a mirror matchup or Cresselia, which you're still taking super effective damage, and worst case scenario, you have the Bastion too. So recognizing that the Altaria looks really good into Pocket's team, Pocket just says, you know what, I'm going to bring my 3 strongest counters to it, and you have nowhere to go with that.
A great team read and a great strategy. You know your opponent essentially has to bring one thing, or maybe they're going to be very inclined to bring one thing because it looks strong against your line of 6. So you bring your best 3 against it. No Annihilate, no Whiscash, no Feraligatr in that game 1. The 3 targets Altaria would normally like to see. We are locked in for game number 2. It's going to be the Battle of the Flyers. Altaria taking on Shadow Gligar.
And this is actually a pretty decent matchup for Altaria just because you get outbulked. But like you said, in that one shield situation, it gets a little bit dicier for the Altaria. However, you avoid the ground type into your Bastion, which is really a winning point for Pocket. Bastion, even not the best matchup against Lantern, still has a lot of play too. So this is really the one you want to avoid. Oh, you get Trent actually catching a resisted Sky attack on the Lantern. But the problem is, you got a Shadow Whiscash in back, and you're going to be set up for such an advantage. On top of this being a hard counter matchup and being favorable for Whiscash, you're going to leave with energy for the Gligar as well, and he has super effective Scald for that Gligar too.
Based off how much damage this Mud Bomb does, we could potentially see OutOfPoket get a full Mud Shot down before Trent even reaches the next serve. It's going to be close. Needs 6 Mud Shots to knock out the Lantern before it could get off another serve. We will see if Whiscash can do so. 1, 2, 3. I think Lantern will get there. Will Pocket throw, or will he let? He's going to let Trent get this serve in exchange for farming up more energy.
And this is going to be an interesting situation because the Whiscash, actually electing to shield the serve, wants the full farm down, wants to put a lot of pressure on this Gligar. Does the Gligar have the energy for it actually coming in with the Dewgong to soak up the energy? I like the play from Trent, knowing that you don't have to shield the Dewgong at least. But unfortunately, you show your third Pokemon, and now OutOfPoket knows exactly how to play around this matchup. And on top of that, you don't get the Dewgong on the Altaria.
Both of the remaining Pokemon for Trent have charge attack pressure against that Bastiodon lurking it back, but there is 0 fast move pressure against that Bastiodon. So this end game will be reliant on Trent being able to get charge moves off against Bastiodon. Mud Bomb going through, gonna put this Dewgong awfully low to the point where fast attacks are going to really threaten it. Dewgong farming up as much as it can before going down, gonna bank the energy, swap in, and loses the charge attack priority. Whiscash gets the move off first.
Oh, that is massive. I mean, Trent's got a shield. He has 2 shields left and is gonna shield him with Skull, but at this point, I think we see the pivot over, and it looks like, it was on charge attack priority as well, so wasting all the energy on the Gligar. This is the best case scenario for OutOfPoket. Altaria going to start flying in here. Dragon Rats are starting to whittle down the health of this Gligar. Does OutOfPoket decide shield? No, I like this play a lot. Save the shield for the Bastion, get as much damage as you can, go for the smackdown, and you know the Dewgong has energy. Altaria is going to reach a Sky Attack as well, getting a parting Sky Attack. You know Trent doesn't love to see this, but what else can he do at this point?
A very convincing position here for OutOfPoket, and he looks to finish things off with the Bastiodon. We may see the Gligar reach the dig, but OutOfPoket still has a Protect Shield to hide behind, and there is no way the Gligar can reach another charge attack after this. It is so low. The Smackdown goes through. One Smackdown is going to go through on a Dewgong. This is double super effective damage. However, the incredible bulk of Bastiodon can withstand it, and OutOfPoket takes the victory 2-0.
Wow. You love to see it. I love to see Bastion put in that work, and 2-0 for OutOfPoket running that anti-meta pick. And unfortunately, Trent not going to get the redemption here. Yes, there's a chance they rematch down the road, but OutOfPoket, very quick 2-0 victory on this winner side against Trent.
Sometimes, like S. James said in your interview, Pocket, I feel, wears his emotions on his sleeve. He looked extremely locked in that match. He showed almost no emotion. He was so focused, and he played nearly to perfection. We take a look at the instant replay, and Trent made a nice catch early on, but like you said, sometimes the catch can actually put you in a bad position. Allowed Pocket to align the Whiscash in a dominant matchup, in Whiscash with energy is so dangerous, especially that Shadow variant, which hits a little bit harder. Dewgong tried to farm up to 2, couldn't quite get there, and then losing this charge attack priority was devastating for Trent. That's a matchup that sometimes Gligar, depending on how those Pokemon are trained, can win that Charge Attack priority. So you can't really fault Trent for going for that decision. But in the end, OutOfPoket and the Bastiodon play too strong.
And it's not even about OutOfPoket bringing Bastion that impresses me here. It's more so that he goes tournament to tournament, bringing very different teams. He likes to experiment, and almost all his teams actually work. They're very creative, and they're different from what trainers usually see, so you can't prepare for these kind of teams that Pocket brings. I mean, he brought the Superior before anyone even thought to bring it in the previous meta from September through December, and then it became the staple grass type that everyone started using. And honestly, as a Bastion enjoyer, this is a pretty good team that Pocket made, and I might borrow it for a tournament here or two.
He certainly likes bringing the unique picks. You know, I think he got his start with some of those grassroots tournaments where maybe people like to run different metas and there's only certain Pokemon allowed. So I think that experience helps him bring unique picks and really spice up his teams.
That's right. I mean, he's been involved in PvP for quite a while, too. He pretty much grew up with PvP, playing the grassroots, and, you know, first ever tournament was Indianapolis for him in 2022, and that's the one he won and qualified for his first World's Championship for that seniors division back when we had a seniors and masters division, too. So, you know, definitely a special place for him, and in a way, he's looking to repeat his title here in that same city 2 years later.
We are gonna take a look at the bracket after that match from OutOfPoket. So far, Crimson K19 and S James P have been victorious on the winner's side, so they will face off in the winner's semis. OutOfPoket will face off against the winner of our next matchup. We will see shortly Lyle Jeffs and Shiny Dialga.
This winner's bracket, it looks so sad. I mean, I'm thinking about this, right? OutOfPoket's next opponent can either be Lyle Jeffs, who's a two-time regional champion from this season, also would be getting a rematch from that Pittsburgh in that losers finals, or he can face off against the underdog that somehow beats Lyle too. So obviously, if you can beat Lyle, it's also going to be tough competition. Of course, we got Crimson S James waiting on the other side of that winner's bracket too. So incredible battles, and we got a whole loser side of the bracket that's still ongoing as well, and I'm very excited to see those two.
We've already seen Shiny Dialga take down one former regional champion, King Alexander, this tournament. Can he do it again as he looks to take down Lyle Jeffs III, arguably the most dominant trainer this season other than maybe Dunebug? Lyle Jeffs has been on a tear and has not stopped so far. I mean, he hasn't lost yet this tournament.
Yeah, well, before we get those battles, let's hear a word from the floor from OutOfPoket.
Welcome in, everybody. I'm here with OutOfPoket, who just had a really impressive win over Trent in our winner's side bracket. Pocket, when I was looking at this matchup on the bracket, I thought this was going to be intense because you two go back and forth and go Battle League, chasing the leaderboards. Tell us about Trent and your matchup.
Against Trent, the one thing I noticed straight away was Cresselia had just about like no real counter. The hardest matchup was Lickitung, and because of that, I was able to pair it with Bastiodon very well, as shown in the games.
Absolutely. You were telling me before we started rolling that you had a plan, but then you kind of went with your gut once the game started.
Originally, I was planning on leading Whiscash in the first game, but I kind of realized while I got on the stage that Cresselia is a lead. Even if I got it against Lickitung, I would have been able to soft lose and get farm on my Altari or Bastiodon.
That makes total sense, right? You want to set yourself up for success against a trainer like Trent. So yesterday you made a bold claim, right? You said you had a 100% chance of winning this tournament. Your odds are looking pretty good.
Yeah, I would say I'm about like 101%, maybe 102.
Absolutely, Pocket. Is there anybody you want to shout out before you continue on with your matches?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my mom, who's like right there. She took a picture of me and Trent when you're about to start playing. That was pretty cool.
Okay, I can just see Trent like taking the picture and tearing it in half after you beat him, right? But he's not like that. You're friends.
Yeah, we're pretty cool. Pretty cool with each other.
Cool with each other. All right, Pocket. Well, best of luck in your future rounds. Always fun to talk with you. Casters, back over to you.
You all heard it, 101%. You got the confidence to win a tournament if you want to. You got to believe you can do it, and it looks like OutOfPoket is the one that believes he can do it all the way. But someone else that might believe they can win this tournament is coming up. And if you're a two-time regional champion, I mean, you got to believe it, right? Especially if you've been on the run you've been on if you're Lyle Jeffs.
Absolutely. I have to say real quick with Pocket, I believe he is a math major, so 101% seems like interesting math for the math major going to university soon. But Like you said, Lyle Jeffs III coming up. Always a treat to watch him battle. I feel like he's one of those players you just rarely ever see make a mistake. Just his confidence right now has to be sky high. It's been a little while since he's even dropped a match, if I'm not mistaken. So he's got to be feeling good. And Shiny Dialga also is feeling good. This is his first time top cutting on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, the last time Shiny Dialga top cut was last season in Peoria, getting that 5th place there. Actually kind of interesting because OutOfPoket and Trent were all there too. So a lot of previous top cutters of Peoria making it here to Indianapolis as well. But great to see Shiny Dialga back again on top cut, and especially on the winner's side. But, you know, at the same time, he's also sitting against a very tough opponent. So it's, you know, bittersweet in some ways, but I think he's going to try and make the most of it too in this situation. And like you said, Lyle Jeffs makes pretty much no mistakes. And the thing is, when I watch his gameplay, even in finals matches, right, winners finals, grand finals, I've never seen so many lopsided matches before in my life. He just makes so many incredible reads, and so many of these best of fives he's just sweeping in 3-0 fashion as well. And we can see the teams here too, running a fairly meta team for the most part. Lyle Jeffs is, except for that Shadow Save by something that he brought to Vancouver to win it all the way and beating the runner-up of Worlds, Rubik's Master, in that grand final. So no easy opponent there either, and looking to continue his performance here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, a trusted pick for him, that Shadow Sableye. You know, I have to give a shout out to Stone Collection, a very talented trainer over in Europe, because he's been running Shadow Sableye all season. I don't know if Lyle took any inspiration from that or if he just decided to run it himself, but now Shadow Sableye becoming a signature for Lyle Jeffs as well. We take a look at this list of accomplishments. Vancouver Regional Champion, Charlotte Regional Champion, both from this season. Pittsburgh Regional Finalist. It feels like it was a while ago, but that was also this season, the very first regional of the North American circuit, where he ended up falling to Wadaj in the grand finals, and then NAIC top 8 from last year.
And all those accomplishments were under a year ago, too. So much has happened for Lyle Jeffs, as you can see his team of Shadow Sableye, Vigoroth, Shadow Whiscash, Altaria, Charjabug, and Skarmory. Lyle Jeffs is someone that I always had a lot of respect for. Seen him climb a lot in the Go Battle League leaderboard as well, so you knew he had the skills and mechanics to pull it off, and to see him thrive in this Show 6 environment in the Championship Series is incredible to see. And of course, all smiles here from Shiny Dialga, Peoria Regional top 16 from this year, top 8 last season, and of course top 16 from Indianapolis from that, I believe, first year.
I love Shiny Dialga's energy. His interview with Will yesterday, he just exudes happiness and joy, and he is happy to be here, but he's not content. He's not satisfied. He's gonna try and go for the win. He's rocking a meta team. Also, the Dunebug team, right, from EUIC. Yep. Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, Shadow Whiscash, Annihilate, Lantern, and Lickitung. The same team that Dunebug 97 ran, finishing as the runner-up of EUIC not too long ago.
And I remember specifically in that tournament, Dunebug's biggest fear or biggest difficulty was facing a Cresselia and Altaria core. We don't see that on the side of Lyle Jeffs, though, so I think Shiny Dialga has quite an even team composition into Lyle Jeffs. And here we go, game number 1, Lyle Jeffs III versus Shiny Dialga 45, and we have Altaria versus Skarmory. Instant swap out from Lyle Jeffs to draw out the Lickitung, and this is one of the matches I really love for Shadow Sableye. It's much better Shadow Sableye variants into the Lickitung. Typically, if you're going to shield, you're going to shield Power Whip either way. The lick damage is not enough to overcome, but the foul play damage is really starting to add up.
This is a matchup I want to see play. I want to sit back and take notes. How does Lyle treat this situation where he baits out the Lickitung with the Shadow Sableye? Shiny Dialga going for the Power Whip here. This would put the Sableye very low, but Lyle willing to take it. It does put him in range of getting licked down, but going to go for the foul play here. Foul play is going to be close to knocking out. I think Lickitung can withstand it, but it's going to put it into maybe, no, not quite Shadow Claw down range.
And the lick down is going to be successful for Shiny Dialga. Actually, putting Shiny Dialga in a pretty good spot. Didn't have to spend a single shield, maintains alignment, and doesn't have a lot of health on this Lickitung for Lyle Jeffs to farm down, but you can still get to body him. So it's kind of like a best of every possible scenario for Shiny Dialga so far. But we all know Altaria into Skarmory is not the cleanest matchup for Skarmory, and Whiscash could be interesting into Annihilate, but Annihilate is pretty strong with those counter damage, but if you get a few debuffs, it could be good. Oh, and getting the mud shot down to, getting a slight energy lead for Shadow Whiscash. It's the little things like this that can make a difference.
Just one mud shot, but it could make a big difference. And Shiny Dialga electing to go directly for the Night Slash, not going to bother building up and allowing Lyle Jeffs to potentially debuff his attack first. We see the Night Slash get shielded. Lyle wants, oh, he's actually going for the Mud Bomb bait here. A cheaper move. And this is going to allow him to try and outpace to multiple moves here. Lyle Jeffs, now which one will he opt for? Going for another Mud Bomb bait, going for back-to-back baits. Does Shiny Dialga make the call?
Oh, let's see. Does a shield come up? Oh, and last second shields a Mud Bomb too. This might be the champion difference. Lyle just recognizing that he can outpace this Annihilate if he goes straight Mud Bomb. He had the mud shot advantage, and also the Mud Bomb energy is less than the Night Slash. It's going to be faster to get to. And now this means he could get to the Scald before Annihilate gets to another move. This is Shadow Scald coming in against Annihilate. I don't think it's enough knockout, but it's going to put the Annihilate quite low.
Puts it really low. Annihilate is going to save the Night Slash for later, and Shiny Dialga able to keep the alignment, doesn't waste the energy there. Nice patience on display. And now I think Shiny Dialga's in a good spot. He can simply go for a move. He's going to allow Lyle to throw first, wants to get this Altaria as low as possible before electing to throw his energy. First Sky Attack coming through, lands on the Skarmory, going for the Brave Bird. This will be enough to knock out, and I don't think the Whiscash has enough left in the tank to close out this game.
And even if it did, the Annihilate still has a Night Slash ready, and you have to dump the energy. Doesn't have the energy. Shiny Dialga taking a game off of Lyle, just playing out of his mind. Probably the best I've ever seen him on stage.
Shiny Dialga looked so composed, and his reactions were so quick, right? He was ready for that Shadow Sableye save swap. He knows it's a relatively safe Pokemon against his team. He positioned his Lickitung in the back, the immediate swap, and did not give Lyle any advantage throughout that entire battle.
And that was after 2 Mud Bomb baits from Lyle Jeffs into Annihilate. Shiny Dialga staying composed, not letting that discourage him. And I love it too, the control he had there. Lyle Jeffs comes in Altaria into that Annihilate with the Night Slash, and instead of throwing the energy and panicking, he said, you know what, I'm gonna bank this for later. This is my win condition. I have a great matchup with Skarmory. I'm gonna realign that, and just countering Lyle Jeffs' moves at every way around the turn. Obviously, great lead and counter swap for sure for Shiny Dialga, but someone as good as Lyle Jeffs has ways to find win conditions against players if they don't play perfectly themselves. Shiny Dialga playing perfectly as well to match Lyle's incredible gameplay.
He sort of soft countered him through the entire matchup, and that actually worked out for the best because it didn't give Lyle any opportunities to maybe get a big head start on energy. He did opt to do that quick Whiscash swap, like you said, getting a 1 mudshot head start, but it was not enough to overcome the Annihilate, even with a double Mud Bomb bait.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? In these games, if you don't have that lead advantage or that safe swap advantage, if you get a shield advantage anywhere, that helps your case of making a comeback much better. But Shiny Dialga maintaining the even shields with Lyle Jeffs all the way throughout, spending only shields with Lyle Jeffs, spending shields to the point where they were on even footing with their resources the entire time. And with a slight team composition advantage going into that matchup, Shiny Dialga able to come out on top against a 2-time champion.
Lyle Jeffs making some decisions here. We've already got one trainer locked in, and Lyle looks like he's just about set to go as well. It was, I think the only thing Lyle maybe could have done differently in that first game was shield the Power Whip in that secondary matchup. And even that, of course, it's like a 50-50 call, right? So you can't say that was necessarily a mistake, maybe just made the wrong call there. And here we go. We have a lock-in for game number 2. It's going to be Shadow Whiscash taking on Annihilate in the lead.
And we saw this matchup in the back end, and now we have it in the lead. This is still, generally speaking, a better matchup for Annihilate. Look at the counter damage just add up. And this time around, Shiny Dialga is on even energy too, so no much advantage from Lyle Jeffs. Lyle Jeffs going to let this first Night Slash go, recognizing it is not the Shadow Ball. Might go for the Scald and swap here. Let's see how he plays it out. He goes straight for another Mud Bomb, actually. We got a shield early on from Shiny Dialga. Now, again, he is going to get this Scald, but I believe at the same time, the Night Slash is going to be reached. So let's see if maybe he tries to go for a catch or not. Oh, and then actually throwing another Mud Bomb at Shiny Dialga's Nylib. This is super interesting.
You see most players elect to always throw that Scald. We see a Protect Shield for Lyle. Most players always opting for that Scald, wanting to get those debuffs. Lyle says, no, I'm going to throw the lesser energy cost move. And are we going to see a pivot? Does he get to another move here? Lyle, confident that he can reach the Mud Bomb, and it's caught onto the Skarmory.
Really great understanding of the counts from Shiny Dialga too. Lyle just trying to get some chip damage against the Nylib before anything else happens. Shiny Dialga recognizing, I already spent both shields, I don't want to take any additional damage. And here comes the Sableye into the Skarmory. Sableye is going to outpace on the energy. And you see Sableye actually not throwing the energy, wanting to come away with extra energy for that Nylib. And the link's on that. He doesn't know this is back yet, but is in the back. And I like this play too from Lyle, just because if you look at the energy of the moves from Sableye, Dark and Rock has coverage against everything in the team of Shiny Dialga, so the energy won't go to waste.
We see a slight undercharge, still knocks out the Skarmory, and now this Sableye with such a head start is going to be able to get off multiple foul plays potentially against the Lickitung here. Shadow Sableye, the damage output is going to be significant here. Look at how much that foul play does against the bulky Lickitung. Goes for another foul play here. Knows he's not even in body slam range, so is able to overfarm slightly. And another foul play is going to put this Lickitung into red health.
And Shiny Dialga hasn't even seen the Altaria yet. You can see Sableye trying to reach for another move. Does Shiny Dialga throw it? Does throw the body slam at the very last second. Great timing from Shiny Dialga. But how do you get rid of this Altaria? One of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League. Annihilate still has a decent amount of health left, but one Sky Attack should do it. Shiny Dialga going to throw by him. I gotta assume he's going to swap straight to the Annihilate. Loudjet still has a Whiscash for a potential catch on top of the Altaria that's going to be really hard to take out.
This is so difficult for Shiny Dialga because I don't know if the Shadow Ball is going to be enough here. And he's got to go for it here. The Shadow Ball is going to land. Lyle not able to catch. This is going to do significant damage. Can Altaria endure the Shadow Ball? Yes, it can.
Easily endures it and still has energy left for this Annihilate. Sky Tag is for sure going to knock out this Annihilate. Can you get the lick down against the Altaria? There's pretty much no health left on this lick down. Actually, a decent amount. Might get the lick down. Let's see. It's super close. Gets the lick down. Can you lick down the Whiscash, which has a little bit of health left? Shiny Dialga coming away. 1 HP left on the Lickitung. I thought it was over, but Shiny Dialga fighting to the end. 2-0 against Lyle Jeff III. What an impressive series from Shiny Dialga.
Oh my goodness, Shiny Dialga proving it's not over until it's over. And the Lickitung damage registering first onto that Whiscash. A relatively neutral game across the board. And I think the Mud Bomb catch in the beginning was a significant factor in Shiny Dialga dancing around in winning that game.
Yeah, really good show of how strong the game knowledge is of Shiny Dialga. Not playing a linear game, but instead playing a very dynamic game, right? Giving up switch advantage, recognizing that it's better to save the health on Annihilate for later. It has a lot of play and coverage for pretty much the entire team of Lyle Jeffs. As you see, even the neutral Shadow Ball doing a ton of damage to Altaria. And Lyle Jeffs played a great game. Like, it's not like he made any mistakes, right? Shiny Dialga just a slight step ahead of the two-time champion, and Shiny Dialga, the underdog, putting on a show here in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, the Lickitung came up clutch here. The huge overfarm, only one turn before Sableye could get there, allowed this chip damage here, which set up the Annihilate. The teamwork makes the dream work. Shadow Ball puts Altaria very low. The Sky Attack gets off, and I think we underestimated the Lickitung here. We thought the Dragon Breath might outpace in terms of damage, but no. Lickitung said, I'm too bulky. I'm going to lick this down, and the one lick will register before the one mud shot, lifting Shiny Dialga to victory. Another fist bump, and Shiny Dialga is going to be moving on in the winner's side of this tournament.
I love the Shiny Dialga reactions too. I mean, he just seems like someone that just loves the game, loves PvP. And honestly, when you're playing and winning as well, like, what's there not to love about the game, right? So fantastic work from Shiny Dialga. Lyle Jeffs not out of it yet. He will be moving down to that loser's bracket, but what a series, right, from Shiny Dialga too. First game, obviously he had the team composition advantage and just stayed, you know, just even with Lyle Jeffs, but just had the advantage there. But that second series, I mean, he played really well in that matchup. And again, allow Jeff's like, what can you do, right? You played as best you could. Only thing he possibly could have done is catch a shadow ball in the whisk catch, but that's such a risky catch. If you don't get it, then it's even worse for you in that situation.
Yeah, like you said, it's not like Lyle made any mistakes. I don't know if we talked to him, if he's upset with any plays or decisions he made in that series. I think both players just played fantastic, and Shiny Dialga was able to get the win in the end.
Yeah, I think we might have an interview with Shiny Dialga on the floor, so let's hear what he has to say about that match.
Thanks, Caleb. We do indeed have Shiny Dialga on the floor here. Spotted a Shiny with a 2-0 streak against Lyle Jeffs. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?
I still feel it in my heart. That was crazy. That was easily the matchup I was the most worried about of any of them, like at all. He's the #2 person. He's got 2 wins. He's just been killing it recently. I prepared all last night for this.
Did you? How do you prepare for this sort of thing? Because this is your first time on the winner's side, correct? In the top cut. What did you do? Did you study the matchups? Are you taking notes?
Oh yeah, studied the matchup a lot. I looked at what mons of mine were the best, and I found the 3 that were pretty good. Gligar was pretty good too, but if he brought Skarmory, that was just game over. So it was a little of a riskier play, and it ended up paying off. My 3 worked out really well. I practiced against a friend of mine. He's playing in the Cup right now, and he played with me a ton and helped me go through it all. And it paid off, 2-0. I'm so happy. This is a crazy run. This is insane.
Absolutely. You had an absolutely incredible run. I don't know if you saw it, but you were actually picked as the play of the day yesterday as well, being able to wait a turn and then catching. Yeah, this is really great for you. Is there anyone that you want to shout out at this point? You're still on the winner's side. You're in the winner's semis.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I shouted out a couple people yesterday, but I forgot someone. DewgongBug. He's helping out with this, and I stole his team from EUIC, and, you know, it's doing great. It's doing amazing. I'd also thank my family, SJ, my local. He's been practicing with me a lot, and all the people who helped me scrim. It's awesome. It's doing good so far.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Maybe we'll see some more very hype plays from you throughout. We're just getting started. We're still going into some of the matches. Don't go anywhere. Back to you guys.
I have been converted into a Shiny Dialga fan in this tournament. I absolutely love this guy's energy. He is ecstatic, and he is putting on a show with his skills as well.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before we went live on, like, you know, when you make that day 2 in that top cut, how much you prep for your opponent, right? Sometimes you might not prep as much. Sometimes you do a lot. And it looks like Shiny Dialga prepped plenty last night, and it definitely paid off in that first series against Lyle Jeffs.
Unbelievable scenes here. I think Lyle was one of the favorites, and rightfully so, coming into this tournament. Maybe some people would have predicted he would go on to win, and he still very well could. But Shiny Dialga, sometimes it's who's got the hot hand, right? Or in our game, maybe the hot fingers or thumbs.
Yeah.
But Shiny Dialga, awesome stuff from him, and he's a joy to watch play this game.
Yeah, like I said, you know, OutOfPoket is going to face the winner of that. Of course, Lyle Jeffs and OutOfPoket would have been an incredible matchup, but anyone that's able to take out Lyle Jeffs would also pose a threat to OutOfPoket. So very excited to see how that winner's bracket continues on. But we got another side of the bracket too. On the loser side, we have some incredible matches coming up, and I'm very excited to see those two, because some tournaments, the winner of it can come from the loser side and have to battle a slew of competition just to get to that grand finals. But you know, if they do, they got what it takes to take it all. We got Teddy Bear against ValorAsh in round 2 of this loser's bracket.
2 big names going head to head. Teddy Bear, we saw earlier in a close loss against Crimson K19, and he is rocking a relatively unique team. I'd say both of these trainers are rocking unique teams compared to the traditional meta. Teddy Bear, I'm sure, looking to get back into the win column. ValorAsh has been on the loser side of the bracket and has had to really claw his way to this point. I know I talked to him, he was game planning last night, and he said the game plan he came up with really worked to perfection against his first opponent today. We'll see if he can execute another game plan here against Teddy Bear.
I mean, look at that signature pick of Talonflame into Teddy Bear's team. It looks so good. But let's look at Teddy Bear's team specifically right now. We got the Skarmory, Registeel, Shadow Gligar, Vigoroth, off Altaria and Trevenant. I don't know if this is the only Trevenant, but it's definitely one of the few Trevenants I've seen in recent memory, especially in Top Cut. It's just a Pokemon that you rarely see anymore. It used to be a staple in the Championship Series, especially in the first 2 seasons, but after it got nerfed on that C-Bomb, grass types in general have pretty much gone extinct. Teddy Bear, though, making a comeback with it.
It's a shiny flex Trevenant as well, and he will be taking on ValorAsh here. Some accomplishments for ValorAsh: Orlando Regional Top 16, Knoxville Regional Top 16, and San Antonio Regional Top 16. Has been very consistent this season in terms of top cuts, and also dating back to an NAIC Top 16 a couple years ago. We'll take a look at the team. You mentioned the signature pick, Talonflame, flying high in the sky, and he's running double flying charge attacks, going for that Brave Bird fly as opposed to the regular flame charge fly.
Yeah, that's something I missed yesterday too, because I was just focused on the Shadow Magnet Zone. That's going to be interesting though into Teddy Bear's team. Typically speaking, that might be some, it's some neat coverage for sure. You got the hard-hitting Brave Bird or the not as hard-hitting fly, kind of similar to like a Skarmory, but the problem is you end up losing that fire coverage that you have with Flame Charge, and that fire coverage actually looks pretty good into Teddy Bear's team. You got double seal, so not able to rely on that, but Talonflame still looks pretty good in this matchup. And you see in the back there, as well as the Shadow Match, so we do have a mirror match to start things off, and this is really good for ValorAsh. The one thing that really shuts down that Talonflame is Altaria, so he loves seeing this in the lead.
Yeah, that's a great point. The Talonflame lurking in the back could be extremely dangerous. If Teddy Bear allows ValorAsh, and he lets the Sky Attack go through, if he lets ValorAsh get rid of this Altaria here in the lead, I think it's going to be a difficult situation for Teddy Bear to overcome. We're going to see ValorAsh make a decision to shield. Yes, he's going to shield and may go for the farm down. No, we're going to see a quick pivot by Teddy Bear to avoid the farm down.
And we draw out the Gligar as well. This is actually really good for ValorAsh as well, because now the Magnet Zone has a little bit more space to go. There's just Trevenant in the back, though. Trevenant actually has a decent amount of play into that Magnet Zone, but you at least avoid that matchup. Yes, the Gligar's gonna come away with a decent amount of energy, but he already chunked it quite a bit in the health, and now the Incinerate damage is really gonna start adding up against the Shadow Gligar.
Aerial Ace going to knock out the Altaria. I don't think you can come in with the Magnet Zone when you're down this much energy against the Glide. Oh, my stand corrected. Comes in with the Magnet Zone, and we're gonna see Teddy Bear over farming here, eventually going for the dig. This would obviously one-shot the Magnet Zone. It would do devastating damage, so ValorAsh forced to put up a shield, respect the dig. But now, ValorAsh, is he gonna go for the Wild Charge? Yes, he is. This is resisted, but it would knock out the Gligar. It's such a devastating move. Gligar, is it going to? No, it's gonna go down.
And we get the resistant Wild Charge completely taking out the Gligar, but Trevenant is coming in. Shields are down on the side of ValorAsh. You're going to get the fly, but no, the Shadow Ball is going to come through first. This is really reminiscent of North American International Championships in 2022 when he got taken out, his Talonflame by a Shadow Ball. Does Talonflame hang on? No, it goes down yet again. And here we have the Teddy Bear Shadow Ball being loaded up against the Magnet Zone, going to reach the Shadow Ball to take out the Magnet Zone as well. Trevenant is back and is here to sweep the team of ValorAsh.
Are you kidding me? Trevenant takes down the 2 Spice Picks from ValorAsh with double Shadow Ball, and Trevenant putting on a show here in game number 1, saying, like you said, I'm back and perhaps better than ever.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm actually like really curious about why ValorAsh came into the Gligar with the Magnet Zone, because I think, Talonflame, you wouldn't have to spend a shield, right? The Incinerate damage adding up. Maybe on like the 3rd Aerial Ace, if Teddy Bear gets to it, you have to shield it, but the Gligar was really low on health. It was only at 1 Aerial Ace so far. I think if he got that farm down, he'd be slightly better position, but again, the Trevenant has a lot of play into the Magnet Zone in the back-end matchup, so if the Talonflame goes pretty low, at the same time, it could be tough. Talonflame is really strong into the side of Teddy Bear's team, but you got the Register with Zap Cannon, you got the Rock Side from Vigoroth, you got the Shadow Ball from Trevenant, Braver hits a lot. I mean, pretty much the Talonflame doesn't operate as well without shields, and I think that would be the adjustment I want to see from ValorAsh. Save the shields for your MVP pick of Talonflame and see what it can do.
My guess, the reason he came in with the Magnet Zone there against the Gligar is if you look at the Trevenant on Teddy Bear's side, it's really good against ValorAsh's team. So I think he was calling Trevenant in the back and felt like positioning his Talonflame there was probably his best course of action, but there wasn't really a whole lot of good opportunities there when you have to swap your Magnezone into a Gligar down energy.
That's right. And so we're going to see if ValorAsh is able to make an adjustment or not. Talonflame does do way more damage than used to, but even the Incinerate damage is not enough to take out the Trevenant right away. But this is a fantastic lead for ValorAsh, up to 2 shields apiece. There's no way the Trevenant muscles through. And actually coming in with the Gligar instead. I like this play from ValorAsh. You can just stay in, chip down the Gligar. You have the Altar in the back for the Trevenant as well. Airways come through. No way this is going to be anything that's worth shielding. Go and let the first one go.
Exactly. You have another answer to the Trevenant. No need to really swap out immediately. Going for the fly here. This would potentially knock out. So we're going to see a shield come up from Teddy Bear, and ValorAsh going to be 1 Incinerate away. Now going to actually swap in to the Altaria. Has some energy banked for later on his Talonflame.
I love this play from ValorAsh. You grab the shield, the Gligar's low and in Dragon Breath range. You have a shield advantage, and there's a Trevenant in the lead. What are you going to do if your Teddy Bear come into the Altaria with a Trevenant loaded with Trevenant into Altaria with energy? That's going to be a really tough position for Teddy Bear. This might force Teddy Bear to show his third Pokemon, which is going to be the Altaria. And then, of course, you got the Magnezone back, and that's going to be a fantastic matchup for ValorAsh.
Also leaving his Altaria with minimal farm for whatever Teddy Bear decides to bring in here. Has to bring in his own Altaria. Doesn't want to eat the Sky Attack, but ValorAsh has the Moonblast. Super effective, threatening damage here. Teddy Bear going to let it go. This is going to connect.
He's got to let it go because the Trevenant still has to deal with a Talonflame. We get the Shadow Claw down, though. Trevenant able to overcome the Talonflame in that first game. Can you do it again? You have to go for the full Shadow Claw down, but look at how much damage you're taking from the Incinerate. Actually going to throw on Charge Attack priority. Potentially could force a shield from ValorAsh. ValorAsh is at that fly. ValorAsh is going to shield, trying to grab that final shield from Teddy Bear, and the fly is going to start coming through. I mean, you got to shield this if you're Teddy Bear, right?
Yeah, you have to. You have to shield the fly. He doesn't like it. But now I think if you're ValorAsh, you simply swap, and all you need to do is land a mirror shot onto this Trevenant. We're going to see Teddy Bear gets the move first. Also going to bake the Seed Bomb, the lesser energy cost move. This will force the shield out of ValorAsh. You have to respect that Shadow Ball. That would knock out. Now ValorAsh has the Mirror Shot loaded. He's actually going to overfarm a little bit. Okay, ValorAsh going to go to double Mirror Shot. What great energy generation. And now he has a Mirror Shot loaded for the back Pokemon as well.
Yeah, just maximizing his advantage here. Switch time wasn't even up for Teddy Bear. Even if it is at that point, you got the double Mirror Shot, but going to throw a parting Wild Charge as well. Really great mechanical skills and knowledge of the energy counts from ValorAsh in this game number 2, forcing that game number 3. And I love it, right? Look at ValorAsh's team. He's got Whiscash, Cresselia, and Annihilate. 3 really meta Pokemon. But he's not bringing them. He's bringing the Shadow Magnezone and Talonflame every time. ValorAsh has like half meta teams, but he doesn't even use the meta part. He uses the spicy part all the time.
Right, you kind of wonder if he's going for style points or if he just feels like that's his best way of getting a victory. And, you know, I think some people might look at that game, say ValorAsh led Talonflame into Trevenant, favorable position. But Teddy Bear has some really safe options on his team. Teddy Bear's Shadow Gligar is virtually unchecked, has play against everything on ValorAsh's team. So the ability to maintain that lead advantage and not give it away against Teddy Bear is significant. And ValorAsh able to turn around from a Game 1 loss, has now evened up this series 1-1.
Yeah, I think ValorAsh has been playing really well with those neutral matchups, right? Talonflame and Altaria checking that Gligar, even though it doesn't really hard be in those situations. And so really impressive ways that ValorAsh is dancing around these matchups. We are in the losers bracket, so this third game is pivotal. If you lose, it's you're out of the tournament. If you win, you have a chance to keep moving forward. And ValorAsh, someone we saw in the accomplishments, multiple top cuts, but never that finals, final finish, never making that grand finals stage. And the thing I noticed in his top cuts is he's always entering day 2 on the loser side. So he is well aware and used to the pressure of needing to win to stay in the tournament. Let's see if he can do it here in Indianapolis and continue his run.
Both trainers getting set to lock in here. We've seen a lot of the same picks over the first 2 games, maybe mixing it up into different orders. A decisive game 3. We are locked in. We are ready to go. And it's going to be the Trevenant facing off against the MountnDewgong.
And this is going to be not the best matchup for ValorAsh, but you have still a lot of play with the mirror shot. I mean, even a wild charge will do a decent amount of damage resisted into the Trevenant. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going through the wild charge and dip. He has 2 flyers in the back for the Trevenant. I like this play. Grab an early shield before the Shadow Ball is reached from Teddy Bear. You get the shield. Now here comes the Talonflame, which has a lot of play. And here's the thing. This Talonflame, typically, the fly's not doing a lot of damage, but you have Brave Bird on this Talonflame, and you can do a lot of damage to this Altaria with it.
I think this Brave Bird could really come in handy potentially in this matchup. We're going to see a Sky Attack come through first, though, as ValorAsh elects to overfarm a lot of energy. I believe he's at 100 energy, did 5 Incinerate, so going to have to throw. Now Teddy Bear has to make a decision. Do you respect the Brave Bird? I don't think a Brave Bird would quite knock out, so he's actually going to let it go. Calls the fly, but ValorAsh has a lot of energy still.
He has another fly loaded. This is why Talonflame's so strong, right? Fire Pokemon typically not going to do great into Dragon, but because he had the Incinerate lead and back-to-back fly, if you shield this, it's over because you have another fly left. So Teddy Bear recognizing it is going to swap out, and now you have 2 Pokemon weak to the Talonflame, and this is why it is ValorAsh's MVP pick. He knows how to pilot this Pokemon better than anyone else. They say driver, not car, and he is the best driver for this card.
Fly, Talonflame, fly. Now Trevenant has to throw the Seed Bomb, doesn't want to take more Incinerate damage. Seed Bomb, although heavily resisted, will still knock out the Talonflame, but ValorAsh was able to take back switch advantage, and now he aligns the MountnDewgong against the Skarmory.
And this is the worst case scenario for Teddy Bear too, getting so much energy on this MountnDewgong. ValorAsh going to shield up. I assume going to build to the double wild charge before throwing, having the energy for the Trevenant in the bag. You see Teddy Bear shaking his head saying, man, I don't know what to do in this team. Took the gamble, brought in the Skarmory, weak to both the Talonflame and the MountnDewgong. We saw ValorAsh bring it in first 2 games. He brought it again, and even though the line was in Teddy Bear's favor, just could not play around the energy of ValorAsh. And here goes ValorAsh with the wild charge to boot against the Trevenant, throwing on charge attack priority as well. Resistance damage going to do a ton here, and ValorAsh going to continue his run on the blue side in Indianapolis.
Are we sure that was resisted damage? It did so much to the Trevenant. ValorAsh finding a way to get the victory against Teddy Bear, and he will be moving on in the tournament. Caleb, if you looked at those 2 team compositions on paper, I felt like Teddy Bear had the advantage, but the ability of MountnDewgong to wild charge and dip created that shield advantage, and the shield advantage Talonflame was able to beat the Altaria. And then flipping switch is all ValorAsh needed to win this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ValorAsh playing it really well in this matchup all the way throughout. It's just, like you said, right? Not a lot of these matchups were fairly neutral for the most part, but ValorAsh able to kind of muscle through some of these matchups, recognizing when to swap, when to throw the energy, and when to just tank the moves. I mean, these are not easy Pokemon to play. You got a 5-turn move Talonflame, a 4-turn move Shadow MountnDewgong, and the MountnDewgong is not bulky at all, but able to dance around these matchups and maximize his advantage all the way throughout. I mean, it's just what a great show from ValorAsh. And I gotta say, the Talonflame ValorAsh is gonna follow him everywhere. The last time he didn't use Talonflame was last season. He's played in multiple tournaments this season. Talonflame every single time. Don't matter what the meta is, you're gonna find ValorAsh and that Talonflame in that tournament.
It's his signature pick, and he utilizes it well. I think in the past he's opted for the Flame Charge variant, mixing it up now. Maybe decided Fly Brave Bird was the way to go. We've seen it a few times. Sometimes people feel like that Incinerate damage is all you need, and that Brave Bird really comes in handy in certain matchups like against Whiscash, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the Shadow MountnDewgong pick too, that's not bench pressure. He brought it into every single game into Teddy Bear. And Teddy Bear had the bigger off, right? You got the ground type of Gligar, but it's just not enough. The damage is just so much from MountnDewgong, even for neutral or resistant. We saw resistant wild charge still being respected and shielded from Teddy Bear. I mean, Grass and Electric, you're usually thinking that's a good spot to be in, but not if you're using Shadow MountnDewgong. And I gotta say too, right? I've seen people use Shadow MountnDewgong it is not easy. It looks fun. It looks cool. It is not easy to use. When you see people like ValorAsh and ValorAsh using it, they're doing something special with it. It's not the pick itself. It's the pilot behind it.
It's the real deal. Shadow Magnezone is the real deal, and perhaps it's here to stay. It's a difficult Pokemon to use. You gotta use your shields wisely. You gotta preserve those Protect shields if you want to keep your Shadow Magnezone around. But we've seen ValorAsh find ways to put it in the right positions. And when you can get your Shadow Magnezone lined up against the Skarmory in the endgame, I think you're in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Magnezone's real deal, so is ValorAsh. If you're in this bracket, I definitely would be worried about facing that too, because this ain't no ordinary Talonflame, right? It's Talonflame pilot from ValorAsh, and the Shadow Magnezone has so much bench pressure and actual pressure as well. We're looking at the winner side bracket. We have Crimson K and S. James P waiting in the semis, as well as OutOfPoket and Shine Dialga, but we're starting to go through that losers bracket as well. We just saw Teddy Bear get eliminated from ValorAsh. ValorAsh also beating Cyberchrome T off stream. We have MountnDewgong beating East Strawberries off stream, now facing off against Gordon Flash coming up soon. And then we had Shady Equation take out Rock Haven, and Shady Equation will be facing off against Trent. Elim took out Bob Rapper and will be facing off against Lyle Jets. Incredible battles here in the losers bracket.
Yeah, the losers side of the bracket, some big names still to look out for. You can't count out a trainer like Elim. We've seen MountnDewgong make deep runs in the past. Of course, NAIC last season finished in 4th place. So lots of big names in the losers bracket still. And on the winner's side, both of those matches only one win away from starting a best-of-5 series to the winners finals.
Yeah, speaking of big names, we got the big name of ValorAsh here on the stage. Let's take it to interview and hear his thoughts after that match.
Big names indeed. Welcome in, everybody. This is ValorAsh. We're going to talk to you about your win, your breakthrough moment, if I may, that you just had on stage. Mason, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I've made top cut in the past 5 tournaments I've competed in, and I have not made it past the past battle I just won. So further than I've ever made it in a Play Pokemon tournament.
Absolutely. I know the goal is to just keep going, right? Just keep winning?
Absolutely. Just keep winning. That's always the goal.
Mason, you have one of the most interesting teams that I think we've ever seen, especially in NA. I see a lot of our co-casters in backstage saying, oh yeah, a little EU inspiration, Talonflame, Shadow Magnezone. Tell us how everything fits together.
Talonflame's just been a special of mine. I've kept it on my team for the past 10 teams that I've built. And after seeing the recent success with Shadow Magnezone in EUIC, I was like, okay, I'll try it back on my team. I tried it on Peoria a couple regionals ago. It didn't go so well, but it's doing magic for me here. So yeah.
Awesome, Mason. And you actually just qualified for Worlds, is that true?
I did. I was 3 points short of qualifying for Worlds coming into this, and I've officially qualified for Worlds. All booked and everything.
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting to see what teams you build. If you had to call it right now, is Talonflame going to be on your Worlds team?
Absolutely. You don't even have to ask the question.
All right, ValorAsh, is there anybody you'd like to shout out, anybody you'd like to thank for your journey this weekend?
Absolutely. I'd like to thank Legends United, my teammates, for supporting me, helping me get here, and Johanna as well for supporting me through everything that I do.
Absolutely, Mason. Best of luck in your future rounds. Hope Shadow Magnezone and Talonflame can keep on going for you. And we're going to take a look back at our previous 3 matches, but don't go anywhere.
Good game. Good game.
Yes! GG's, dude. GG's.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
That is a 3-0 sweep in the Knoxville Grand Finals, and DewgongBug becomes your back-to-back champion here in North America.
To win 2 regionals, I am absolutely blown away. After last season, I did not feel very confident about my abilities, and I've been way more consistent this season, and I feel like it's just been a much better road for me.
And DewgongBug proving yet again why he's one of the best, not only in North America, but the entire world, undefeated going to day number 2.
I think my toughest matchup of day 2 was Onion Frank. He had such a crazy team with that Superior with Leaf Tornado, because anytime that debuff goes off, it can cause a lot of problems, but I feel like I was just able to play around it perfectly.
This is the thing, right? It's going to, if you get the debuff, it's going to be huge. It finally gets the debuff, right? He needed that.
I feel like the strategy I came in with for this tournament really worked out well. Whiscash and Gligar have each other perfectly in this meta. The harder hitting Scald was very beneficial against like the more neutral matchups, like against Lickitung, Skarmory. It was very useful in those matchups.
You're gonna force energy out of the Skarmory eventually because it can't fast attack you down.
I was super confident going into the grand finals because I felt like my team was very neutral against him, and I feel like that plays very much into my advantage.
Not only is he playing at an incredibly high level, but somehow he's also getting these very small percentage chances to go even further.
I'd say the deciding moment where I was gonna win was when I got that final Night Slash boost with Annihilate. The Night Slash boost just does so much, and then subsequent Night Slashes put so much pressure on my opponent, and it's just so fun when that happens.
DewgongBug rolling in Knoxville.
This win means a lot, like for validating my own confidence and determination. Every tournament I try to go in with the utmost confidence, and it's just paying off now, like in a big way.
Rise and shine, Pokemon trainers, get on that war paint because we are getting ready for some battles. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger to many in the community, here with my good pal, Speediest Chief, Speediest Burger Duo here, coming at you, delivering some hot battles in the losers bracket round 2.
That was honestly, Amanda, one of the most colorful analogies. Put on your war paint. Yeah. That was hype. I like that a lot. It's Championship Sunday here in Indianapolis, Indiana, and again, as we kind of narrow the field of competitors, it gets thinner, it gets more complicated, it gets more complex as you try to work through these final rounds of matches. We've seen actually a massive upset recently with Shiny Dialga taking down Lyle Jeff, sending him to the losers bracket. But as a reminder, if you're a Lyle fan, he's not out of it just yet.
That's right, and if you are worried about people in the losers bracket, we have to remember, like, DewgongBug made an incredible run to become a regional champion from the losers bracket. I believe it was round 2 in a tournament.
No,
so I mean, if
round 1.
Round 1 even. So if you are already like thinking, oh, day 2 losers bracket, hey, they've already made it so far. Top cutting.
As they say, Amanda, this is a very popular phrase, nothing's Dune possible.
Hold for applause. Oh, what? No, still holding? Okay.
But no, seriously, I think that those kinds of runs prove to us that anything can be achieved here. You have to just set your mind to it. Talking with Rockhaven yesterday, he said you just have to take things one step at a time as you move through that bracket. You can't kind of lose focus. You can't look at the macro and see how far you have to go. You just have to take that next step.
Exactly. And even though this is the loser side of the bracket, there is so much to play for in that regard as well. There's a lot of pressure on the line for these trainers. They have lost one battle, which means one more they will be out. We saw Gordon the Flash lose earlier on today, but this is the first time in today we're going to see MountnDewgong playing, of course, having that Dewgong on his team.
Exactly right. This is a very similar composition to what Gordon faced earlier, the Dewgong and Annihilate combination from S. James P. And I gotta tell you, just tossing it back to that matchup, S. James seems to always snatch victory from the jaws of these Guzzlords, right? So Gordon the Flash gonna look to get his teeth settled on these Pokemon from his opponent, MountnDewgong. Now that being said, Gordon the Flash, we've talked about this trainer quite a bit. Let's take a refreshing look at the team. The trio that really sticks out to me, Amanda, is the Guzzlord, Cresselia, Skeledirge. Those three are like a formula in themselves.
I completely agree with you. Not something that you see very typically on a team, but when they're maneuvered, they really can be maneuvered to perfection. We also, speaking of the Skeledirge, don't see that many Incinerate users in the Play Pokemon series. I mean, we just did see ValorAsh winning with a Talonflame of that as well, but those are really the only two Pokemon that seem like competitively viable that people are bringing in. Let's talk a little bit about MountnDewgong. As you can see, 2024 season, doing Knoxville Regional top 16 and also top 4 at NAIC last year. That's coming up in June this year.
MountnDewgong just erupted onto the scene at NAIC, right? A lot of these trainers weren't familiar with him, but he was so impressive. Here in Indianapolis, looking to replicate some of that success. Like we talked about, very similar team to what Gordon the Flash just faced. Annihilate and Dewgong core stand out to me, but the Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, Shadow Whiscash, and Charjabug are complementary pieces.
Yes, Charjabug, we talked about being a little bit on the decline, people choosing to use a Lantern over it more nowadays. However, I mean, it looks like this Charjabug has been doing pretty well in the tournament form so far. And those X-Scissors, I mean, the Charjabug's going to be doing so much better against a Guzzlord than a Lantern ever would.
Charjabug's definitely an issue here for Gordon's team. Not only does he have the Guzzlord, which is a dark type, but also the Azumarill, so it definitely feels like his choices are a little bit limited. We're going to jump right here to game number 1. This is Losers Round 2. As a reminder, loser goes home, winner advances.
And we got a Whiscash in the lead versus a Vigoroth. We got Gordon the Flash on the left-hand side versus MountnDewgong on the right. Let's see how these two trainers want to play it out.
Very neutral matchup to start it off. The Scald debuff can be instrumental, but it is a little bit slower pacing than the Body Slams for the Vigoroth. Going right on the charge tech priority tie if the Whiscash would have thrown. Great knowledge by Gordon knowing the Vigoroth would have won that exchange regardless.
And also great wherewithal from MountnDewgong, recognizing that's exactly what Gordon was going for and just going one above anyway, making sure to get that extra much out. And you never know when it's going to come in to play. And also getting the shield on the bait. This is very big in the beginning portion of the game.
Scald's a little bit slower, but Mud Bomb is just a little bit faster. 5 and then 4 in terms of mud shots for the Shadow Whiscash. It gets to the second Mud Bomb. Gordon knows that's what's coming in, so he does not use the second shield.
Second shield not being deployed, as you can see, still gaining a ton of energy, already at 1 Body Slam. That Whiscash is completely dry, but he's going to have to throw it beforehand, or he's going to face another mud shot throwing right beforehand. And it looks like MountnDewgong is just going to let this Whiscash go.
I like this play a lot because if you go on the charge tech priority tie, it's so much more tempting for MountnDewgong to shield just so he can get off the Mud Bomb. But here comes Annihilate. This is such a polarizing matchup, and Gordon the Flash is going to get off the rock slide, but it's resisted, and Annihilate is going to gain so much energy here.
Yeah, there's not much that Vigoroth can do against it. Still in the green on the Annihilate, and now coming out with the Night Slash to boot here. In comes one of the harder counters to it in that Azumarill. A very risky play overall. Coming in with the Lickitung, and you can see Gordon the Flash not quite sure exactly how he wants to play this out. Lickitung does have a decent matchup against Azumarill as well because of that Power Whip. I like this play a lot. Yeah. Even though all this energy is there, the Body Slams nor the Power Whips really do that much to Skeledirge.
I like this play so much because you deal a lot of damage with the bubbles, and you also bank extra energy to try to get on parity with the Annihilate. Remember as well that Gordon the Flash is at a shield deficit here, so he really needs to leverage his energy advantage to have a shot at winning.
And I like how he does this too, timing it very well, going 1 Incinerate, now throwing the Disarming Voice. Obviously not wanting to show the Shadow Ball here, as Lickitung is a normal type Pokemon that Ghost would not be doing too much to it overall. You can see these licks are really adding up, but this Disarming Voice will now be coming through, forcing a shield off of MountnDewgong because he wants to be able to put some chip damage into this little crocodile.
Yeah, so the strategy here for MountnDewgong is probably to get as many licks as he possibly can. Maybe throw a Body Slam to knock out. Oh, actually goes straight for the lick down. Now he's got the Power Whip loaded for the Azumarill, but he baits the Body Slam as well, which is a great play under pressure. Gordon the Flash decides
Wow.
2 protect shield.
That was a big shield coming up. Not so sure what she's going to do. Shielding up the bait, but now there's a power whip with no protect shield remaining. Lickitung has put in work with his MountnDewgong, really playing this to perfection here. There is a lot of energy, but there is a shield left also on MountnDewgong's side.
3 words, Shadow Ball range. This Azumarill needs to be within Shadow Ball range for MountnDewgong to KO it. He's got the Shadow Ball loaded, no Protect Shields remaining. In the midst of the bubble, he throws the counter, just get a tiny bit more damage and try to close the window. Same type of attack bonus Shadow Ball from a high attack. Annihilate is gonna KO the Azumarill and win MountnDewgong game 1.
Wow, what incredible plays there. We're in losers round 2, but these feel like they could be almost final type matches. They're incredible plays there. Baiting at the end with that body slam from the Lickitung to be able to land the power whip, put it exactly where you said, Will, in Shadow Ball range, being able to knock out with the Annihilate. Incredible plays by MountnDewgong to get game 1.
The word I want to hone in on here is commitment. The commitment by MountnDewgong to go for the entire lick down of the Skeledirge was very, very risky, but it was instrumental to the win, right? Because then he's able to bait body slam, land the power whip, and then connect with the Shadow Ball. That was the formula, and he did not deviate.
Yes, and as you can see at this point too, it's like the Skeledirge is getting so close to being able to get to another disarming voice. This could potentially have changed everything as well, but not being able to reach it before you get licked down was the turning point. Also, just this point right here, dude, to shield or not to shield, that is the question.
Yeah, such a tough position because I think Gordon believed the bubble could have knocked out, but when you deal with Pokemon like Lickitung, like Cresselia, like Guzzlord, the HP pool is so massive that you just have to account for the bubble damage not adding up the way you want.
And now the Shadow Ball is connecting with it, being just enough to knock out even the bulkiest of Azumarills. They're still in the yellow. And now, if you're Gordon the Flash, you have to think, what am I going to do in this part? This is go big or go home moments. We are in the losers bracket, which means both of these trainers have already lost one matchup. They're trying to stay in it. They want to become the Indianapolis regional champion.
The big challenge, in my opinion, for Gordon is against S. James, the switch-in Lickitung body slam against his Guzzlord, that victory was really kind of just snatched away from him. He was so close, and now he's in this game against MountnDewgong where he almost got the Incinerate down and failed with that as well. He was so close to getting off the disarming voice to take the shield and then play roughing with the Azumarill to win the game.
Yeah.
His biggest challenge is not to get frustrated.
That is a good point, because sometimes this can wear at your mind as well. It's just as much a game in the mind as it is on the field. And also just knowing, like, the counts of your Pokemon. Not only are we dealing with half-second turns for these move sets as well, we have to figure out in the split second, will my Pokemon survive this? Which is the most appropriate move for me to be shielding here?
Exactly. There's a lot of pressure here. We saw Gordon commit to the Azumarill pick, which we thought might be a little problematic, but he trusts in its matchups across the board. Jumping right into game number 2, this could prove to be decisive. MountnDewgong leads Lickitung, and Guzzlord loves this matchup.
Guzzlord staying in, and you can see that fast swap out to Annihilate. Annihilate getting one counter, possibly two, is like great advantage for MountnDewgong. Cresselia is a decent answer, however. Doesn't want to be getting those Shadow Balls, but getting to those attacks just as quickly too. And no shield from MountnDewgong here, putting the Annihilate low, but not low enough to take it out.
It's a great early call, right? I think it does put a lot of pressure on Gordon to call the Shadow Ball here. At this point, MountnDewgong is approaching maximum energy, but throws the Shadow Ball. Finally, Gordon decided to shield. He's probably already chosen his route. He's probably going to double Protect Shield through this and just load up the Cresselia with energy.
I think that would be the smart play to go, as you can see, throwing one more, and since the Annihilate didn't throw, saying, okay, you either have to use a shield here to get off your attack, or you're going to go down to this second Grass Knot. MountnDewgong choosing to use that shield because, again, like you talked about, well, look how much energy is on that Pokemon, throwing once again a Shadow Ball, and perhaps we do see that double shield.
Yeah, double shield. I like the Grass Knot by Gordon to continue to apply pressure. He doesn't go for the straight fast attack down, because otherwise he would not have gotten the shield back. Now we see the Lickitung come in here almost immediately. Switch timer is still displaced because MountnDewgong wants to avoid that Guzzlord matchup.
Yeah, a lot of times players have to decide, do I want that switch advantage or do I want a shield advantage here? And looks like even though Gordon did not get the shield advantage, he did get that attack drop, the Moonblast being able to knock that down. That doesn't happen very often. Now these Licks aren't doing as much.
They aren't, right? Reducing the attack makes this matchup a little bit more tough for the Lickitung, a little more favorable for the Cresselia. Second Moonblast gets fired off here. It connects. Lickitung hangs on as expected, but honestly, looking at the back lines here, MountnDewgong's options are running out.
Yeah, there is still a shield left in play. This Grass Knot will be able to connect. I don't believe it'll be quite enough to take out. We've talked about the bulk of Lickitung. Yeah, Lickitung hangs on. In comes a Whiz Cash, but it looks like the Cresselia is just more than happy just to stay in at this moment, trying to catch, but not being able to get to on that Mud Bomb.
Coming in with the Azumarill, it's always an interesting question. Do you want to try to Scald at the cost of more energy to slow down the bubble damage and get a chance at the debuff? Or do you just spam these Mud Bombs as quickly as you can? Gonna take about 4 to KO the Azumarill, so Shadow Whiscash has a lot of work to do.
Well, a lot of mud coming at this Azumarill here. I think this is the more appropriate, safer bet play if you were like to play like one of those. If you're not a coin flipper to see if you're going to get that Scald debuff, you're going to go straight for those Mud Bombs instead. Azumarill paces very slowly with those bubbles, but already up to that play rough. Does MountnDewgong want to use his last shield? And Whiscash looks like he does.
Yeah, I mean, you barely have any health left on the Lickitung. You have a ton of energy, but you need to keep your HP management in mind, especially when you know there's a Guzzlord lurking in the back. Mud Bomb going to get fired off here. This is not going to be enough to KO, but the switch timers are also almost about up, so it looks like MountnDewgong could maybe reach for the Lickitung. No, he's going to cut off this Azumarill with another Mud Bomb.
Another Mud Bomb is ready. We have to remember also the Cresselia is very close to a grass knot of their own, so they could potentially be trying to build up for a catch, but Guzzlord looks like he's just going to come in, not taking any chances. If you're Gordon the Flash, though, you have to be a little bit nervous here because this is sort of a similar scenario where he ended up getting knocked out by S-James, just trying to really get all those Dragon Tails and get as much energy, but there is a lot of energy stored on the Lickitung as well.
Wow, tries to predict the switch in and actually kind of gets it right because Lickitung throws a Body Slam into the Cresselia, and this is fine because the Body Slam, like you said, man, it doesn't connect with the Guzzlord. Lickitung gets a couple more licks and another Body Slam, but the Dragon Tail does come through. I think the Guzzlord has enough energy to KO the Whiscash here after Lickitung
I believe so. Definitely enough energy. There's still enough health left. This Body Slam, it doesn't knock it out this time. Going for the Crunch, which is the heavier hitting. The Mud Shot goes through some, but Whiscash not even at the energy here. No Protect Shield training. Crunch is going to land.
Crunch. Guzzlord takes a bite out of Whiscash and evens up the series here against MountnDewgong. We're talking about getting frustrated, having kind of near misses over and over again. Gordon back on the right track with a win there.
And also, what you could say, learning from the mistakes, right, as well. So he recognized that why he lost that game earlier in a similar scenario, and he was very wary that he did not want to make that happen again. Fool me once, what is it, shame on me? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Fool me 3 times, can't get fooled again, right? So here comes Gordon the Flash versus MountnDewgong. Game number 3. We're going to see what they decide to lead here in just a few moments. But honestly, for you, Amanda, is there any Pokemon that you want to see in particular? Do you think it's finally time to answer these lines that we've seen in games 1 and 2?
You know, I don't know at this point what they want to go through. I mean, MountnDewgong does have that Dewgong on his team. It seems like a staple Pokemon. It does very well against the Guzzlord, but just not a lot of other targets for it really on the team.
Yeah,
so I don't know if he really wants to be bringing something like that in. Lickitung is a tried and true thing for him. A lot of people use Lickitung as what we call that safe swap, so if they don't win the lead with it. I believe last game MountnDewgong put it in the lead, however.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think that Pokemon could definitely be flexible. The Guzzlord is really kind of a wrench into the gears here for MountnDewgong because as you look at his team, he does have the Annihilate and the Dewgong, but when you start to bring both of those Pokemon, you leave yourself open to other weaknesses like Skeledirge, maybe even the Azumarill matchup, or Cresselia gets a little bit tougher. So this is really showing the strength of this trio from Gordon the Flash. Cresselia, Guzzlord, Skeledirge, great formula. Honestly, I wouldn't mind him just locking in those 3 and just trying to play out as best as he can.
I think that is a not too bad idea. One thing I'm really thinking about too is MountnDewgong's side. We haven't really seen much Charger Bug action, but it does well against like a lot of the team. Being able to throw X-Scissors at the Cresselia and the Guzzlord, basically in that neutral matchup as his own Charger Bug, and I mean really great plays with the discharge against the Skeledirge and the Azumarill. I mean,
yeah, and you resist all the counters from Vigoroth too.
Exactly. I mean, like I think that actually that might be if I was to put something in a safe swap position for Dewgong, maybe that would be it.
No Gligar on Gordon's team, right?
Right, exactly. No punishment for it.
No punishment, no ground types, nothing that's going to just eat the energy from the Charger Bug. So I don't know, maybe game 3 in this situation in particular is when you start to think creatively, you start to pivot out of the picks that you've used in the past couple of matches. Sometimes it's appropriate. Other times you don't want to reach too far outside of the box.
Sure.
You want to stick with what's tried and true, but I don't know. I think we might get some unique teams this time.
I'm kind of hoping so because I think at this point, of course, when you're playing a best of 3, you have to think about, okay, am I playing offensively or am I playing defensively as well? Are there any Pokemon that my opponent thinks really stands out on my side that I need to be protecting against as well?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have some some all-star pick. You say, you know what, my opponent has no answer. Let's see what they can try to do. This isn't the case. It's more neutral across the board. We'll have to see how these players want to play it out.
Gordon and MountnDewgong going to show us what they can do. We've got our leads on the field, very similar to game number 2. We've got Cresselia versus Lickitung.
Well, Lickitung, as we saw before, these Licks will be doing more because the Moonblast hasn't debuffed it yet. Might not even be able to get to at all, but now going for that body slam right away, not even giving that chance before even an attack is released on Gordon the Flash's side, but no shield putting in place.
This is a little bit longer of an intro matchup, so I just want to peek at the back line there. Great call, Amanda, with the charge bug, because look at this team from Gordon the Flash. Psychic-type Cresselia, Dark-type Guzzlord, Water-type Azumarill. You can hit super effective across the board here, and then we see the Azumarill switch in met by the charge bug.
Yeah, and this is very dangerous too. I mean, I think if you're Gordon the Flash, that's the best answer also to MountnDewgong's Annihilate in the back, and you can't really be able to throw anything too quickly at the charge bug. These Volt Switch are just going through, just eating away at the health here of the Azumarill. As you can see, charge bug down to the yellow, but so much energy. Now basically at 100 energy throwing that first discharge.
Exactly, charge bug all charged up, no pun intended. Here comes the discharge, super effective damage versus the Azumarill. It's not going to be enough to KO, but I do think some Volt Switches will add up. Just got to avoid another charge attack from the Azumarill too, though.
Yeah, basically, I think that pun was intended. Now this discharge coming through here, no shield, down goes the Azumarill, and now it's up to Gordon the Flash how he wants to come in, because if you look at both of these plays in the backline, neither one of them really want to eat an X-Scissor here. Guzzlord does like to eat. It's a big chomper here, but it's going to have to shield this up because it's going to get it very low.
Exactly. It can dish the damage, but can it take it? Gordon is going to go ahead and use his first Protect Shield of the game. That is a gigantic shield for a gigantic Pokemon, and he's going to look for the Dragon Tail down. But MountnDewgong's team composition is just stellar. Look at this. He's got the Annihilate ready to go.
And already, though, at least the Dragon Tail's got the Guzzlord up to a crunch here, maybe hoping for a debuff. No shield on this side as well, but look at that. Wow. The Annihilate's already quite low. In comes Cresselia, only to be met back with a Lickitung. Another pretty, neutral matchup here. Body Slam come through right before the Moonblast.
This is one of those moments where you can't, you kind of have to get out of the mindset of typings and matchups. You have to think about damage across the board. How can you apply the most possible damage? And I think that we don't need to sleep on the Guzzlord just yet, because the Dragon Tails do make a huge impact. Meanwhile, Cresselia's going to fire the Grass Knot against the Lickitung, probably trying to bait the Moonblast. MountnDewgong takes the bait.
He does take the bait, and I mean, honestly, I'm looking at this, and I don't actually think it's all called off for Gordon the Flash yet, because if the Lickitung manages to take out the Cresselia, the switch timers are misaligned. The Guzzlord's going to get a lot of energy off of this Lickitung as well.
That's tough. That's tough to lose a Cresselia. I thought it might hang out just 1 or 2 HP, but like you said, Guzzlord is resisting the licks, neutral body slams. It's trying to build to the double Dragon Claws.
It's going to be able to probably get to it. This body slam will go through. He's going to be able to use his shield here. This is smart of Gordon the Flash too, because if you think about it, neither the Night Slash nor the Shadow Ball from the Annihilate are going to be the heavier hitting charge attack. He is at 2 Dragon Claws. Will this be enough?
First Dragon Claw gets fired off here. MountnDewgong uses the final Protect Shield of the game. Gordon's got another Dragon Claw ready to go. He's going to try to fire it off as quickly as he can. He reaches for it. It's a Night Slash charge attack party tie.
I mean, this is just going to be chip damage, but at this stage, this chip damage could be very crucial in the end game. As you saw, they both clicked at the same time. The Annihilate does have the higher attack, so it did be able to fire first. Dragon Claw now coming through. Will this be enough?
Dragon Claw coming through. Same type attack bonus. Guzzlord trying to close the gap. Annihilate faints. Here comes Lickitung. It's got nothing left. It's going to reach for the body slam. It doesn't get there. MountnDewgong misses, and Guzzlord takes the win.
Wow. And you can see both of the players with their hands on their heads there. That came down to the wire, and you could tell neither player was quite sure how that was going to end up. You saw it kind of near the end game, and I think that's a time where, of course, the adrenaline is running high. If you're playing, you're trying to think of all the possible win conditions, but it's also important to take a breath.
Yeah.
Slow it down and say, wait a minute. If this happens, I have a chance. And I think that's exactly what happened with Gordon. He recognized, if I can get this Lickitung low enough where I can have enough energy to throw at the Annihilate, he's only got 1 shield left.
Exactly right. I really admire Gordon's tenacity to stick with the Guzzlord, right? In spite of that really tough loss to SJ, in spite of the really tough Game 1 loss to MountnDewgong, he didn't double down on the Guzzlord. He tripled down on that Pokemon because he knew it gave him the best shot at winning. And in spite of this charge bug, like you called out, Amanda, in spite of all these challenges, he overcame it.
I was just going to point that out as well. If you look at this team comp screams Charjabug will just take control. But Gordon the Flash managing to maneuver around that. I mean, I'm almost at a loss for words here. Really good plays, and even still, coming down to the absolute wire, MountnDewgong played fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. Like you pointed out, right? Protectioning the body slam makes so much sense in retrospect because you have to think in terms of what I call relative damage. You have to look at all the moves still available on the board and see what does the most damage and use your Protect Shield on that. But let's go ahead and hear from the Guzzlord gamer himself. This is Gordon the Flash with an exclusive interview. Maybe. We might have it. Okay, actually, we're going to get a different kind of review, a match under review.
Gotcha. Okay, that actually makes sense. Sure, of course.
I heard view, and I said, okay. Well, judges are going to take a look at that because it did come down to the wire. If you remember, it was the Lickitung versus the Guzzlord in the end. If I'm not mistaken. I believe it was.
So what we're hearing is there was a possible lag in the matchup. So of course the judges are just going to review it, make sure that this either did or didn't happen, because as we saw, since it came down to the absolute wire there, it's important to make sure that we get everything actually reviewed.
Yeah.
Everything is correct before we call an official winner.
So this actually reminds me of the matchup yesterday with CO as a Beast, trying to get to the body slam with Vigoroth, but the Altaria Dragon Breaths were adding up. So as you take a look back at the final moments of the matchup, Dragon Claw does connect. Lickitung looking for the body slam. It should be able maybe to get to the body slam. The judges are looking at that particular moment because if you think about the Dragon Tail damage, right? Dragon Tail's a 3-turn fast attack.
Correct.
Damage is going to apply right at the end of that fast attack. So if you're Lickitung, you're going to get, I guess you get 5 licks within the span of 2 Dragon Tails and then try to get to the body slam. But does that mean that Dragon Tail damage applies
at the very end
at the very end, then nullifying it, right? That's what we're reviewing right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to watch it another time here. Of course, we're going to kind of slow it down. We're going to get as much of the action as possible.
Let's
the
count the
Dragon Claw
licks.
does go out there. We see it knock down the Annihilate, and we see that the Lickitung is basically 2 away.
No.
3. 1,
2, 3, 4. And right there, as it gathers the energy, the Dragon Tail just slams down on the Lickitung. So our judges are going to look and see if the Lickitung should have gotten to that that body slam. And they're also probably discussing earlier game, right? If there was a missed lick, a missed fast attack somewhere else, then that energy could have compounded into a game changer in the end.
Exactly. And once again, just putting out to the attention that it's really good that if you think that there's something that maybe had gone wrong in a game, please bring it up to your judges, because that is what they're there for. They're here to make rulings, help everything run more efficiently, and really be able to give like the best scenarios and best possibilities for all of the trainers who are playing in this circuit.
Exactly right. I think at this point, especially in the loser side bracket, there's a big spotlight because this is a stream match. This is a very high stakes matchup. If you lose, you're out of the tournament. So I understand that, you know, this being under review, but also all these matches are important.
Right, exactly.
Whether you're on the floor, whether you're on the stage, equally important.
Yeah, exactly true. I mean, if you're playing and you're not even on stream, but you still think of something, raise your hand. I'm sure the judges will come to you, help you out with that sort of thing as well. We're going to see it a couple more times here while they're making the decision. Actually, the body slam is ready. The Dragon Tail does register at this point. The Lickitung is going down.
That's a big question, right? If the Dragon Tail damage should have applied there, or if Lickitung should have had a chance at the body slam, and not dissimilar from yesterday, right? We're looking at 1-turn fast attacks here. Lick, Water Gun, Dragon Breath, Fury Cutter, all these are 1-turn fast attacks. Half-second decisions need to be made here, so it's definitely worth a second look. And again, shout out to our production team with the replay and kind of slowing this down, because I think for new players watching the stream, they might not even be sure, like, what's actually under review? Like, I don't understand the turn durations. Well, we're trying to break it down as best we can.
Yeah, and that is like a really good point as well, because if you are a little bit newer to the game, yeah, you're probably like, wait, aren't all of these attacks the same? Like, I don't get why. What are you talking about with turn durations? But yes, some attacks take a little bit longer for the whole attack to go through. We have turns that are from 1 turn to 5 turns in Pokemon Go, and the Pokemon can choose different attacks, fast attacks that they want to use in this. A lot of 1 turns, like you said earlier, and then the 5 turn being incinerated. I believe that's the only 5 turn we have in the game at the moment.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see a lot of these 1-turn and 2-turn fast attacks kind of dominating the meta. For example, we might see a Dragon Tail Guzzlord with 3-turn Dragon Tail, or a Snarl Umbreon with 3-turn Snarl, or even a Zoomerl with 3-turn Bubble. But if you look at the rest of the teams here, you have 1-turn Lick on Lickitung, 2-turn Counter on Annihilate, 4-turn Volt Switch, which is kind of an outlier, right? 2-turn Wing Attack on Gligar, 2-turn Mud Shot on the Whiscash, and then 3-turn Ice Shard on Dewgong. So kind of a little bit of variance here, maybe a little bit more than I'm used to, but I think 1 and 2 turns are pretty dominant. tournament overall.
I believe so. 3 turns have been slowly making their way back into the meta more as well. And of course, this is what we also talk about when someone says like, "Ooh, they threw on nice timing or optimal timing." They're just saying that you know, because of these turn durations aren't quite the same, that they're not letting an extra turn go through or an extra move go through while they're throwing an attack.
Yeah, it's all about min-maxing, right? You want to minimize the number of free turns you're giving to your opponent. For example, if you're playing Shadow MagnaZone like ValorAsh and you're up against a 3-turn fast attack opponent, you want to throw 2 Volt Switches for 8 turns. Meanwhile, they have 3 of their own 3 turns, so you only cede 1 turn of free energy to your opponent. Yeah, it's all about min-maxing in battle while predicting teams, while reading lines, while, you know, throwing the right charge attacks and knowing your typings, knowing the matchups, and using shields. It's a little complicated.
Yeah, there's a lot of math involved, and there's actually some really nice videos out there as well that some people have done. I believe AlphaFeed made a nice video about this as well that we sometimes show during the broadcast to show. Oh, we have some.
The game is.
No, that's okay. I'm okay with that.
So that's one that's not, you can't do anything about it, like no rematch?
I think no rematch.
Yeah,
you're welcome to appeal.
I've seen some people like dispute DRE, but I don't want to dispute DRE. Like, I'm not going to dispute DRE.
We've since decided that it's
okay.
not disputable.
Yeah, I think that's honestly the right approach, if I'm being honest. So.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's consistent.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. Like, if it was DRE and it was disputable still, I wasn't going to push forward with that. If it was 1 turn lag that forced DRE, I was gonna. That's what I was looking at.
If you want a third eye on it, you're welcome to appeal, to see if somebody else thinks it's
This is amazing.
Yeah, this is really cool. Shout out again to the production team to be able to get us some live feed audio of what's actually going on through the judges and players' minds.
Yeah, I know we stopped talking there. I was kind of mesmerized, right, watching the process as the judges work through this. And as you can see, both players incredibly sportsmanlike on stage, being fair to each other, and honestly just accepting the outcome as it stands.
Yep, and I think that's, again, like we were saying, yes, maybe sorry we got quiet, but I think that's what you guys wanted as well. You wanted to hear what the judges had to say, what the players had to say, why there was even a dispute to begin with. Sometimes it seems like a game of telephone, where we're getting something in our ear or maybe on the microphone, but we want to make sure that you guys are getting it straight from the judge's mouth.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's straight from the decision makers themselves, right? And the judges are the final word, right? We hold them in high regard, high respect for our judging staff. They get the final word on these kinds of decisions. But again, major props to our production team as well for giving us those insights, because so much of Pokemon Go is not explicit. It's all implicit. You kind of have to play the game to learn these things. I mean, I'll admit, for the first 2 years of battling, I thought Razor Leaf was a 3-turn fast attack. Because I just didn't know, right? And then you kind of play through the matchups and you recognize, oh, it's actually on the same interval as Counter. It's the same interval as Mudshot, right? Frustrating thing when you're dialed in, you're like, okay, 4 mud shots, then throw, and then
yeah, and I was like, okay, that wasn't right. Maybe it's 3.
How? Come on, are you
Meanwhile,
kidding me?
Wigglytuff just still smiling at me from across the field.
I mean, Wigglytuff loved it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's great to dish out the charms, but not so good to receive them.
That's true.
As you know, in the EU region, right?
EU region loves charm. As we've seen, EUIC getting very, very far. Inadequance winning Utrecht with it. He's not letting us live it down, but you know what? It's pretty effective. I mean, while we're kind of talking about this, it's Go Battle Weekend. I mean, there's been a lot of people who are using some teams that are a little bit interesting. I'm seeing a lot of charm users in Go Battle League in general.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of...
I mean, when you bring one every game, you're destined to see it, right?
Yeah, this guy. I mean, I think there are a lot of teams that rely solely on fast attack pressure, so you're not even going through a bunch of shields as an opponent, and I think there are other ones that go for a very spammy approach where it's like, I'm just going to fire off charge attack after charge attack because you know what? The opponent only has 2 shields. They're going to have to use them at some point. It's always an interesting thing to find a team composition that works for you and a battle strategy that works for you in a blind 3 format, and then realize realizing when you get up to a show 6 pick 3 that some of these rules apply, some of these things are absolutely different. You see so many Shadow Victory Bells in Go Battle League, but you don't see many in a format where you can actually see the whole lineup and where this could play out within the teams.
I will give Amanda credit. I have not seen her use a charm user on her team. She's playing Ultra League, very high skill proficiency team. Huge credit to you, Amanda. But I'll tell you what, we also have a surprise interview for real this time. Let's hear from Gordon the Flash on the floor.
Thank you, Will. I'm here with Gordon the Flash coming off the win. Gordon, first off, we had a match review there. Can you just explain what the ruling was and what was going on there for the viewing audience at home?
So I believe there was an issue with maybe a lick not coming when the Lickitung came back. And so he would have potentially reached the body slam to get it off. So it was extremely close, and I can't be upset at him for questioning that. I would do the same in his situation.
Of course, of course. Always want to get the call right. MountnDewgong, a great sport, as we know. And congratulations on the win. Take us through your emotions. You're advancing on further in the tournament. How are you feeling? What's it feel like getting to this stage so far here in Indianapolis?
Really, like when I lost in the winners bracket, I thought from there it was just over. Like I made some mistakes in those games. Well, the first one, maybe not. The second game, yeah, I made some bad decisions, but and yeah, I just thought it was over from there. But and then the same thing with this match, the second game, but I managed to pull it out, getting the farm with the Guzzlord on the Lickitung, and I guess, yeah, somehow pulled it out in the end, right? Based on alignment, it didn't look very good, but got there in the end, so.
Take us through your thought process on the Guzzlord pick. It's a pick we see from time to time, can be a little bit of a core breaker, a bulky dragon that also does really well against that common Lickitung, right?
Right, so it does good against Lickitung. It has good matchups against other common picks, Gligar, Whiscash. And against Annihilate, if it has energy, it's okay because it's only throwing resisted moves at you. So it does quite well against a lot of things, especially Cresselia if it's Future Sight, although we do seem to be trending towards Moonblast again.
And lastly, any shout outs you want to give to anybody that helped you get to this point here today?
Shout out to a few people, I guess. Let's see, my buddy Lawson Cody, Jimmy Lamb Ham, they're probably hanging out in Discord watching. All of my team, Sharks and Wreck, obviously. Those should have been number one. But yeah, my family I think is probably watching at home, even though my mom has no idea what's going on, but with the game. But I'm still happy about that, so.
Awesome stuff. Good luck the rest of the way, Gordon. Casters, take it back to you.
Awesome to hear from Gordon the Flash after a really close win. And again, I think that the main key is that he's been able to trend upward through the bracket after some tough losses, getting knocked down through the loser's bracket. Like he said, he thought it was all over, but if you just put your head down and put in the work, you can still continue to succeed.
And great insight from him too, saying, you know, Future Sight, but recognizing that the you know, trends are shifting throughout these regional tournaments too. The meta is changing a little bit. Also, my mom has no idea what's going on. She's also watching sometimes just to say. So, I mean, I appreciate that as one of those as well, Gordon.
That's the best, right? But it's like when our parents tell us about their hobbies. They're like, oh, I love antiques. And you say, okay, I support you. Yeah. It's kind of the same way, right? It's about family and loving each other. And that's the most important thing. But that being said, really great to hear from Gordon again. I like what you said about trends. It's another thing I picked up on. A lot of these trainers will look back at the top meta and they'll pick out certain things, whether it's moveset, picks, certain strategies. Like ABA has seen a definite rise this season in terms of team composition. A lot of these trainers are paying attention to that, and they bring all that as part of their prep for their regional tournaments.
And once again, as a reminder, we are on the loser side of the bracket right now, so there's a lot of these trainers who will be coming up. We can kind of get a see for this. We just saw Gordon the Flash beat MountnDewgong and ValorAsh beat Teddy Bear, so they'll be playing against each other later. Lyle's Jeff will be playing against Elim coming up, and now on stage, we will be having Trent versus a Shady Equation.
like you said, Shady Equation and Trent coming up right now, but I'm really excited to see this Lyle versus Elim matchup too, because whenever we see these trainers succeed at a high level, we always wonder how they will operate when the circumstances change.
Right, exactly.
Like, if they lose a round, how do they respond? If they go down early in a series, how do they respond? That's a big question in my mind, and it really is a good test of these trainers. And you might wonder, like, Lyle's already won a couple of regional championships. Why is he still here? It's because this is the best place to get that practice for Worlds.
Exactly.
If you can't beat Shiny Dialga here in Indianapolis, you don't have a chance at Worlds, right? So you have to prove yourself the whole season long.
And Lyle did say earlier on as well, he has no expectations to win Indianapolis.
Sure.
But of course, if you come this far, if you've made it this far in the tournament, you might not expect to, but you sure want to. So you're sure going to do everything you possibly can to be able to claw your way to that spot.
But the thing is, right, these competitors are players, but they're still competitors.
Exactly.
They're here competing, right? They might say, oh, you know, I'm kind of going with the flow, but they've studied matchups. They put in hundreds of hours of work. They've built their teams just relentless precision, and they want to win very badly.
And we were talking about the different attacks on Pokemon earlier, what was trending up and trending down. Altaria also has that Moonblast on it like the Cresselia does, but that is the more common attack on this Pokemon. We've kind of seen all of these Pokemon so far. They're running pretty standard movesets. It's really about how these trainers want to pilot these Pokemon in the tournament.
Well, if you remember, Trent was knocked down to the loser side bracket by OutOfPoket with a Bastiodon Altaria combo, which is definitely a bit rare, right? So maybe Trent built his team to deal with most of the other meta compositions, but found a tough matchup against Pocket. Let's flip over to Shady Equation. Only goes to a couple tournaments a season, as we can see here, 2023, Toronto and Portland. Now he's here in Indianapolis, but he tends to make a strong showing when he shows up.
And when he is able to make it to these, he really does. Top cutting in almost all of them that he shows up to. A well-known player within the circuit, especially for a lot of these players and opponents who say, oh no, this is the tournament that he wants to show up for. But of course, Indianapolis was the largest tournament for North America this season. So of course, I think this is where most of the trainers are at.
A lot of people overlook the fact too that a Shady Equation was a grassroots North American continental champion too.
That's true.
So he's probably played a lot of these trainers here in NA. Let's go ahead and get into our leads. Shady Equation locks down the Skarmory lead, or excuse me, Trent locks down the Skarmory lead with the Lantern pick. We see the pivot into the Lantern mirror match.
And going ahead, getting a little bit of energy on both sides. There is a spark advantage for Trent, but it looks like he's going to go ahead, throw that Thunderbolt first and see what Shady Equation wants to do in this scenario. He knows that there's a Skarmory lurking in the back, but he's wondering how he wants to play this out. Obviously, I think we're going to see him move and pivot over to another Pokemon because Lantern really has such a positive matchup against that.
Coming in with the Dragon and Flying type, recognizing Shady Equation has a ton of stored energy from that earlier encounter, so the Thunderbolt is probably impending, makes a great call on the first Protect Shield of the game for himself.
Yeah, going ahead, just getting up a lot of energy as this Dragon Breath is just melting through this Lantern here, being able to get to another Thunderbolt. This will look like it is going to connect, and it's not going to do so much damage to Altaria, but it's at least going to put it into the yellow. He wants to chip away at this. A Moonblast now coming through. Only one Protect Shield left on Shady Equation's side.
Shady Equation knows this won't KO if it is Moonblast, but he wants to budget enough health to get to another charge attack on the Lantern. He's not going to be able to get there though because the Dragon Breaths are piling on, and just as the Surf gets queued up, the damage comes through.
In comes that Skarmory again, but I think, yeah, if you're Shady Equation, you're not shielding anything up from this. There's still such a fully healthy Lantern in the back. Going for the Moonblast for a potential debuff also just does a little bit more. The Altaria is that low down, but I think, yeah, we're going to see a full farm down, probably a Brave Bird and dip.
I think a Brave Bird and dip is definitely the strategy. Lantern comes in. Actually, no Brave Bird at all. Goes straight for the Cresselia to try to get an energy advantage against the third Pokemon in the back, and it will be Shadow Gligar.
Shadow Gligar not quite out of an attack yet. Going for the Moonblast again. This is a potential for a debuff. It's not as big as a Scald debuff, but it is there. It is a heavier hitting attack, and it is going to connect with that Gligar.
Still no attack drop, though, which means that this matchup is actually very close in terms of how these two Pokemon deal damage to each other. Moonblast connected, now looking to connect a dig in return. Trent fires off the charge attack, and it doesn't go through.
Because it is being protected by the Cresselia. Cresselia's got so much energy now, forcing Trent to also make that call. Do I want to protect this Gligar? Obviously, I have such a positive matchup in the back that I want to keep this as healthy as possible. I want to make sure that Lantern has full farm on that Skarmory, and now another dig coming through on the Cresselia.
Goes for the dig and try to chip down the Cresselia, make an impact, but the Switch Timers are also close to expiring as well. Remember, Shady Equation doesn't have a good matchup in the back, so he's got to make use of this Cresselia just as well as he can. Grass Knot might not be enough, and it might be.
Well, the thing is about it, too, he knows that he didn't want to lose that charge attack priority, which Gligar would have won, so he needed to throw one before anyway. But now the real question is, will this Surf be enough? Because this is most likely going to be enough, and then we have still a Lantern in the green, going to go Farmery on that Skarmory.
Oh, wow. We're going to see Skarmory come in here, probably look for the back-to-back Brave Birds, try to win this game, but you have to be wary of the Surf damage. He's going to go ahead and fire up the first Brave Bird here. I think Shady Equation needs one more Steel Wing. Trent might fire the Surf off in between the Brave Birds.
Yeah, it's that would be the smart play of Trent. He's going to wait until it gets debuffed. Now he knows that this Surf will definitely be enough to take it out. And it looks like Trent has solidified game number 1 against a Shady Equation in losers round 2.
It's so tough, right? When you go up against a trainer like Trent and you hard lose lead like that, against a player of that caliber, it's so tough to come back in the matchup. So definitely understand it was tough sledding there for a Shady Equation. Honestly, I wonder if in that Cresselia versus Lantern matchup near the end, if he would have switched into his Skarmory to try to catch an attack from the Cresselia then, or maybe the Lantern, excuse me.
Right.
Maybe then that could have done something, but we saw some unwieldy Skarmory swaps earlier on in the tournament that didn't turn out well. So Shady Equation probably thinking of that too.
Yeah, I think that if you're a trainer at that point, I mean, you're Trent, you're sitting in the driver's seat pretty much, but you're going over every possible scenario that a Shady Equation could have had. He's looking at his opponent's win conditions. That was probably the only potential win condition, would be catching that Surf on the Cresselia, which did not have quite enough energy to throw that Grass Knot. Grass Knot plus a Brave Bird actually would have been enough, but he wasn't able to get to it before that Surf was available.
And we can't forget either, the Gligar was still there as well, right?
Yep.
So you have to find a way to deal with that Pokemon and try to KO both of them. So a little bit of a road too far for a Shady Equation to travel. Does get the Steel Wing down here with Skarmory as we take a look back at game number 1, but that Lantern alignment was so tough, and then the Shadow Gligar put in work.
Yeah, I mean, being able to still protect up a dig was a very big thing for Shady Equation. Unfortunately, just with all this energy and health on the Gligar, still being able to get a couple into it, put the Cresselia down too low. Those extra sparks that the Lantern had before swapping out proved vital here as that Surf connected with the Cresselia.
Game number 2. Game number 2, again, committing to the Skarmory lead. Shady Equation met by Lantern twice in a row. Now we see the Lickitung lined up against Cresselia.
Cresselia is going for that Moonblast. Very quick swaps by both trainers here. This Moonblast will connect. Again, those licks are going to be the things that are doing the heavy damage to the Cresselia there, and just continuing to lick away, trying to whittle at that health, getting up a ton of energy on that Lickitung side, and that first Body Slam going through.
And meanwhile, the Psycho Cut's just doing a little bit of damage, right, Amanda? Body Slam does get fired off there against the Cresselia, chips it down just a little bit, but looking for another Moonblast and a debuff. And before the potential Moonblast debuff, Trent fires off the Body Slam. I really like that attention to detail.
Yeah, great plays here. I mean, we've talked about this many times. We've actually seen it way more often than I anticipated, but the Lickitung versus Cresselia match is very neutral, especially when the players swap as quickly as they did into this. Moonblast now connecting one more time. As you can see, both trainers are at about the same amount of health here.
Yeah, and energy, right? It's almost on par. We're going to see the Body Slam from the Lickitung get fired off. This is going to be enough to KO the Cresselia, but as you look at a weakened Lickitung across the field, if you're Shady Equation, you're probably thinking about how you can farm it down. Actually, Cresselia hangs on. I'm kind of shocked here.
Well, and they're hanging on and getting off this Grass Knot. This is huge, and this is very important. I love this call by Trent because he had such a good lead at the beginning. He wants to make sure that he saves that advantage. Again, we're going to see Shady Equation completely Steel Wing down, come out with a ton of energy, but we saw the Lantern already there to counter it. We're going to have to see if this will play out different than game number 1.
Losing lead and being unable to wrestle away control of Switch is definitely a tough spot to be in. Steel Wing Skarmory does get a massive farm down of the Lickitung. In comes the Lantern. Again, no Brave Bird and Pivot, coming in straight away with the Altaria versus Lantern matchup.
Yeah, Lantern against Altaria is, as we've seen quite a few times, favorable for the Altaria. However, there are 2 shields left on Shady Equation's side. We'll have to see how he brings that into his own winning equation here, as that last Protect shield is now stripped away from Trent. Wants to protect that Altaria at all costs. As you can see, though, Dragon Breath damage alone is bringing this Lantern down to basically half health, throwing right before the next Thunderbolt. Great timing by Trent.
And a bait. Sky Attack, and Shady Equation takes the bait there from Trent. I really appreciate Trent's shield calls as well. 2 games, 2 Thunderbolts, Protect shielded on his Altaria, keeping that Pokemon in the fight just as long as he can.
And this is going to be connecting. It's still not going to be quite enough to take it out. We have to remember there's still like basically a fully healthy Lantern in the back. Moonblast is ready, and I think that he's going to throw it right before the next thing goes through, getting both shields from Shady Equation here. But I think he's going to actually now have a reverse scenario. It's going to come out with a lot of energy, but is it going to be that impactful against the Lantern? That's the real question.
I think there's still win conditioning here, right? I mean, if you're Shady Equation, you're going to land the Thunderbolt here. Not going to deal a ton of damage, but it does take a chunk away from the Lantern. You still have your Skarmory in the back. You're kind of getting close to Surf range, and that's exactly what Trent goes for.
Yeah, Surf will connect, and then I think the Shady Equation is just hoping Spark, do as much as I can, because here's the thing, he kept that Altaria in the back for a little bit. If the Skarmory has to use a Brave Bird to knock it out, those Dragon Breaths will be doing a little bit more, going for that Sky attack first. This is an interesting play, but he doesn't want to debuff himself quite yet.
I almost wonder, like, you're kind of mentioning HP and energy. Do you go for the double Sky attack? Actually going for the Surf here. Trent trying to whittle down the Skarmory a little bit more. I don't know how this is going to end. These two trainers are kind of, I don't even know how to describe this. This is very close.
Yeah, going for the Brave Bird now. Interesting choice. I don't know if maybe a Sky attack would be enough. Doesn't want to risk that, but there again is the Altaria in the back. It is very low health, but the defenses have now been dropped from the Skarmory. Altaria coming back to the sky. Looks like he's able to take it out. Shady Equation clutching that from the jaws of defeat.
Absolute clutch up by Shady Equation in the very end. He leads Skarmory into Lantern 2 games in a row, but he rewrites the script in game number 2. That was actually wild to see. I was wondering, why the Sky attack? Why not just throw the Brave Bird and maintain the HP advantage? It's because he knows if the Brave Bird's not enough and he takes maybe 1 or 2 sparks, the Skarmory would be weakened to a point where it might not be able to win the game.
Yeah, that's absolutely a good point, and a very risky but well thought out thing, because especially when you see the mid game go pretty similar to game 1, I think it's probably easy to feel discouraged at that point, being like, oh no, this exact same thing is happening. But he, he had a different plan in mind. Having that Lantern in the back instead, kind of like really gave him a bit of an advantage, hitting that Thunderbolt, even though forcing Trent to just throw Surfs, basically. He wanted to get off energy as quickly as possible.
Even in spite of Trent calling the first Thunderbolt with his Protect Shield and then getting the bait on Shady Equation with the first Sky attack, still, that Lantern, like you said, Amanda, was an absolute game changer. Surf does connect, looking for the Brave Bird here against the Lantern at the end of game number 2, and as we see the HP product on the Skarmory, the question in my mind was, is it enough? And it was.
It was indeed enough. I think that both trainers were wondering that exact same question that you were, Will. Well, it's not enough going into that decisive game 3. Again, we have to watch out for those Surfs on the Gligar, but we have to also watch out for that dig to hit the Lantern.
I'm pretty surprised here. As we look at the team compositions in the back, I'm pretty surprised Shady Equation's bringing the Cresselia yet again, because it's been hard punished a couple times by the Lickitung, but he sees the utility across the entire team of 6 for Trent, and he does bring it because he's staying disciplined. We're going to see the dig get fired off here. It's not enough to KO, but Lantern doesn't want to find out.
Yeah.
It's going to use the first protection.
And you know what? Trent's been, like you said before, really calling the big hits as well, recognizing when Shady Equation is going to throw, hasn't really baited. Nice catch by Shady Equation. They're catching that Surf on the Cresselia. That is going to be a really nice way to absorb that little bit of water coming from the Lantern. I think we're going to see a pivot out, into that Lickitung as well. But this time, I mean, there's a little bit of health already taken off of it. Only a Psycho Cut, I believe, first. The Body Slam still coming through before that Moonblast.
It's really fast, right? It takes a few more Psycho Cuts for the Cresselia to get there. Body Slam is going to connect, deal a bit of chip damage, but I really like the position that Shady Equation has put himself in. You know, he's thinking, if I land against a Lickitung, it's just going to happen. I just need to put that Pokemon within farm range like I did in game number 2.
Yep, I mean, there is actually no really hard punishing Pokemon. You said you were surprised that Cresselia is still being used, but I mean, even if it's not hard punished, he still obviously has a plan how to play around this. It's maybe a safe bet in that sense.
It could be a safe bet. I just get a little bit anxious when we see these Vigoroth and Iolate teams, right? You don't want to be a little bit, you don't want to be too risky, and I think that's what Shady Equation is doing. He's calculating his risk in the situation. Second Moonblast does get fired off here, looking for an attack fall and a pivot into the Gligar. Doesn't get the attack drop, but does get the Air Release. Great timing!
Right before the next Body Slam is available, forcing Trent to make a decision. Do I use this last shield on my very low health Lickitung? No, letting that go. Lickitung goes down with almost a Body Slam completely stored. We'll have to see how they want to come into this. Again, Altaria super strong against Shady Equation's team here.
Trent had all of about 8 seconds to predict what the third Pokemon is for Shady Equation. He made his decision, sent in the Lantern, calls another dig, Amanda, like you were saying, calling all the hard-hitting charge attacks in this series.
And it's not going to connect, not on his watch. Going to go ahead and keep following up. And now last time a Surf was caught, I think he wants to make sure that this doesn't happen again. However, a Surf at that range would be enough to knock out the Gligar. Shady Equation doesn't want to take that risk. wants to keep his Gligar healthy. He does have a decent amount of energy on it. Already at another dig. There are no shields left. Trying to catch. Wow, incredible patience by Shady Equation.
Shady Equation protects shielded because he knew that he was ahead in terms of pacing. And then he knew the switch timer expired for Trent. That little internal timer for 60 seconds expired. Ding, ding, ding. Shady Equation goes for the Lantern.
This is very interesting as well because as we've seen so many times, he's been able to protect up against a Thunderbolt, but he's not going to be able to do it this time. There are no protections left for either player. Moonblast will connect. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage to the Lantern, but Lantern is basically at a Thunderbolt himself, putting it... Oh my goodness, this could change things, Will.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a game changer, but the spark damage is applying, and the charge attack intervals for Altaria are so wide, it's nowhere close to another Sky Attack or Moonblast. Thunderbolt gets fired off here by the Lantern. With the additional spark damage, this is probably enough. It's actually not, and now we're going to see the Lantern go for more damage.
And going for a Sky Attack, not usually very effective against this Lantern. Will it be enough? This is a question. I don't know for sure. fam. Will is not sure.
Whoa.
However, the fish goes down. We'll have to see what's going to come in. The Gligar is probably still a little bit ahead on energy, but Lantern is fully healthy. There's two very low health Pokemon in the back.
Gligar has the... Oh, it doesn't have the dig. Here comes Surf from Trent, and Trent is actually fighting back against all this momentum that Shady Equation has built.
Yeah, this Surf will be enough to knock out the Gligar there. This is big. There's no energy on the Cresselia. There's no health on the Cresselia. There's a spark. There's another, and down it goes.
Miscalculation. Miscalculation by Shady Equation. Does get surfed into the Gligar, loses that Pokemon. Cresselia has no gas left in the tank and cannot make up the difference. What a series by two trainers that actually have seen tons of success in Go Battle League as well.
Yeah, completely agree. And it's one of those hard scenarios, of course, when you're nearing the end game like that, when the Gligar had so much energy, but when the Altaria comes in, you don't want to swap a Lantern just immediately into an Altaria. You need to do what a Shady Equation did and get a little bit of that chip damage. Unfortunately for him, it just didn't put him in a position where he had enough energy in the tank to take out that Lantern.
Great early catch by Shady Equation to send the Surf away from the Gligar and towards the Cresselia. Speaking of Gligar, his Shadow Gligar put in a lot of work, and then we see the pivot into Lantern.
Yeah, this was the moment that changed everything. I think like Shady Equation was completely in the driver's seat there with that Thunderbolt, but the attack from the Moonblast, getting that attack debuff so the Thunderbolt doesn't do as much, and Sky Attack being able to take it out was critical.
Absolutely critical. Thunderbolt not being enough, the spark damage not being enough, Sky Attack coming through. I thought Lantern would hang on, and it's already resisted, right? But it was more than enough, and then the Surf into the Shadow Gligar. When you have so many switches, so many twists and turns, it's so challenging to keep track of late game energy.
Yeah, and I just have to tell everyone at home a little behind the scenes thing. We're watching it and I'm making this, I'm like, is the Sky Attack enough? And Will's just shaking his head at me like, no way is the Sky Attack enough.
I was spamming X for doubt.
Yeah,
I was like, no way,
just
no
like,
way.
Lundberger doesn't know what she's talking about.
But you did know.
But I did know.
You did know, exactly right. You know what else I know?
Tell me.
There's some awesome raids that you can do in-game. Let's take a look here at some of the raid bosses that you can face off against. Team up with your friends. Take down Nature's Madness Tapu Fini. There's also Regirock, two brand new raid bosses, which I know are always super popular when new Pokemon come to the game.
Absolutely.
And then some Megas as well.
Yeah, and also there's a Shadow raids going on as well for Shadow Suicune. I know that we've been doing them a bit today as well. There's so many players here that, of course, these raid lobbies fill up so quickly.
Yeah.
And I was hoping for a shiny. I haven't got one yet of the Shadow.
Well, we never do the raids while we're working, right? We always do them backstage.
No, I would never do it while we're working. Ever. We'll change the topic.
Not ever
now.
while casting. New topic. Let's talk about the Master Ball, right? Because that's one way to catch... Oh, excuse me, not Master Ball. We're switching over here to our schedule. Make sure to tune in and follow our primary channels on YouTube and Twitch because we have awesome programming all week long.
Yeah, the super fun things to watch basically every day of the week, but the main ones that I'm really looking forward to tuning into are those live championships in Stockholm, Sweden of the EU region. They still have a couple of tournaments left as well, trying to get as many championship points as possible as the European region is kind of dwindling down in the different tournaments that they can participate in.
Exactly. I'm looking there at Thursday, May the 9th. Arcanine heats things up. You know what? I might actually do a watch party with my buddy House Stark because Growlithe is his favorite Pokemon.
I did know that about him as well. I have to confess, I mean, many people know this. Pokemon Go is actually my first Pokemon game that I've played. And Growlithe was one of my favorite Pokemons because the animation is so darn cute.
It is cute.
Whenever you like pet it, it just does its head like.
You and Growlithe, you and Umbreon, you
Yeah.
seem to have this like, affection for these cute Pokemon. That,
I do. I was like, every time I evolve my Pokemon, I'm like, oh, that's what it looks like in the evolution. That's interesting.
Oh my God. Discovering Pokemon for the first time, a magical experience, right? Taking the stage now, we have Lyle Jeffs III and Elim. Now, this is such an interesting dynamic because you have Lyle Jeffs, who's known for winning, right? We look at trainers like Doonbug and Lyle Jeffs.
Yes.
They seem to be on a tier of their own. And then you look at Elim, a trainer who's constantly on the edge, right? Runner-up in Baltimore last season, makes top cut consistently, but can't quite break the mold into the championships, into grand finals, into victory. This is a this is a big test for both players.
I completely agree. We were talking about a little bit earlier, how will Lyle Jeffs be able to respond to not being on that winner side? I mean, he's always so calm and composed. Will he be able to keep this composure coming through the loser side? And also Elim, like you talked about, I think he's pretty well known. A lot of players fear playing him. You talk to different players and they're saying, oh man, Elim is so good. He's not super well known, but I mean, I just think he's just really waiting for his breakout moment, and maybe it's it in Indianapolis.
It could be. Let's take a closer look, though, at Lyle Jeffs III. He's known for winning 2 regional championships already this season. He's bringing Shadow Sableye, and I gotta say, Amanda, we've seen so many EU trainers leverage Shadow Sableye to success, but not at this level. He's the first trainer to win a regional championship with it.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct there. I mean, sometimes it's taking someone else's model of car or whatever and driving it to success. Lyle Jeffs has actually done this, not even saying that he's taken it from EU in that sense. I think a lot of times Purified Sableye is what a lot of people are going with. Shadow just seems to be so popular right now. Let's talk about Elim. We were saying this before, he hasn't won this, but he was a regional finalist in Hartford and Baltimore last year. He's been in the top 8 twice this year as well. I mean, I think he is also a player to really be keeping an eye on.
In Baltimore, second place to House Stark, and then in Hartford, second place to Wadaj, if I'm not mistaken. So really tough, close losses, but he's got a really powerful team with him this weekend. Chargebug, Vigoroth, Altaria, as well as Lickitung, Skarmory, and Shadow.
I mean, they basically have the same team, except for one Pokemon. They, instead of the Lickitung, Lyle Jeffs has the Vigoroth, or I mean the Sableye.
Sableye, yeah.
I mean, if you're looking at Elim, you're saying, that's pretty great because the Lickitung does pretty good into a Sableye.
Right, you give a little bit of an edge there, and we did see Lickitung line up against Lyle Jeffs' Shadow Sableye in that shiny Dialga matchup earlier today, so I'm sure he's got that at top of mind. Jump right into game number 1. We've got a Skarmory lead facing off against Altaria.
Yeah, top of mind and now top of sky as these two flyers take off against each other. This does favor the Skarmory a little bit. They needed to swap out by Elim into that Vigoroth, and it looks like Lyle Jeffs wants to stay in a little bit. It's not like you really want to bring anything on his backline into a Vigoroth with a little bit of an energy advantage.
This is so minor, but so calculated. He threw 1 Dragon Breath, Elim did, and then switched. 1 turn Dragon Breath, 1 turn switch, and he lines up his 2-turn counter with the Steel Wing Skarmory. I love the attention to detail. We see the Brave Bird and then the swap into Vigoroth by Lyle Jeffs.
Absolutely, this now Body Slam is going to connect. Vigoroths are kind of squishy when they're up against each other there. You see that first one going through that counter damage already applying, and now having to shield up the next one on Lyle Jeffs' side because his second Body Slam would put it so desperately low. He wants to be able to at least put a chunk into the Vigoroth as well, but now they're at shield parity. And going for that charge attack priority, what a risky play.
Risky or confident, right? I think Lyle Jeffs has trained his Vigoroth to have that higher attack stat to win in these mirror matchups, because that's a Pokemon that he's leveraged quite a bit in the Championship Series, and he is very familiar with how it plays.
Yeah, that is a good play by him, knowing that high risk, high reward, or high trained, high reward, I guess, in this regard. In comes that Altaria again, but the Vigoroth at this point does have a little bit of energy. Is he going to try to get up to 2 Body Slams or go for the Rock Slide? Looks like he's going to go for that heavier hitting Rock Slide, and no shield by Elim.
I like the overcharge by Lyle Jeffs, and if you're Elim, I think the no shield is also pretty solid, because now you can probably look for the Dragon Breath down and deploy that energy into the back line. You know, if you're Elim, you got the Charge Bug, but you don't know the 3rd Pokemon yet for Lyle Jeffs.
And you know that Charge Bug does great against the Skarmory here. I think that was also a great reason why Elim wanted to pivot out earlier. He was saying, okay, well, maybe I can get the Skarmory to pivot as well and get that lined up later, the Charge Bug into the Skarmory, using both of his shields on Brave Birds here. Or no, a Sky Attack bait.
But it's fascinating, right? Because Lyle Jeffs stayed in a negative matchup in order to take away that Protect Shield. He took a ton of damage because he knew the trade-off was getting the final shield from Elim.
Yeah, this is big because now Exodus is going through. I mean, this is pretty neutral against each other. Charger Bug on Charger Bug action here. There's so much energy on Elim's side, but there is a Protect Shield left for Lyle Jeffs.
X-Scissor is going to connect into Elim's Charge Bug. It's going to weaken it a little bit, same type attack bonus, but it is neutral against the opposing bug type. But Elim is ahead, right? He got a lot of Volt Switches versus the Skarmory. Now it's like the HP versus energy challenge that we always talk about.
Yeah, and at this point, another one is going through. Lyle still not comfortable using that shield on this moment. Wants to get this X-Scissor through, but I mean, look how low Elim's Charge Bug is. This X-Scissor is going to put it very, very low into the red.
Elim sits up in his seat.
Almost out. I think it's out.
It's out. Elim sits up in his seat. He knows this is a critical moment for him in this game. He Dragon Balls all the way down. Skarmory's got a little bit of energy, but it did throw the Sky Attack. He's actually going to bait a Sky Attack here, and Lyle takes the bait. This opens the door for the Moonblast.
But it's going to be a race at this point. Steel Wings are going to be adding up as well, but will he be able to make a Sky Attack of his own? The Moonblast is reached. Will it be enough? You can see Lyle not quite sure ready for it as well. Elim desperately making sure he hits all these bubbles because it's going to be important.
Moonblast resisted, but higher damage overall takes down the Skarmory, and Elim claims game 1 against one of the best trainers in the world.
Yeah, man, the slimmest of margins. We've seen so many games won today on the very slimmest of margins, and I like what you had with the call out earlier about the fact that Lyle just stayed in a negative matchup to be able to secure that last shield. It almost proved perfect for him there. Unfortunately, just a little too much health left on his Charge Bug gave the perfect amount of farm to Elim, but way to go Elim for recognizing his win conditions as well.
Just the seesawing of leverage, right? Trying to get energy wherever you can, giving up energy, then trying to take it back and forth we go. This matchup was neck and neck. Sky Attack does take away that final protection shield. I think if Lyle no shields this, there's a solid chance he can get up to the Sky Attack. He's only, I think, 4 Steel Wings away, but it would have been close.
Yeah, I think that's such a hard call to make, especially when you're at this stage in a tournament as well, because of course, if there is 1 shield left, it's something that we kind of learned earlier on in like PvP when you play against each other. It's like most of the time people bait in those scenarios because it's like, yeah, they're trying to strip the last shield. However, sometimes your win condition is just to go for the heavier hitting attack. You have to weigh in, how does my opponent like to play?
I want to amend my statement as well. I do think that Elim could have gotten to double Sky Attacks, right? Because he got Sky Attack plus Moonblast. We know Moonblast is a higher energy cost. So even if Lyle would have no-shielded the Sky Attack, it looks like Elim would have come out on top. And that's because of superior energy management. I almost said superior. Lots of Pokemon action here, right? Superior energy management by Elim allowed him to win that game. And it's one thing to beat somebody like Lyle. It's another thing to beat them at energy management, which seems to be Lyle's game, right?
Exactly. Lyle, like we saw before, very calm and collected, and just seems to play very crisp a lot of times, knowing exactly the counts that he wants to do, playing a lot of safe teams, nothing too risky overall. We'll have to see if he wants to change up his strategy a little bit, as now we are looking at an Altaria mirror match.
And as we saw in game number 1, these trainers do select a lot of the same Pokemon. We saw Vigoroth on both sides, and now we see these Skarmory in the back for Lyle, an ABA flying type structure versus Elim and his Charge Bug in reserves.
And now I like, look at this, both of these trainers playing it out quite similar. It's usually people like to do is go up to the Moonblast and either bait or go for it. It looks like they threw right before, so Lyle knew that it was not. Saving a Moonblast and now going into the Vigoroth, met by the Charge Bug. But I think if you're Lyle, this is exactly what you want because you're keeping your Skarmory as far away from that as possible. I talked about Lyle playing safe. ABA, not a super safe strategy, but it looks like it's paying off for him in round 2.
I love the call by Elim as well. Lyle did bit up to the rock slide, but he protect shields the body slam there from the Vigoroth. You might say, why not throw Discharge? It does a little bit more damage. I think the X-Scissor is the most efficient play because you need 2 charge attacks regardless.
Exactly. It's a good thing to like weigh against each other. Like, is it, I mean, even though this is more effective, what is really going to be the thing that gives me the win and the end? And that might be that energy that comes from saving, not throwing that 1 extra Volt Switch to get to the Discharge, now throwing the X-Scissor. Does Lyle just want to be able to shield this up? His Altaria is very low, but he does have this complete undercharge, not tapping any bubbles. I think it's not even enough.
It's almost perfect, right? But it did allow 1 more counter and then the body slam before that Volt Switch damage applied. But very clever undercharge. Now this gives Elim a chance, even though he gave up switch advantage, it gives him a chance to gather a little bit more energy somewhere else.
Yeah, coming back in with that Altaria, it is 2 or 3 Dragon Breaths in now, but there is so much energy. Hello to the Skarmory, and you can see Elim not super happy about that, realizing that his Charger Bug was not the correct play there. Swapping out into the Vigoroth. There are 2 shields left remaining. Rock Slide is going through first protect shield. shield up on Lyle's side.
Don't forget, everybody, Lyle Jeffs has a ton of energy on the Altaria, too. So if you're Elim in this situation, you know that as soon as you give up your second Protect Shield, that Altaria is going to combo play in and probably Sky Attack you and KO you. So he's got to be very careful about how he manages the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's coming in. This counter damage is going to be doing some nice things because it is a Steel-type Pokemon. However, Skarmory is just really starting to whittle away here, and Skarmory does so well against Altaria, but maybe not in this endgame. Maybe that's what Elim is hoping for. Both Protect Shields now stripped away from Lyle Jeffs as the Skarmory still hangs on in the sky. Second attack going through here now.
Look at the switch timer as well. It's not yet up for Elim. He's got one Protect Shield left. He knows if he uses this, the combo plays incoming. He throws out the Protect Shield. Is his switch timer ready? No, Altaria's not ready. And here comes Lyle with the 1-2 punch. This is going to be a knockout.
This is going to be a knockout. There is still a decent amount of health left on the other Altaria, however. Is this going to be a similar scenario where he's going to get to a Moonblast? But at the range, you know, that this Skarmory is at now, I don't even think it matters. I don't think a Moonblast is going to be enough, or will it?
Will it? It's going to be close. Great timing by Elim to throw in the midst of the Steel Wing. Moonblast is going to connect. Is Lyle Jeffs going to lose 2 games in a row the same way? That does a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Here comes Skarmory with the Sky Attack.
Skarmory with the Sky Attack to take down the Altaria from the skies. Elim's already shaking his head. He recognizes that Lyle Jeffs has tied up this series.
Look at the health on the Skarmory. You got to say 1 or 2 Dragon Breaths away from being knocked out. Elim took it right down to the wire.
And you can see both of these trainers kind of laughing with each other, nervous chuckles as, you know, it's a high tense situation, but both of these trainers are recognizing how well the other player is playing and saying, whew, that was close.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes laughing is like the best stress relief, right? If you're in an uncomfortable situation, just, you know, crack a joke or something. We see that all the time. Heading into game number 3, though, Amanda, we've seen a lot of the same compositions. ABA flying types for Lyle in game number 2. A little bit of charge, a little bit more charge bug for Elim. What do you think we see in game number 3 as we take a look back?
You know, it's so hard to call almost identical teams, right? Because if you have basically the same 5 or 6 Pokemon, you're potentially doing mirror matches. You have to think, how would I play this? You know, like what am I fearing? What do I recognize are the weaknesses of my own team? I think one big reason that we've been seeing the Sableye is being benched is because Lickitung, the only difference maker between the two of them, has a positive matchup against it, and also Charjabug does really decent with those X-Scissors.
That's true, but Elim has not brought Lickitung.
It's true.
So is Lyle kind of chasing ghost types here? Like, is he, you know, looking for something that isn't going to show up?
That's a good point, because if you have a Vigoroth, especially as your fighter, Lickitungs really get a little bit scared to be brought in. We're going to jump into the decisive game 3, everyone. Here we got that Vigoroth on Lyle Jeff's side versus a Skarmory on Elim's.
We actually have identical teams, just in different order, right? Skarmory lead from Elim, but they share the Altaria and Vigoroth picks amongst the two of them. Rock Slide getting fired off here by the Vigoroth. This is really a true test, Amanda, right? Almost identical teams. Is this really a matter of driver, not car?
Exactly. Our placement as well. I mean, like, how do you want to play up these matches? We talked about it at the beginning. If my opponent leads this, what do I do in this scenario? And it looks like both of these trainers are rather content to stay in. I mean, there's a lot of things that factor in, like this shield. I mean, the fact that I have shielded this up here, is going to get a shield in response from Elim because he's fully loaded on energy. Again, he could perhaps get another shield if he does shield this up, and he does.
I like this a lot. Elim recognized that the Rock Slide was going to be ready, and Vigoroth won the Charge Attack priority tie, so he went for the extra Steel Wing instead, avoiding that, gathering as much possible energy as he can, and those little micro adjustments are going to be what wins a player this game.
Yeah, the Vigoroth goes down, but there's still shield parity here. In comes the Skarmory of his own. I mean, they will be able to get up to a Brave Bird, and you know what? This is a perfect play by Elim, because if you are this low and you're basically going to get knocked out by the Skarmory anyway, you want to do as much damage as possible, and you want to get out of that matchup as soon as possible. So you're going down to that Brave Bird, but you put a hefty chunk into the Skarmory in return.
You've seen Vigoroth, you've seen Skarmory. If you're Elim, you're probably assuming this is the same team that Lyle ran in game number 2, just in a different order. Probably that Altaria in the back. Here comes Charge Attack from Skarmory.
Skarmory going for that heavier hitting Brave Bird. No shield by Elim. Look how low that Vigoroth goes. Staying in. This is interesting. Gonna go ahead and maybe be taken out by, shielding this up. What a call by Lyle. He's playing it so differently than I think a lot of trainers would, but it's been definitely paying off for him in the past. Let's see if it pays off for him in this game 3 as the Altaria comes in, going for yet another Brave Bird.
I don't want to call it too soon, but I think that Elim has this, right? Because if you're the Altaria and you know that you're facing a mirror match in the back, the energy lead is going to make all the difference. It means you can get to the Moonblast before your opponent can.
Yeah, exactly. And look how close he is. He's already basically there, not been able to get to a Sky Attack. Properly shielding that Brave Bird was a huge call. This Moonblast will connect. It's super effective against this type Pokemon. It's like, oh my goodness. There he goes, Dragons.
Moonblast connect, looking for the Sky Attack. Lyle doesn't get it, and Elim able to Dragon Breath down the Skarmory for 2 times in the 3-game series to take the win over Lyle Jeffs.
You know, we've talked about this a little bit before. Teammates playing each other, friends playing against each other. Elim was knocked down by his friend and teammate S-James-P, but as James was saying earlier, Elim's so good. I mean, it's really terrible that we had to play each other so early on, but I have no doubt that he's going to come back and do really well. Well, it looks like he's proving each other right. Maybe they might have that, what we call a grudge match, playing against each other later on in the tournament, because they are both still in it, and they are in it to win it.
Elim was able to eliminate Lyle Jeffs there. Again, a 2-time regional champion, a trainer that everyone looks towards for inspiration, right? Exactly. I want to play like Lyle. So many trainers want to be at that level, so a lot to admire in that player, but he met his match here in Indianapolis versus Elim. And I think the question becomes again, like, how do these players deal with new types of adversity?
Sure.
When Lyle makes his way to Worlds, what kind of player is he going to be? Is he going to be the dominant trainer that we've seen in the past? Or is his mindset going to change after having a tough tournament?
Right, and we were just discussing this a little bit backstage too. Day 2s are completely different because you don't have the momentum of day 1 already behind you a little bit. So even if you are coming in from the winner side of the bracket, if you lose that first game, you don't have like the whole day's preparation. It's like, sure, you're a little more awake, you're a little more refreshed, but you don't have like that same feeling as when you've been battling all day and you're like, you're ready, you know, you're going through it. You're now feeling a little bit dejected, and it's how you kind of play through that. And that's why I really love watching loser side bracket.
Me too, me too. You have to make your own energy, right? You have to be your own power source, and kind of the people around you also matter as well. Who's encouraging you? Those people can really help to supercharge your efforts as you move into a bit of adversity, right? In a tougher situation. I do want to speak some praise to Elim though, because the micro adjustments were so key. In a mirror match team like that, it's so important to get just exactly the right plays in, avoiding the charge type Purdy tie against the Vigoroth with his own Skarmory, and then getting just a few Dragon Breaths lead, like 2 seconds in each of those situations, made the entire difference.
Yeah, I know. It's like sometimes you make a lot of speculation. They were very interesting plays. You have to wonder if perhaps Lyle just went for that Brave Bird and then immediately went to his Skarmory, if things would have been different. But you know what? You can't speculate too much. It is played out how it was. And really, honestly, Lyle Jeffs is so good already. He's made it into the top cut once again. He's getting home a lot of championship points. I know we talked about it earlier, and he said he's still leaderboard pushing. He's still high up there. So, I mean, he can't complain with a finish this strong.
Still striving for new goals, right? I think that's an important thing to keep yourself motivated. But Amanda, I have great news for all the trainers that are just joining us. We had an early start time today, especially on the West Coast. We're going to take a look back at the past 3 rounds, give you a little refresh on the highlights, and then we'll be back with more live matches after that.
Well played, man. GG's. One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Loyalty's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is the fire always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Pokemon Go Regional of 2024. We are going through day number 2 of Top Cut, trying to determine who's going to be the champion of Indianapolis. We have a lot more battles to go. We've seen some exciting battles as well. So if you're joining in, my name is Caleb Payne. I'm joined by Chris Reisner, and we're excited to see some incredible battles.
Coming up, we've got Crimson K19 taking on S. James P. in the winners semis. We also take a look at the bracket OutOfPoket, and Shiny Dialga will be upcoming shortly. 4 terrific battlers. Some have been competing all season long in the circuit. S. James P. only in his second ever regional and is still undefeated to this point. Now we shift over to the loser side.
Yeah, we've seen some of these matches play out already on stage. We have Elim, Trent, Gordon and Flash, ValorAsh still remaining on the loser side. We have 4 trainers still on the winner side as well. So we're hopping back over to this winner's bracket, and of course double elimination. So anyone losing this upcoming series will still be in the tournament. And we have Crimson K19 versus SJMC coming up. SJMC, like I said, only played in 1 tournament, 2nd place in Peoria in his first ever tournament, already in top 8 in his 2nd one ever. And we got Crimson K19, 4th place in Indianapolis back in 2022. I feel like this is his home ground, his home turf. He wants to defend it. He wants to add another medal around his neck, and he's looking poised to do so.
He's feeling good in Indianapolis, and he is running a more unique team, I would say, than SJMP. He's running that Mandibuzz as well as a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which at one point in time might have been one of the more common steel types in the Open Great League meta. Now you don't see it quite as much in favor of something like a Skarmory, but that Alolan Sandslash, it has been putting in work for Crimson K19.
And it's going to be the Shadow Claw variant for Crimson K19 as well. So we're going to see how that plays out. He's been really relying a lot on that Lantern too, having pretty interesting matchups against Gligar. Typically, the ground type is going to be better than electric types, but that Surf pacing faster than that first take against Gligar really puts Crimson in a lot of positive situations in those matchups. SJMP leveraging that Dewgong quite a bit and just playing really clean games throughout. So I'm very excited to see how this one goes down. Both teams fairly similar, both having that ice type, that hard check to that Gligar. Dewgong going to be a slightly harder check in some respects into that. And here we go. I mean, similar teams, and we got the exact mirror match here. 2 Spark Lantern on each side.
Do you ever risk baiting a Surf in this matchup? It's a much safer play to go for the Thunderbolt. You guarantee some solid damage output or maybe a Protect Shield. SJMP going to let this first Thunderbolt connect onto his own Lantern.
We see a lot of Lantern users actually not go for the bait, and we see SJMP actually swap out. I like this play a lot because that Mandibuzz is kind of a problem for his back line, so trying to draw it out potentially with this Lick now. And you see Crimson K19 throwing the Surf here first, maybe a little chip and dip action as well to soften up and make this matchup easier. In comes the Alolan Sandslash. Resistant Shadow Claw, but with that chip damage, the Drones are going to really start adding up. And only having resistant charge attacks from the Lickitung, this is not going to do a lot to the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, interesting play by Crimson. I think a lot of trainers would have come in with the Mandibuzz immediately against this Lickitung. Instead, he chips and wants to preserve his Mandibuzz for the back Pokemon. I think that could work out here as the Alolan Sandslash going for the Drown. A little bit of a harder hitting move than the Ice Punch. Gonna put this Lickitung quite low. A big overfarm here. SJMP holding on to all that energy and now might want to invest the protection. Yeah, he's gonna shield up his Lickitung.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get the Power Evolve. Had the option to throw it actually before Crimson throws the Ice Punch. You can see Crimson actually a little surprised about that play too. Why would you shield that when you have so little health left? But, and going to respond by shielding a resistant Bison. I mean, all the moves are resisted. SJMP throwing another Bison though, and this is going to start putting the pressure on. Let's see if Crimson K19's Alolan Sandslash is going to hang on to get this Ice Punch off. Does it hang on? No, doesn't. So does go down, but still has 2 pretty healthy Pokemon in the back. Lanturns come back in and start farming away. SJMP's Lantern did have that Thunderbolt ready in the back, but he gets the power too. This is huge. Super effective damage. Does Crimson K19 decide to shield this or save the shield? Mandibuzz spends his final shield here.
Oh my goodness, this Lickitung is going on a tear. Puts in a lot of work there, and now Crimson 19 is on the back foot. Lantern is down a shield. SJMP saved energy, but it's going to come in with a Crystal. He's going to preserve that Lantern in the back, and this is not what Crimson wants to see. Now his Mandibuzz has lost the alignment. It's going to potentially be matched up against that Electric-type Lantern in the back.
I like this read from SJMP. Obviously, the one thing you don't want to see in the back for a Lantern is that Whiscash, but that's not going to be the case. It's going to be the Mandibuzz. It seems unlikely it would be a Whiscash too, because Crimson would be just super weak to Cresselia at that point in time. It is going to be the Mandibuzz. A really great read from SJMP. Comes in, he gets a debuff as well on the Mandibus. We've seen a ton of Moonblast debuffs. This one probably not even necessary, but it's going to help shore up this matchup for SJMSP.
The Thunderbolt connects on the Mandibus, putting it quite low. It does reach the Dark Pulse, however, and SJMSP is perfectly fine. He's going to let the Dark Pulse go through here. He's going to save that Protect Shield. Lantern is actually going to hang on. I think we saw a slight undercharge there. Maybe Crimson trying to get a farm on his own Lantern, but it's going to be too little, too late here. Looks like he's just going to allow SJMSP to throw this Thunderbolt, which will connect, and this should knock out, giving S-James game number 1.
SJMSP not even really needing too much of that Cresselia in that matchup. It was that Lickitung versus Lone Sandslash matchup that was really interesting for SJMSP. Lets the drill run go, shields the less harder hitting Ice Punch, throws a power of double body slams after take out the Lone Sandslash. And the thing is, the Lickitung was chipped already from the Surf from the Lantern, but still putting in so much work into that Lone Sandslash and also getting a power whip off against Lantern. Lickitung was putting in so much for SJMSP and really helped build himself a lead in that mid-game matchup.
Yeah, when you're playing a player the caliber of SJMSP, sometimes he makes a swap and you think he's trying to lure something out, right? I think if Crimson maybe played that game just a little bit more simply, if he just swapped the Mandibuzz into the Lickitung, could have potentially aligned that Alolan Sandslash with the Cresselia in back en route to a victory. But S-James able to dance around and maneuver so well. Also, one of my favorite things about S-James yesterday, we saw him get a Night Slash boost and he started shaking his head like he doesn't want the boost. He got the Moonblast debuff. He started shaking his head again. He doesn't like getting luck chances go his way. He wants to win it straight up without anything like that.
No, definitely. In the interview with him earlier, he said he's a very expressive player. Sometimes the expressions doesn't really even align with the results of what's going on, because in my opinion, he should be, you know, excited and joyful like Shining Dialga sometimes, but he's winning and maybe not looking even comfortable in his wins, but his matches today have looked fairly comfortable. 2-0 in that first matchup in the winner's bracket, now up 1 game against Crimson, and he's still sitting on the winner's side too, so he still has a lot of room for error, but this guy doesn't seem like he makes any errors.
I have yet to see S-James make a questionable read. Here we go, game number 2, and oh, it's a disastrous lead for Crimson. The Sandslash into Annihilate.
And that's a huge lead. This Lantern, though, is still pretty strong for Crimson. He has a lot to play with it. Let's see if SJMSP maybe decides to even stay in here. The Dewgong has an okay matchup into that Alolan Sandslash as well. It's not great, especially with the Shadow Call variant, but has some play with that super effective drill run. Let's see how SJMSP navigates this, because this Lantern has a pretty decent matchup into that Dewgong, and it's not bad, especially with the energy lead, into that Gligar.
Yeah, did not bring an obvious response to this Lantern save swap, so forced to stay in here, and has some play against that Alolan Sandslash in the back, but we may see SJMSP try and win this lead matchup and preserve the Annihilate for later. Night Slash connects. Actually, no. Gonna swap in the Gligar now. However, the wing attacks are not very threatening in terms of fast attack pressure. This is going to allow Lantern to get off multiple Surfs.
And let's see, can the second Surf be reached before SJMSP gets the wing attack down? If he gets the wing attack down, that changes things completely. Does get the wing attack down. That's huge. He leaves with a dig as well. So now the Alolan Sandslash has to respect the energy on the Gligar as well. You don't really have as much fast attack pressure with Shadow Claw, so SJMSP could even potentially go for a cheeky bait here to grab a shield. Oh, tries to catch the dig, doesn't do it. SJMSP with the patience, and now it's going to throw the neutral aerial ace into the Mandibuzz and could potentially lock this into the Dewgong. Is Switch Timer up? It looks like no, actually not quite up. So Crimson actually get a decent amount of farm against this matchup, which is definitely going to help him in the back-end matchups.
And I think S-James already recognizing he's in a really commanding position, has his Dewgong still fully healthy in the back to a lineup against this Mandibuzz. And then, of course, the Annihilate still fairly healthy for the Alolan Sandslash. Aerial Ace coming through. This will get rid of the Gligar. SJMSP now has the opportunity to bring in the Dewgong and is in a really good situation.
And this is really tough for Crimson, because the thing is, not only is the Dewgong really bulky, it has coverage for the Alolan Sandslash. So Alolan Sandslash doesn't have a lot of places to go. It does have a little bit of entry, but look at how much health is left on that Annihilate, and just the counter damage alone is so strong. I think SJMSP recognizes, you know what? I'm just going to go for the fast attacks. No more charge attacks needed at this point. I can Ice Shard this down, counter down the Alolan Sandslash to victory.
Yeah, and right now, all he's going to need really is to hold on. We actually see an Icy Wind bait here for S. James P. Understands that the counter damage is going to be enough and does pull the Protect Shield with the Icy Wind bait, then swaps in. These double super effective counters are chunking away at the Alolan Sand Slash.
Yeah, and you can see both trainers saying GG's as well, and, you know, the counters are starting to come through. It's a great SJC. You can crack a smile, another 2-0 victory. He doesn't seem satisfied at all somehow, but he made it look easy here in the winners semifinals, and that means SJC is moving to the winners finals here in Indianapolis. Top 2 in Peoria, and already at least top 3 in Indianapolis. That is some high consistency from S. James P.
S. James P, what a talent this guy is. As you said, second place Peoria in his first ever regional tournament. He comes here to Indianapolis, and all of a sudden he is in the top 3 guaranteed, and he's on the winner's side. He's gonna be playing in a best of 5 the next time we see him. Oh my goodness, this guy is elite.
Yeah, he's a scary trainer to potentially face in these tournaments. He's giving me kind of reminiscent memories of Rubik's Master, right? Very little data points, playing, you know, Rubik's Master playing one tournament and then went all the way to the runner-up at World Championships, and SJP playing in only 2 tournaments, already at least a top 3 finish in both of those tournaments. And, you know, I don't know if he's been playing in a lot of locals, but at this point, you don't even need to play in locals to really qualify for World Championships if you're doing this well on the regional level.
He's racking up the championship points every single time he competes, and I think this match expressed game 1, there was probably a few different things Crimson could have done to maybe flip the result, but game number 2, SJ had the perfect alignment, and if you don't capitalize against a player of SJ's caliber in those games that are winnable, it's tough to beat him the next time when maybe you have a disadvantage in terms of the alignment.
Yeah, and SJs need to find a way to play around that safe swap lantern, right? Because like we said, there wasn't a clear answer to it, so going for that chip and dip strategy, throwing the nice dash, chipping it down, and putting it perfectly in wing attack range, not even needing to shield the Gligar again, put him in such an advantageous position. Even the patience, well, he had the dig for Alolan Sand Slash, doesn't throw it, and in comes the Mandibus, getting a lot of chip damage on Mandibus to the point where Crimson K19 just didn't have a lot of options left.
Yeah, and also having the Dewgong in the back as well for the Mandibuzz, just was able to keep his position, and the perfect wing attack down right as Lantern was about to reach that second serve, got the farm down, had energy loaded. It was just convincing all the way in that second game to close things out.
Yeah, players like S-Change-P, Doombug, Lyle Jazz, even Rise Vacation, right? These are the players you need to watch for their minuscule gameplay. It seems like such little differences, but those little differences are what separate from the best trainers, from the top trainers, from great trainers.
I completely agree, and S-James-P, he's always a pleasure to watch, a treat to watch. I rarely see him make a mistake, and we'll see more of him shortly on.
Yeah, well, congratulations to him. Hasn't even dropped a game here on day number 2. I can't even remember if he dropped any games on day number 1. We'll have to double check the bracket from that one, but so far putting on a pretty historic run here in Indianapolis, the biggest North America regional to date this season.
Absolutely, and as we take a break from the action quick, we're going to take a look at some May content coming up. The May content update featured Pokemon Shadow Suicune, as well as Blacephalon and Stakataka.
And honestly, besides the new Pokemon, the new Ultra Beasts that are being released into Pokemon Go, I'm really excited about the other Pokemon as well in the raids. Regiseal just finished up. We got Tapu Fini with Nature's Madness in this. I know Rise Vacation could attest to this. He was sitting right next to me. My first Tapu Fini with Nature's Madness, it was a shiny one right off the bat too. So, hey, if anyone's looking to swap one, I'm around. So hit me up. But we got Regirock as well too. Has some interesting play, especially in themed Go Battle League Cups. Might have a place in the open Great League meta as well.
It would be cool to see more Regis get gameplay other than Registeel in the PvP circuit. And now we take a look at the catching wonders, getting that extra Master Ball research. Caleb, have you used your Master Ball yet for anything in particular?
The only Master I am of is a Master of Hoarding, because I haven't spent a single Master Ball. I don't know what to spend on. What about you?
I have not spent one either. I think I'm saving it for the rare scenario where I do a raid and I have a 100 perfect trained Pokemon that I could use on my last Pokeball, and I'm a little bit scared to take that risk, so maybe I use my Master Ball in that scenario.
Yeah, I know a buddy of mine used his on a 100% Shadow Lugia, and I mean, you know, that's a good one to catch with the Master Ball, but so far my luck has not panned out that well, so we'll have to see what other people are using. I know our producer Daniel might have spent it on a Bidoof, which, you know, I think it's a questionable decision, but that's a subjective opinion on my end. You let us know what you think. You know, hit up Daniel, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, let him know what you think about using that Master Ball on a Bidoof.
They say Bidoof is a pseudo-legendary, or is it a pseudo-mythical Pokemon?
It's a pseudo good Pokemon, let's put it that way. But, you know, that being said, everyone has their favorite Pokemon. Some people might be Bidoof, some people might be something like a Bastion on it. That's exactly what's going to be on the field right now, OutOfPoket with that Bastion. What an incredible team, too. The non-Shadow Feraligatr as well will be going against Shiny Dialga. Both of them were 2-0 in that first round of the winner's bracket here in day number 2. Shiny Dialga taking down the 2-time champion Lyle Jets this season, and has the Doombug team, who's sitting on stage right now, too. He's like, hey, I got it from you, Sensei. And, you know, Doombug probably appreciating what Shiny Dialga is doing with the team here in Indianapolis. But OutOfPoket team, kind of wild too. And something really interesting is he's running the non-Shadow Feraligatr. And there's a reason behind this. It has a much better matchup, especially against Gligar, which is one of the most common Pokemon in this meta. It can survive that airways with the wing attack damage to get off that Hydro Cannon. Otherwise, it's kind of weird to even counter swap the Gligar with a water Pokemon, which is, you know, pretty much what a lot of the water Pokemon are meant for. But here we go. Game number 1, Shadow Whiscash into a Lickitung lead.
Shadow Whiscash gonna pivot immediately into the Altaria, and it's met directly by the Skarmory. Right now, this is not the scenario Pocket wants to be in. Two tremendous battlers going head-to-head here. Altaria actually going directly for the Moonblast against the Skarmory.
And the Altaria for OutOfPoket is actually really strong as a safe swap into the team of Shiny Dialga. He really only has one reliable check, which is the Skarmory, and he actually gets it locked on at least. That's pretty good. Oh, going for the Brave Bird, and OutOfPoket doesn't shield. If he shielded this, he could have won switch advantage, but OutOfPoket saying, you know what, I'm going to save my shields for something else. Does OutOfPoket get to a move? And looks like no, just not enough. Really calculated decision from Shiny Dialga, and this is really tough. Yes, it is debuff, but you can't much-shot down this Skarmory, so now OutOfPoket forced to spend a shield in a situation where he doesn't already have the switch advantage. That puts him in an even tougher position.
What a bold play by Shiny Dialga, going for that Brave Bird earlier, and it paid off. And now Pocket is going to have to potentially surrender his second Protect Shield here, going down. No, he's not. He's going to let the Brave Bird connect, and this does so much damage to the Whiscash.
That's a ton of damage, and it's going to get from bad to worse. There's a Gligar with a shield advantage in the back for this Annihilate. OutOfPoket trying to swap, but he's not going to like what he sees. Here comes the Lickitung, and here comes the Gligar. Shiny Dialga liking this too. This is so tough. Even with Ice Punch, it is so hard to muscle through in this situation. Skarmory putting in so much work for Shiny Dialga. 3 Brave Birds landed. I mean, it's debuffing your defense, but it's not debuffing your attack, and those are full hard-hitting Brave Birds.
Yeah, maybe if the Annihilate had a shield advantage, it would have some play against the Gligar, but it is the opposite. It's the Gligar up a shield, and Shiny Dialga takes game 1 in quick fashion.
Shiny Dialga continuing his impressive underdog run here in Indianapolis. Only one top cut ever in his career, and I believe he played in that first ever regional in Indianapolis a few years ago as well, back in 2022. So he's been around the competitive scene since the very beginning when it's been on the official format, but he's playing the best he's ever has. Top cut in Pure last year, I believe he got 5th place, and that was a tournament that OutOfPoket won. So kind of always in the background, watching from the shadows, seeing these top players succeed ahead of him, but this is his time to shine, and he is putting on a show.
Shiny Dialga has been so energetic and ecstatic, really, in his interviews. And when he's on the battlefield, though, he looks so locked in and focused. You see the mixture of emotions from him. He is looking to take down OutOfPoket here, a tremendously talented trainer. Will we see a Feraligatr appear for OutOfPoket? He hasn't brought it very often this tournament. Caleb, I think it has play against 4 out of 6 versus Shiny Dialga. The Gligar, Skarmory, Whiscash, and Annihilate. Solid matchups all for that Feraligatr.
I agree with you. I think Feraligatr in the lead
with potentially Altaria and Cresselia in the back has a lot of coverage out of pocket, right? You have that Altaria that has a great matchup into pretty much everything except for the Skarmory. The thing is, out of pocket has the potential to even muscle through that Skarmory matchup if he really wants to try to fight for that switch advantage. And Jeff Braga, you really only worry about that Lantern because you have the Ice Beam coverage as well. Well, actually, you don't really need Ice Beam in this matchup. But here we go. It's going to be the Altaria lead into the Lantern. A great lead. And you actually see out of pocket swapping straight away to the Whiscash, met by the Lickitung. But the thing is, Lickitung's not the best check to shadow Whiscash. If you start landing some debuffs here and shielding the Power Whips, it starts becoming a more advantageous position for out of pocket. First, Scald is going to land that debuff.
Getting that debuff is really nice. I was a little surprised to see out of pocket switch immediately, but it seems he has a game plan in mind. And notice that the Shadow Whiscash is really safe against Shiny Dialga's line. The EUIC Dunebug team doesn't have an obvious answer to the Shadow Whiscash, just has a lot of neutral answers. So Whiscash is very safe here. Gonna go for another Scald against the Lickitung. And will this get another debuff? Oh. Yes, it does. 2 debuffs.
And a huge gutsy call to not shield the potential Power Whip on the first one. Now Shiny Dialga goes for it. Out of pocket is going to not shield it as well. I think feeling confident. All right, this Lickitung is double debuffed. He had a lot of energy on my Altaria, and Altaria's real strong. Actually, no, coming in with the Annihilate. I love this play as well. If you have a Gligar in the back, you could do a decent amount of damage, especially up a shield. But the thing is, there's no Gligar, there's no clear Annihilate check as well. Now going for the Bison bait, not going to get this shield. This is looking really good for out of pocket right now. A lot of energy on Annihilate, which is scary in general. Up a shield, and then with no clear answer, it's going to be a tough one for Shiny Dialga in this backhand matchup.
Those Scald debuffs allowed the Annihilate to take a lot less lick damage from that Lickitung as it got the counter down and only having to take a body slam. We see the Shadow Ball draw the final Protect Shield from Shiny Dialga. Out of pocket is up 2 shields to 0 here and is going to swap in the Altaria. And now we see the counter swap into the Skarmory.
And we saw this matchup in game 1, but this is a whole different ball game for out of pocket in game 2. Up 2 shields against this Skarmory. He knows that he can survive the Brave Bird, even gets hit by it. So, but going to still respect it, especially seeing Shiny Dialga throw 3 Brave Birds last time. He's like, hey, this guy got some guts. He might throw it any time. And just going to go for the safe play. I like this play from out of pocket. He has a lot of energy on the Annihilate as well. Going for a lot of energy, actually going for over 100 energy here, saying, hey, I'm just enjoying these resisted Dragon Breaths, I guess, but has the double Sky Attack ready against Shiny Dialga. Does Shiny Dialga get a move off? No, doesn't throw the Brave Bird yet.
Yeah, and out of pocket, I think he was a little too locked in there. He was going over 100 energy and then started shaking his head like, oh, I gotta throw my move. Now we see a move coming through from Shiny Dialga. If you're out of pocket, do you invest the Protect Shield here for the farm down, or do you say he's gonna invest it here? This is gonna force Shiny Dialga to expend energy with his Lantern to get rid of this Altaria.
I like this play a lot. Out of pocket recognizing there is energy on the Lantern, so might as well shield the Altaria, force the Thunderbolt so that he doesn't have to worry about, you know, shielding potential Surf Bait. Annihilate does have energy, has the Shadow Ball ready. Shadow Ball is going to do a lot of damage. I don't think it's enough to knock out, but might just be 1, 2, maybe 3 counters away from taking out the Lantern. Looks like 2 counters away. Does Shiny Dialga get to the Surf? Does get to the Surf, but 1 HP. You can see out of pocket. He said, hey, look, I know this takes me out, but I got the Altaria, and this 1-turn move is going to come through.
1 Dragon Breath is all you need here. That may look super close to sub. Out of pocket, cool as a cucumber, and he is able to get the KO there, tying up this series 1-1. Altaria with the 1 Dragon Breath in the end.
Calculated play from out of pocket. Let's see how these players are going to make adjustments here going into game number 3. This is the winner semifinal, so both trainers will still be in the tournament even after this series, but winner of this will go straight to the winners finals, a guaranteed top 3 finish, and you still have a series you could lose later on. So having that advantage going into the bracket, continuing on the winner side, is going to be absolutely huge for whoever takes this next game.
And that ability to get to a best-of-5 situation, right? A lot of trainers know that a best-of-3, there's really a small margin of error. You get to that best-of-5 situation, maybe you can take a game or 2 to feel out the matchup, give you a little bit more margin of error to feel things out, and a longer set oftentimes is more enjoyable for these top trainers.
I don't know if I want to be in a long set against SJSP, but hey, you know, someone's got to take him out somehow, right? If he's staying on the winner's side, if you want to be the champion of this tournament, you got to face him. And both of these trainers are looking like great contenders against SJSP. It just depends on who's going to be able to come out victorious in game number 3. Game 1, pretty one-sided for Shiny Dialga, but game 2, OutOfPoket finding a way to stop that momentum and force this game 3. Here we go. It's going to be game number 3, winner's semifinals, and we got the Bastion locked in this Skarmory. It doesn't get better than this. And there's a Lynx on the back. He's ABA weak to it.
You say it doesn't get better than this. I don't know if it gets worse than this for Shiny Dialga. He's ABA weak to the Bastion and OutOfPoket fully content just staying in here, at least for the time being. Bastion is so good against this line that Shiny Dialga just brought.
And he talked about it yesterday too, right? I mean, it's not only just bench pressure. If you bring it in, players that love to run these cores that are typically strong in the meta can't run these cores because you have a huge core breaker in this Bastion that beats both the Skarmory and the Lickitung. I mean, what are you going to do? You don't want to shield the Lickitung because it's in such a bad matchup here, and you have such a great matchup for the back end tier 2. OutOfPoket could potentially take out the Lickitung and still pivot out and save the Bastion for later.
He kept it as bench pressure for the first 2 games and then leads it in game number 3. The Power Whip not doing very much. We're going to see OutOfPoket opt for the Stone Edge here. This should just about knock out the Lickitung, and OutOfPoket will, actually going for the undercharge here. Doesn't want to knock it out, wants to get more energy.
I like this play too, recognizing that Shiny Dialga still doesn't have enough energy to get to a Power Whip, so getting a few extra smackdowns will come in handy for later. And here's the thing, Shiny Dialga didn't really bring a true counter to this Gligar. Okay, yeah, OutOfPoket just maybe taking some extra energy. I'm not really sure why, because this switch timer is up, but just wants to take a few extra lick damage. Maybe doesn't want to get farmed down. But the thing is, there's not really anything that can farm this down. Shiny Dialga has resisted wing attacks from the Gligar. Actually decides to bring in the Skarmory instead, and OutOfPoket is going to get to a super effective flamethrower before this Skarmory can even farm this down.
Getting to this flamethrower is nice because it pulls the Protect Shield. If Shiny Dialga had actually let that go, it may have caused an awkward situation for OutOfPoket, but getting that shield is very nice. You bring in the Whiscash against the Skarmory. You're going to resist the Steel Wing damage. The Skarmory, however, has a huge energy lead, and you almost have to respect the Brave Bird here. OutOfPoket pulling a Protect Shield here. Shiny Dialga goes for the Sky Attack bait.
I really like the team composition from OutOfPoket. He has the Whiscash and the Altaria, both super safe into the team of Shiny Dialga. Coming into this back-end matchup with the shield advantage as well. Yes, you're down energy, but you land a hard-hitting Scald. You get the debuff as well, and this Gligar doesn't really have a lot of places to go either. Shiny Dialga going to throw another move, and it looks like it's going to be Brave Bird. OutOfPoket not concerned. It is debuff. Here comes the Gligar. Probably going to throw a parting Skull first, and then you have the Altaria, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League, grabbing his final shield. Altaria in the back, ready to sweep.
Getting this Scald off is huge. No debuff, or did we see a debuff? I didn't see one visually, but now Gligar going for the Aerial Ace here. It's gonna have an energy head start. Could make things a little bit awkward for this Altaria, but Altaria just really needs to get to a Sky Attack.
His shield's down for Gligar. This matchup is much harder. The benefit of Gligar in this matchup with shields up is you just outpace the Altaria 2 charge attacks, but this Altaria has a lot of energy stored, and one Sky Attack is going to put this Gligar so low. Shiny Dialga still about one more wing attack away from the Aerial Ace, and the problem is Shiny Dialga doesn't really have energy on the Skarmory either, so even if he gets his Aerial Ace, you can just shield up this Altaria, and it looks like Shiny Dialga's not even going to throw the move.
Doesn't opt to throw the move. Interesting decision there, and I think Altaria might just reach the Sky Attack, and this Flyer is gonna deliver the flying blow to the Skarmory. OutOfPoket gonna take a 2-1 series win against Shiny Dialga, advancing to the winners finals.
Impressive series from both trainers, especially OutOfPoket though. Shiny Dialga, definitely not a household name, definitely the underdog, but he just went 2-0 against Lyle, so he definitely knows his stuff. Taking that first game out of OutOfPoket, he had to find a way to dig deep and come back, and hey man, it was a Bastion on game number 3. Core broke Shiny Dialga completely, so he didn't have a lot of places to go. The Bastion was matched up in the Lickitung and Skarmory only in that matchup, and Shiny Dialga just didn't respect it. Even the Gligar doesn't really do great into Bastion, shields up. The wing attacks just do absolutely nothing.
OutOfPoket was in the zone. He locked in so quickly for that game 3. He had a plan in mind. He had a gut feeling of what he wanted to go with, and it worked out. We saw the Bastidon lead, and we saw Shiny Dialga ABA weak to it. OutOfPoket, though, stayed in against the Lickitung. He realized that was his best answer, was the Bastidon just staying in. The Whiscash, although down energy, was able to handle the Skarmory well enough. And then, of course, in the end game, getting to this Scald was huge for OutOfPoket to grab that final shield, really setting up the Altaria in the end game.
And the line from OutOfPoket made a lot of sense, right? Because Altaria is so safe into this team. So even if you catch a bad lead, you have a really safe Altaria and really safe Whiscash in the back end, and you have a lot of play there. And again, Altaria potentially could muscle through and win switch advantage still, even into that Skarmory. Recognize that Skarmory is super safe from Shiny Dialga, bring the Bastion, and you know what they say, it's bench pressure until it's not, and hopefully you're ready when it's not. And Shiny Dialga not ready for the Bastion game number 3.
What a series that was. Credit to Shiny Dialga. He knocked Lyle Jeffs down to the loser's bracket before Elim eventually took down Lyle. So Lyle was arguably the favorite coming into this tournament. Shiny Dialga has been playing so well, took him out, and then OutOfPoket has been playing tremendous. He has a match set up for S. James P in the winners finals. However, we will go to the losers finals before we get to that matchup.
And OutOfPoket too. I mean, definitely a name that's been around for a while, doing great in the seniors division, qualifying world championships that first year. Last year's in the masters division, winning Peoria, getting 3rd place at the Hartford Regional, the largest regional for North America as well, and also again playing at World Championships. This season starts off in Pittsburgh in that 3rd place spot, and you know, things are looking good, but I feel like he hasn't made it as far since then until now. A guaranteed top 3 finish in Indianapolis, the largest tournament in North America this season. So he is back in fighting form, and he's ready to take more names with him.
I am looking forward to seeing him in action shortly. We are going to take a look at some quick highlights, and we'll be back shortly with you.
I figured you had Mandy in the bag.
Goes down. That means Elite is your Sacramento Regional Grand Champion.
Undefeated on day number 2 for Elite, not dropping a single set. What impeccable plays from Elite.
I first got involved in middle school. It was Pokemon Gold and Silver. My friend showed it to me, and then I started playing it, and I got hooked to the main series. And ever since then, like I've been like on and off with Pokemon until about the start of COVID, like 2020. That's when I started getting more into Pokemon Go, and yeah, I've just been playing PvP and getting better. I remember I was in a daycare and I was watching the anime, and it was the first season of Indigo Plateau, and I just remember sitting on the couch in the daycare just watching it, and yeah, I was enjoying it a lot. So I started playing with my friends, just out and about, just walking around. And it was ever since Go Battle League started. I wanted to be like really good at Pokemon, and I wanted to compete in the World Championship. At the time, Pokemon Go wasn't a part of the competitive circuit, but I like started playing it, and like I enjoyed the game, and I felt like I could get good at it. So I put in more time in practice, and then eventually the game joined the circuit. Then I started taking things even more seriously, and I'm qualified for the World Championship.
And he's going to be the 3rd trainer from North America to have that guaranteed invitation to World Championships.
I want to do well in Worlds. I don't want to put a placing on it, but I want to do like really good in Worlds this year, and I'm going to prepare for it. It's just mainly game mechanics for me, like just learning and mastering those, like counting my opponent's fast moves and knowing exactly when they're going to get to the charge moves, and just keeping that all in my head like the whole game.
We're going to see Elite take it.
It was when I played Caleb Hank in the finals, finals, the grand finals, when I went 6-0. It was that whole day, really. It's just starting from the losers bracket, going all the way back up into the grand finals, and then ending up winning it all. That's definitely the biggest moment for me. It's not really looking up, because I like to think of myself as a good player, and I think everyone else has like a chance to win. But yeah, I would say with Dodge and my friend Pocket as well. I think those two are really good players, and I'd like to stay like on par with them. Originally, I had a drive to win, and I still have that drive, right? But it started to become more like a drive to just be with friends and hang out with everyone that like I've made really good friendships with, and yeah, just to play the battles and just enjoy my time here.
Dunebug has won 13 straight games to start this grand finals.
And back in 2016, Pokemon Go was the first ever Pokemon game I played. I'd never played a single Pokemon game before learning about Pokemon Go. When I was a freshman at college, there was a wild Dragonite that spawned, and the whole campus literally ran to the spawn. It was such a frenzy. It was such a fun time. I've just gotten to love the game and love the Pokemon series. It's just been a really fun learning experience, and the community is great. It's just fun competition.
Dunebug, who's absolutely on fire.
I have a sports background. I'm a competitive person by heart, so it was pretty easy transition to competitive play. My favorite moment was probably winning Arlington last year. The tournament before that, I came off being reverse swept in the losers finals, which was very heartbreaking end to a tournament. And then I was able to come back and win Arlington. Felt like such a big step for me. I would look up to the previous world champion, Nate Saxon. He's a really good friend of mine. He's been very helpful in my journey with team building and practicing, and he's just a very nice person too.
What an epic end to that battle. It doesn't get closer than that.
My number one goal is to win Worlds, but I would just love to do well at Worlds because the last two World Championships I haven't done as well as I wanted. I've learned that I am really competitive. I am also one of the best players in the world. A lot of people say that about me too, and I like winning.
Beautiful aerial shots here of Indianapolis, Indiana, the site of our regional championship this weekend. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with Amanda Lundberg. We've offered a lot of coverage so far, but there's still a little bit more to go.
We got plenty more to go. I was just watching the thing that Dunebug was talking about. I was like, oh man, we have so much in common. Pokemon Go is our first game where some people say we're the best players in the world. You know, things like that.
Yeah, all those things in common,
all those
right?
things in common. Like one of those first things in common.
Also, the regional championships, you know, equalize in that field as well.
Obviously, yes.
That's good to know. But I think it's cool that we can find things in common with certain players, right? Maybe, for example, Caleb and I bond over the fact that the last main series Pokemon game that we played when we were growing up was actually Pokemon Crystal. And then we kind of put the series down for a while until Pokemon Go.
That's right, yeah. It's so really nice. Some nostalgia bringing back into that as well.
Yeah.
Some of maybe your favorite picks from then, hopefully making their way to Pokemon Go.
I hope.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be amazing to see. Well, speaking of making their way, let's make our way to the stage. Our players are ready. We have two incredibly talented trainers that we've spotlighted a couple times already this weekend. This is Elim on the left side versus Trent on the right.
We've seen both of these players already been playing. This again is in the loser side of the bracket, so the winner of this will remain in the tournament. The person who is eliminated will be out of this, but coming home with some championship points. In the meantime, though, look at these team compositions. Look at this, a lot on the line.
Funny thing, I was walking around backstage. I actually bumped into Elim, and Elim said, hey man, did you see my game against Lyle? And I said, yeah, I saw it. I was casting it, and it was great. And we're going to see how he does here against Trent, because, again, these are two really talented players. Trent I first learned of via the Go Battle League leaderboards, right? A trainer that I wasn't familiar with, but I knew he was incredibly talented. We've seen him kind of have ups and downs in this tournament so far. Losers round 3, you know, still persevering, but that Dewgong and Annihilate core could be impactful.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a big moment for both of these trainers. It's funny that you said that about Elim as well, because I think that sometimes, yeah, they like to see who is actually casting their matches. We're going to get into these matches. Speaking of, we have the Altaria on Elim's side versus the Lickitung on Trent's, and this is, again, a pretty neutral matchup.
Now, we saw Elim rely a lot on his charge bug in the Lyle Jeffs matchup earlier. He brings it again to this game number 1 versus Trent, but a very neutral lead, right? Lickitung versus Altaria. Anytime you see a very neutral lead like this, it gives you a chance to kind of get the gears turning about what might be in the back.
And even though there is a charger, but there's not as many targets actually on Trent's side because there isn't a Skarmory or anything like that that's going to completely hard wall it. There is that Dewgong. Dewgong has been doing a lot for a lot of people in this tournament with those icy wins. However, at this point, it looks like both of these trainers still sticking in with that lead. The body slam now coming through from the Lickitung, and still no shield from Elim's side. Going to go ahead and take it on that Altaria.
Elim knows that the pacing for the Lickitung is just a little bit faster than his Altaria, but we see the swap into the opposing Altaria, and Elim's able to respond with the Skarmory. Now, this has actually happened to Trent a few times on stream this weekend, right? He'll make a pivot, and then maybe the one thing he really doesn't want to see comes out on the other side. So we're going to see how he adjusts.
Yeah, we were talking about ABB strategies yesterday, and also how this season seems to be the season of ABA strategies, and Elim was doing an ABA flyer team there with the Altaria in the lead, the Skarmory in the back, and when now this Altaria comes in, it's a perfect response. This Moonblast will be the more effective attack coming through here, but it's still unshielded by Elim's side. Skarmory's going to take it all.
Elim has been on the dealing side of the Altaria Moonblast, right? But now he's on the receiving side in regards to his Skarmory. Fires a Sky Attack. This is going to KO the Altaria if it comes through, but I think that the Skarmory is low enough. It is in danger of being farmed down.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be farmed down, but at this point, I mean, you have to wonder if it's going to be okay. Will he even be able to make an attack? It looks like he is going to make it to the Sky Attack right beforehand. Well, either this Lickitung going down or it's forcing a shield off of Trent. You can see Trent deciding last second to shield it up. Looks like we are going to get that complete lick down. Hopefully that body slam can have an impact on whatever it comes into. It's going to be that Altaria, an immediate swap out into the Gligar.
We see the swap, and then we see the counterplay. Here comes the Sky Attack from Elim trying to chip down this Gligar because he knows he has the charge bug in the back, but he's changing the dimensions, like Tua Butters likes to say, right? Changing the dimensions of the matchup, taking away the Final Protect shield, applying some pressure, and then bringing in the charge bug.
And this is actually big because we talk about it quite a bit. Gligar is a huge wall to the charger bug. However, with 2 shields on Elim's side, momentum sort of shifts in his favor in that regard. Going ahead and just charging up a lot of energy, up to 2 X-Scissors now, going 1 above before throwing, and we get that next aerial ace coming through from Trent's side. Will you get the last Protect shield from Elim?
I don't think it's necessary, right, to no shield this. I don't think you need to make the call because you know you can do a lot of damage to the Gligar in the meanwhile, and the Lickitung body slam, you're still well outside of range of that. So if you're Elim, I think you just fire with the double X scissor here, maybe try for the knockout, but it's going to be close.
It's going to be extremely close. Will 2 shields even be enough? 2 baits with the aerial ace, and now going for that heavier hitting dig. It will be connecting, and we have to remember, again, Shadow Pokemon do that much more damage. Charge bug so far in the red. Also catching the X's. Looks like it was maybe trying to go for a combination play, not able to get it off in time, and so this Lickitung is going down. It's going to still be close. I think he's at the X-Scissor.
Trent tries to outsmart Elim, but he doesn't fall for it. He does trigger the charge type party tie, gets the Lickitung, get the knockout, and now he gets 1 Volt Switch, a little more chip, and the final X-Scissor. This is decisive. Gligar hangs on.
Wow, incredible. Really one HP and a dream there for Trent, being able to hang on with that Gligar. We talked about it being a wall, and man, I guess it really is being able to withstand so many X-Scissors there. 2 shielded Charger Bugs, still not enough for Elim to pull out the win.
Really tough endgame there for Elim. He's committed to the charge bug, right? He plays that Pokemon quite a bit. He's very familiar with the matchups. As you look over the rest of Trent's team, you see Pokemon like the Annihilate, like the Dewgong, like the Lantern. It does have a ton of flex play, but you always have to be wary of those hard counter situations like the Gligar matchup.
Right, I wonder if, it will maybe scare Elim off from using it in the future matchup. We'll have to see, but I do want to talk about how close that game got, and really the reason why it became so close was timing optimizations as well. Not allowing extra fast attacks through, being able to throw at the exact right moments really helped pay off and make that game so close where it really could have actually been more of a blowout on one side.
I think it's also impressive how Trent trained that Shadow Gligar to withstand all of that damage, because that was a very impressive showing by a Pokemon that we know is going to be solid in the matchup, but that was actually spectacular. Eating 3 X-Scissors, all the Volt Switches in between, plus Dragon Breaths. I mean, that Pokemon took a beating and still came out.
Yeah, with literally 1 HP and a dream there. And you have to wonder if that Gligar was purposely trained for that sort of thing, or, I mean, because I know a lot of times, like we talked about before, Vigoroth being trained to have more of an attack.
Yeah. Or maybe just optimizing overall, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Jumping right into game number 2, Elim is down in the series, losers round 3. He's going to lead Skarmory into Dewgong.
Dewgong is going to be just chipping away here as well. I know a lot of trainers will go for that icy win first to make whatever comes in less impactful, being able to reach it first as well. Trent goes straight for that. Elim knows what it is, not going to shield it up, but a little bit more wary, maybe a little bit annoyed that the icy win will now lower his attack.
Yeah, it kind of slows you down, right? Bogs you down. It doesn't let you deal the kind of damage that you'd hope for. Gonna go for the charge attack here against the Dewgong. Because the Icy Wind already applied, Trent doesn't care if this is Brave Bird or Sky Attack. He's gonna go ahead and use that Protect Shield, or excuse me, no Protect Shield regardless. Now we see another Icy Wind getting queued up.
And you know what the more annoying thing about this, I think, for a lot of trainers is you don't want to swap out if there is a Dewgong lead, because no matter what, they most likely can throw an Icy Wind again and then just and then swap out themselves. Now coming in with a safe swap of a Lickitung, but when you have a Vigoroth on the opposite side, how safe is that swap?
We talked about this in game 1, right? Trent is making these switches in the lead situation. He doesn't play it out. He wants to pivot, but this time he gets a little bit too antsy, and he's met by one of the hardest counters in the entire game for Lickitung. Vigoroth is just absolutely smacking it.
Yes, especially with those hardest counters, with that counter damage as well. This looks doing pretty much nothing to the Vigoroth, relying solely on the charge attacks there. And Elim going up to basically 100 energy before throwing a body slam himself. And so it looks like Trent's still very calm and composed, saying, okay, this was worst case scenario, but I've dealt my way out of worse than this. Let's see how it goes. And Elim says, okay, that one's not quite enough. Here's another body slam for you.
Exactly right. Have double, right? 2 servings of the body slams. Second one will get the knockout against the Lickitung. And now Vigoroth has just enough HP to be a problematic farm down for whatever comes in. It's going to be Lantern. Trent reveals his 3rd Pokemon, but Elim still has not shown his.
Yeah, and not shown his, but if you look at both of theirs, I mean, I always look at the backline matchups. How is it going to play out? Altari really has no play against that Dewgong. However, Dewgong is already in the yellow. Will he be able to make some sort of impact with this Pokemon? There's still a little bit on the Skarmory as well. It's going to come down the wire. Trent is one up. Elim's back is against the wall. He's doing everything he can to stay in this matchup.
Altaria always has play, right? With the Dragon Breath damage, even against Pokemon like Registeel, it has play. What Trent's trying to do is he's trying to lower the HP because he knows that the fast attack win condition from Dewgong is his only play. He pivots into the Dewgong, but guess what? Elim saved the Skarmory. So now he can apply the Dragon Breaths. Once the Icy Wind is thrown, he can switch to clear it, and he can just burn through the HP here.
I like this play as well, counting very well, throwing the Sky Attack, saying, hey, of course, if you want to throw out this Icy Wind that's doing a lot of damage, you're going to need to use your last shield to do so. And that's exactly what Trent does. Looks like he's going for 1 extra and throwing the Icy Wind before he goes down. But yes, exactly like you said, Will, that Skarmory is going to come right back into play.
Altaria shields up the Icy Wind. It would have been double, super effective. Elim doesn't even see the need to switch. Is going to go ahead and leave his Flying and Dragon-type Pokemon in. He knows the Lantern needs a few more turns to get up to the Thunderbolt. He's just going to Dragon Breath all the way through. He throws a Sky Attack here at the last moment. Honestly, I don't know, man. Is this a misplay?
I'm not quite sure either, because, I mean, it looks like Trent hasn't thrown yet either, getting an extra spark through as well. Going for that combination. What were we thinking, Will? Elim had this plan all along. Needed that last shield gone so he could Brave Bird even that low health Lantern for the win, tying up the series in losers round 3.
Even with the ability to see everything, sometimes it's easy to forget, right? It's easy to forget that Elim had the Brave Bird stored. I'm sure a lot of people are chattering saying, what do you mean? Brave Bird was ready. He had it all along. Well, you know, humans, we're humans too.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're out there and we're back here, right?
Exactly. It's much safer here. Elim ties up the series against Trent 1-1. This is going to be a decisive game 3 in losers round 3. And I'm really excited to see what they bring. I mean, I don't think we're going to get anything out of the ordinary. These picks have been pretty neutral. What I would like to see, honestly, Amanda, is a change in mindset for Trent. He keeps on switching something in, right?
It's true.
And it's fine to make a switch. It's fine to not want to play at the lead situation, but he keeps on kind of picking just the wrong Pokemon to send in.
I do think that's true. It managed to work out for him in game 1, just barely. Game 2, though, not being able to win that off with that combination play. You have to, I mean, I think it was risky. I mean, Trent was maybe thinking there's no way that Elim's going to bring that Vigoroth when I have an Annihilate on my side. That is a hard wall.
That's a great point. That's actually a fantastic point, right? If Trent brought the Annihilate, the entire momentum of the game would have swung right there in his favor. So it's really, really tough to kind of call these things out when these teams are so dynamic. But speaking of dynamic, 2 of the most dynamic trainers here in Indianapolis are in a decisive battle for their tournament lives.
Yes, and I think if you are Trent, you are grinning from ear to ear at this start of the decisive Game 3 with the Dewgong on Altaria, immediate swap out, and this time it's Elim using that counter swap as a Lickitung. But you have to admit that, like, this side, even if it was an Annihilate coming in, it's a little bit easier than if it's a Vigoroth. It looks like that Dewgong staying in, wants to apply some of that damage, but not before it's going to take a Body Slam.
Body Slam connects into the Dewgong, going to try to chip it down before the Icy Wind comes through. But as we take a peek at this back line and fill things in, Dewgong lead for Trent with Lantern and Lickitung in the back. Meanwhile, Elim lost lead hard with his Altaria. He's got Lickitung with Skarmory. I mean, if Trent's able to maintain control switch advantage, this looks really tough.
And plus, that's exactly what it did. He did so many things with this Dewgong there. I just want to point this out. He got the Icy Wind, so the attacks aren't doing so much. He also got that what we call chip and dip strategy, so the health of Elim's Lickitung is quite low as well. So he's going to really need to force some shields or something if he wants to keep that alignment, but I don't think he's going to be able to do that, Will, even though he's at basically 100 energy. Look how much health is on Trent's Lickitung.
Elim just outside of Body Slam range. Power Whip might not do it either, so Trent needs to keep on applying licks. But meanwhile, the switch timer expired, and Elim's able to move the pieces around. This is actually huge because he's able to keep his Altaria away from the Dewgong.
Not only that, he still has a little bit of health left on that Lickitung as well, and a lot of energy. This could really come into play later on in the series. The switch timers are completely misaligned, and Trent's doing whatever he can to try to get this back in a little bit of his momentum. That's why he saved all that energy on his Lickitung as well, being able to put 2 Body Slams up, and you can see him now swapping into that Dewgong. All those ice swords are just coming through there, but Elim has so much energy going straight for the Moonblast.
I like the discipline here from Elim to kind of hold steady with his Dragon Breath pacing, apply as much damage as possible. Throwing the Moonblast doesn't quite get the knockout, but Dewgong is low. Actually, Altaria somehow gets the better of it, and that is massive for Elim's hopes going forward.
Yeah, this is big. Even though he won't be able to do much for the Altaria, at least he can kind of dictate what will come in, because if it's going to be that Lantern, you can bet that it's not going to be the Lickitung. But of course now, he has a decision to make. He hasn't seen the Pokemon in the back. There's still 2 shields remaining, but that's not going to matter if that Skarmory gets hooked up to that Lantern.
Looking at the team sheet, right? Oh, he makes a prediction about what's in the back. He thinks it could be the Gligar or his own Altaria. So this time, Elim sends out the Lickitung. This is going to be a decisive call.
This is so hard. Of course, you don't know. Of course, when we're watching it as chat, when we're watching it as casters, we get to see the whole lines. We get to see how these players want to play it out. And I think if you're Elim, you're saying, oh, wait, he's staying in. But now you see a simultaneous swap. You see Trent pumping his fist. The desperation in Elim's face when he realizes, oh, this is actually the worst counter for my Skarmory.
I'm telling you, if you look at the rest of the team here for Trent, if it was the Altaria, 2 shield versus 2 shield matchup, Skarmory takes it. If it's a Shadow Gligar, 2 shield versus 2 shield, Skarmory takes that too. This is the one Pokemon that he really didn't want to see. Maybe you could argue that Annihilate was a bit of a toss-up, but still, this is tough sledding for Elim.
Yeah, Elim does have 2 shields. Looks like he's going to remain with those 2 shields by the end as he shrugs his shoulders, recognizing there's not much he can do in this position. A call at the end, it was a really hard call to make overall, and letting that go down. Looks like Trent is taking it down with that Lantern really being the MVP for him in this losers round 3. Lickitung goes down, Trent goes on in the tournament.
Lantern outside of Power Whip range. Elim made great adjustments, but just fell a little bit short here as his tournament run comes to an end in losers round 3. Like you said, Trent trending upwards, right? Continuing to rise through this loser side bracket. I think he wants a shot at the grand finals.
Yeah, I think a lot of these trainers, of course, if you're playing and you're playing this long in the day as well, it's like, especially like we talked about, I keep saying it, I think the winner side has a lot of prestige. Of course, everyone wants to be on the winner side. It's so impressive to say you didn't drop a single round in a whole tournament, but the loser side has so much grit and so much determination. You see the emotions of these players when they recognize this is it. This is my really go big or go home moments.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's great for viewership, right? Like as spectators, as casters, we get so invested in these trainers' journeys, but it's always tough for the loser who has to go home, right? Elim unable to make the right call in the end, drops the double body slams here by sending in his Lickitung, and as soon as this matchup ends, and they both actually make an immediate pivot at the same time.
Yes, simultaneous pivot, and of course, Trent knows. They know right away at that moment.
Yeah, they know, we know. Everyone knows how that matchup goes. Lantern unable to close the gap. Even if it lands a Power Whip here, I was actually looking at this, even if it lands a Power Whip, Lantern would absorb that damage and be fine. And there's still Lickitung in the back, so just a little bit of a road too far for Elim to travel.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. We were discussing it right in the middle of matchup. Everyone could see where it would happen, but of course, if you're in that position, you have to make that tough call. I mean, he really waited. Altaria, like you said, Gligar, those would have been great matches for the Skarmory, and it would have been Elim pumping his fist at the end saying, yes, this is absolutely what I wanted.
Exactly.
Unfortunately for him, it's just a high risk when you can't see those three, and that's what makes Show 6 Pick 3 so exciting.
Like SJ said, right, he's had more fun with Show 6 Pick 3 than he's ever had competitively in Pokemon Go, and I think that these kinds of calls are the reason. It takes like an extra level of skill to read an opponent's team, read their tendencies, and try to make the right calls. It's not, you know, Go Battle League has its own merits. You come in, you try to maneuver around tough leads, but seeing everything and just being better than your opponent in those small moments, it's just a huge sign of validation.
Yeah, and I think if you're saying, I really want to try this Show 6 Pick 3, but I'm not quite even sure, how would I even develop those skills? The Go Battle League is actually a great way to start with that. Say you have a combo, like a core of Pokemon you want to try to use. It's a great way to try to learn counts. It's a great way to learn how much damage your Pokemon can take, how much undercharging can do as well. I know one of our co-casters, Butters, I say it all the time because I think it's so clever
The quote is great.
that we know more about the depths of our oceans than we do about what the undercharged energy will be.
That's a bold claim, right? I also want to remind everybody watching at home, maybe you're only a Pokemon Go fan, you can probably hear a little bit of the crowd from the background. That's coming from our VG stage as well. So remember, when you come to these regional championships, there's the video game, there's a trading card game, there's side events, there's Pokemon Go, and your community as well. So there's so much to enjoy about these events.
There's even like cups and challenges going on. So I know a lot of players for Pokemon Go who didn't end up making it day 2. When I was talking with Shiny Dialga earlier, he was trying to call out one of his friends. He's like, oh, I forgot, he's playing the cup. So it's like, people are still trying to get championship points. Even if you didn't make it to day 2, there's still plenty of things to do, including just spectating these amazing matches.
It's a good way to maximize your value, right? Like if you don't perform as well as you want at the regional, there's still cups and challenges, so you don't leave empty-handed. You can still get some championship points. I just heard Wolf Glick yell, "No way!" during one of those matches earlier, so there's a lot of Pokemon hype in the venue today.
Speaking of hype in the venue today, let's give a lot of hype up for our last winner, Trent. Caleb is with them for an interview, and I can't wait to listen in.
Thank you, Amanda. Well, I'm here with Trent, hot off his victory against Elim, who is not an easy opponent to face. How you feeling after that one?
Oh man, I was freaking out, like holding my breath that there was going to be Skarmory in the back. I was like, I think I lose to any other Pokemon in the back, so I'm just like praying the whole game, and he like waited it out until I saw it, and then I was like exhaled. I was like, oh man, I got him now.
Definitely, and you know, you're a formidable trainer yourself too. Been playing since the beginning of the championship series, even starting back in Indianapolis in 2022. I know this season you've been trying to go for that top cut, maybe have fallen just a little bit short, but this time, kind of a breakout performance this season. Did you do anything differently coming into this one?
No, I just think I got luckier with the team comps. I actually used the same team I ran in Orlando when I didn't have very much success with it, but I was confident in the team comp. I just wanted to play better, and I think I've gotten pretty good at the teams, and I think I'm just doing better at this one. Like, I'm just playing well. Like, that's all.
Definitely. I mean, you're looking confident on stage as well, so I'm excited to see some more battles coming from you. Any shout-outs you'd like to give for people that helped you get to this point?
I owe a big shout-out to Inadequins for his practice tournaments each week and his Discord server. And then other than that, all the support I've received on Discord and Twitter, it means a lot to me on my run.
So I heard some people in the crowd cheering you on. I'm sure a lot are cheering you on at home. So let's keep those cheers on for Trent in his run in Indianapolis. You have some more battles ahead. We'll kick it back to the casters.
I'm sure there's a lot of hype going on for Trent in the chat as well. I really like what he said, where he said, okay, yeah, I used this exact same team in Orlando, and I didn't do so well, but I believe in this team. I just think that I needed to play it a bit better. Well, it looks like he's been playing it pretty darn well. I mean, still in the loser's bracket, still making a run for it. Possible Indianapolis champion right there.
Exactly, right? And that's the amazing thing. One of these trainers that's still in the tournament is already the champion. They just don't know it.
Exactly.
Right? It's going to happen. It is inevitable. I actually wanted to mention something as well with the team composition and how to play. A trainer I really look up to is actually an EU trainer, Stan.
Yes.
And his ability to take teams and mold them, shave off an extra 2 to 3% per tournament on efficiency rating, right?
That's right.
Trying to get his Mew gameplay, his Dunsparce gameplay up to snuff. And I think that kind of commitment to a team can be really, really valuable, especially because sometimes the depth of the matchup is what holds you back, right? Not the Pokemon, but understanding how they work.
That's absolutely true. And speaking of players who understand how their Pokemon work, let's talk a little bit about ValorAsh, our player on the right-hand side, because he has brought Talonflame to basically every single tournament. So he knows the ins and outs of how that Pokemon works. We've seen it in action already today, paired with a newer pick for him, I think, of that Magnezone.
Yeah, Shadow Magnezone, definitely an impressive Pokemon. When we look at the meta overall, right, Steel-type Pokemon like Registeel and Shadow Alolan Sandslash are really pushed out by all of the counter users and ground types that are so prominent in the meta. So where do you look, right? What about a Steel Electric type like Shadow Magnezone that can hit against so many meta players? It's just so tough to play, and I think that's why trainers are kind of steering away from it sometimes.
I think Inadequance, I know that Trent actually called him out earlier saying thank you for those practice tournaments. He was the first person to actually pilot this 2024 Pokemon Go Championship Series. He did it in Lille. He got 3rd place overall with it. And I know that there is a Guzzlord on Gordon the Flash's team, but I saw how much a Wild Charge did to a Guzzlord, and I was like, wowza.
Nothing wants to take a Wild Charge. Not even a Whiscash. We've seen a Whiscash get Wild Charge already this tournament as well. And you would think, you know, being single resisted, it wouldn't hurt, but it stings, right? Whiscash does not want to take that kind of heat. But looking at this team composition, he's facing off against another very complex and interesting composition from Gordon the Flash, right? Cresselia, Guzzlord, Skeledirge. We always talk about that trio. And to be honest, Magnezone looks like it has a ton of play into this team from Gordon.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that they need to really worry about is that Skeledirge. Skeledirge with the Incinerate is going to be doing so much damage to it. But there is also an Incinerate user on ValorAsh's side in that Talonflame, and I believe that it always wins charge attack priority as well. Another fun thing I want to point out, I don't know if we have the movesets up, but I noticed it earlier in the tournament. ValorAsh has taken a page out of Z's Wireless's book, running Brave Bird and Fly.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know. You might know him. I've heard of him before. He's got he's a German trainer, really nice voice, really a lot of insights. I heard he talks to some people about it weekly after usually a regional run about the different breakdowns.
It's coming back
You should
to
check
me.
him out.
I think he actually hit #1 in the Go Bad League leaderboards too, right?
He did very recently.
With Magnezone.
That's true. Maybe really taking some pages out of this book as well. Not only the Magnezone, but the Fly, Brave Bird, Talonflame. Most Talonflames are using Flame Charge as one of its attacks, but not this one.
Exactly right. We're going to take a look at Gordon the Flash here, returning to the stage in Losers Round 3. We talk about that trio of Cresselia, Guzzlord, and Skeledirge, but also rounding out the team, Azumarill, Vigoroth, and Chargebug. I think that the Chargebug Shadow Magnezone matchup is pretty close. Vigoroth Shadow Magnezone matchup is probably shield dependent, right? That's the best way I describe it. So I think there's a lot of counterplay. Meanwhile, ValorAsh with his Whiscash, Cresselia, excuse me, I almost said Mandibuzz, Talonflame and Magnezone core, as well as Annihilate and Altaria.
Yeah, and we've talked about this a little bit before. Of course, if you see certain Pokemon, like if you see a Deoxys Defense, or if you see a Magnezone, or any Pokemon that really has a debuffing opportunity on themselves, usually we see those Pokemon in the lead because it gives those players an opportunity to swap out to clear that debuff, and they can use it again later on in their little run. However, we have seen them no longer being in the front, like because that's where people expect them, making the team a little bit too predictable.
Like we talked about yesterday, right? The Sao Paulo regional just went down a couple of weeks ago. A lot of safe switch Magnezone because of the Annihilate versus Vigoroth matchup. But taking a look at these teams, we might get more of the same. We're going to see our Skeledirge lead from Gordon the Flash versus Altaria for ValorAsh.
This isn't horrible either way. Of course, the Dragon Breaths are really going to start adding up, but the Disarming Voice does so much to this Dragon-type Pokemon, and you get to it quite quickly as a Skeledirge as well, as you can see already at it here and getting that first shield off of ValorAsh.
Yeah, 15 turns for the triple Incinerate, and then the Disarming Voice combination does peel away the first Protect Shield. Now the swap into Cresselia. I like this a lot because if you look at the team for Gordon, Cresselia and Azumarill struggle against Magnezone, so you have to preserve the Skeledirge in case it's in the back.
Yeah, this is sort of like an ABB, what we were talking about earlier, kind of using this Cresselia to lure out the Magnezone, in which case now the Azumarill can run free in the background here. And as you can see, a not very effective Moonblast does still quite a lot of damage to this Magnezone because look at it, it's just a frail Pokemon with a very, very high attack. This Wild Charge looks like it's gonna connect.
Yeah, it's like barely being held together by its own magnetism, looking for the mirror shot and the knockout against the Cresselia. But if you're Gordon, this Pokemon's already debuffed itself and it's spending all of its energy. This is safe to let this go, bring in the Skeledirge, and one Incinerate should do the trick.
Yeah, basically there down goes the Magnezone, but now we're in a bit of a pickle because even though the Whiscash comes in, look at this back line. Well, I mean, this Shadow Ball will connect. This will do a lot of damage, but Azumarill versus Altaria, Hello, Gordon the Flash.
I know, right? It looks like it's going to shake out favorably. We're going to see the Azumarill switch in to the Whiscash matchup, which does give ValorAsh a bit more play here. Going to go ahead and throw the Mud Bomb against the opposing Azumarill, try to weaken it, but still 2 Protect Shields for Gordon.
You can see both trainers are smiling. They kind of recognize what is going on, and the fact that the Whiscash is staying in, at least it developed a lot of energy for it's going to throw Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb, trying to chip away at the Azumarill here. There's only 1 shield remaining on ValorAsh's side, however.
Sometimes you get banter, right? Like, hey, why aren't you switching? And then all you can do is kind of smile, like, I don't really want to switch right now.
No, that's okay. I'm comfortable here. Let's just maybe why don't you stop tapping?
Exactly.
This Altaria does have a lot of energy already. This might be one small saving grace for it. However, already at an Ice Beam here, it's going to be deployed. ValorAsh has to use his last shield here. It's even more effective against it than that disarming voice.
Yeah, because double super effective, right? Even though it's not the same type of attack bonus. I like the bait of the Sky Attack here. ValorAsh needs to do some really special things to win this game, and the stars really need to align, but the Sky Attack bait is very nice. Gonna look for another charge attack any moment here, but I think ValorAsh is recognizing the turn cycles are just too tough to overcome, and he's gonna allow the second Ice Beam through.
Yeah, I think this is gonna connect with no shields remaining. There's not much hope for this Altaria. ValorAsh knows it as well as it knocks him out of the sky as he drops the phone as well, recognizing, okay, I don't have game 1, but still all smiles about it.
That just takes me back, right? It takes me back to the early days of Go Battle League. A lot of Altaria, Azumarill, Registeel, maybe even a few Toxicroaks if you talk to House Stark, right? Those Pokemon have been classic staples of the Open Great League. So if you're watching at home and you want to invest in something, these are great places to start.
And I also want to point out something a little bit about, Gordon Flash's team composition in that last one. He led the Skeletors because of what we talked about. The Magnezone usually is in the lead. That is one of the greatest counters to it. We're trying to negate that energy as quickly as possible, but also had the 2 Pokemon in the back to really lure it out. As you see, this connects, now swapping into the Azumarill, and I think you'll see it for both of them. It's just kind of like start smiling. We're like, well, yep, I'm staying in here. I have nothing else to do.
Yeah, I'm just watching the players at this point, right? Like, trying to do my best lip-reading impression here of the trainers, but I think we all get the sentiment, right? Oh, okay, well, Altaria in the back, this is a little bit too much for you to overcome.
Yeah, I really like the team compositions that both of these trainers have been putting together. We know that Gordon the Flash has really been using Guzzlord quite a bit. However, not really to be seen there. We're going to see how these 2 trainers are going to adapt for Game 2 in Losers Round 3. We have the Cresselia versus the Annihilate.
ValorAsh, again, refusing to lead that Magnezone, anticipating something like the Skeledirge, but because Gordon scared it away in game number 1 with the Skeledirge lead, he's open and safe to lead the Cresselia in game 2.
Really good counting here by ValorAsh too, recognizing that this is at least a Moonblast bait and wanting to protect himself in kind, getting up basically 100 energy. I think he's going to go right before the next attack is even available, and now going for a bait, going for that Night Slash, which is not going to be enough to knock it out, and Gordon the Flash does not use a shield.
Wow, what a call by Gordon, as that is not a lot of energy, but now ValorAsh switches in the Magnezone to catch a resisted Moonblast on his Steel type.
We did see how much damage this still ends up doing, however. It's like, I mean, knocking it quite low. In comes a Charge Bug. This is kind of interesting. The attack fall also happening. This Shadow doing not as much, and ValorAsh just immediately going and debuffing himself. It's my attack is debuffed, might as well have my defense debuffed as this Wild Charge connects.
Yeah, just gonna YOLO the Wild Charges here, right? I think he might be able to get to another Charge Tech, but Gordon doesn't want to risk it. Resist it or not, like you said, Amanda, because of that Wild Charge debuff, X-Scissor will be enough to pick up the KO here against the Magnezone, but it kind of resets the table for ValorAsh as well to kind of let him move pieces around, maybe come in with Talonflame.
Yeah, this would be interesting. Obviously, the Volt Switch energy would be pretty bad against that Talonflame. Coming back in with the Annihilate, and Gordon the Flash going for an X-Scissor bait here. No shield from ValorAsh's side. This is not going to be very effective against the Pokemon. Still having a ton of energy on the Annihilate side. I think he's going to, he's counting, he's going to go up a lot before. Now throwing a Shadow Ball and getting no Protect Shield from Gordon the Flash. This is a very interesting mid-matchup.
Yeah, I think all these twists and turns are developing into something really difficult to keep track of, because ValorAsh called the X-Scissor, gets the Shadow Ball, and now Cresselia is almost within Night Slash range, but the catch from Gordon onto the Dark type.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're ValorAsh and you're seeing at this point, you're like, I think I maybe want to stay in this, although his attacks aren't going to be doing that much. The counter damage will be able to add up. Coming in with the Talonflame, storing a Night Slash because he knows he's going to win charge attack priority over anything in the back.
Yeah.
However, at this stage, Guzzlord has quite a bit of energy itself, and Talonflame is going to take a while to ramp up.
I mean, this Guzzlord is just so unwieldy for ValorAsh. There's just no easy way to answer this Pokemon, so he's going to go ahead and throw the fly here, but I do feel like it was a bit of a miscalculation to leave Annihilate in that long, allow the Guzzlord to get the energy, because after this, he can just fire up another Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think he's going to be able to Dragon Tail down, not even able to get to that second fly even. In comes the Annihilate, very little health left. Guzzlord doing Guzzlord things, putting Gordon the Flash even farther in the tournament.
Gordon the Flash, surprised, but I think he's got to get used to winning, right? Because he's made some really impressive plays, with the exception of dropping down to that loser's bracket against SJ. I don't know, Gordon the Flash, he's been very impressive down the stretch.
I completely agree with you there. ValorAsh also kind of a staple in this community as well. He's been doing quite well in tournaments, never been able to quite make that very high top cut, but really to be able to pilot Talonflame to this level of success in basically every tournament that he's entered, I mean, it's impressive.
I mean, we in EU, we had a double Talonflame grand final.
That's right.
And that was impressive, but I don't know if there's any trainer more associated with Talonflame right now than ValorAsh.
ValorAsh, I think this shows that maybe you just need to come to Europe and hang out and show everyone else. You'll be widely accepted into our gang of Talonflame users.
And you think he'll have success over there against the EU trainers?
Hey, listen.
I'm waiting. Wild Charge
putting
connects.
me in a bit of pickle here, just like it seems like ValorAsh is in a bit of a pickle against Gordon the Flash's team here as we see the Magnezone go down.
Takes down the Magnezone. Great call there on the X Scissor bait by ValorAsh in game number 2, but Annihilate just can only be stretched so far. Guzzlord soaks the Night Slash damage. Dark versus Dark, not going to make much of an impact, and Talonflame can't do much either.
Yeah, at least these two are all smiles at the end as well, knowing that at least they made it this far in the tournament. I'm really impressed with Gordon the Flash's play here as well. Again, we talked about it. It's inevitable. We're going to be crowning a champion at some point today. There's still quite a few people in the running. Who are your guys' favorites? Who are you looking at this point? I know that we were talking before. Yesterday, you had kind of thinking Lyle Jeff was going to be making this run again. I had Crimson K. Both of them are out.
Actually, they are.
Crimson K is still in?
It might be the loser side bracket.
Because he just got knocked down by S. James.
Yeah,
so.
We've been covering a lot of matches, right? But some matches,
my pick might still be in it.
Some matches are happening off stream. But
actually, look at our production crew. Thank you.
I can't say enough kind things, right? Losers round 4, Crimson K19 versus Trent, and then we have Shiny Dialga 45 versus Gordon. Now remember, Shiny Dialga 45 took down Lyle Jeffs, and now he's faced up against Gordon. That is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Shiny Dialga has energy for days. He was so, before, he's like, I'm so excited. We were trying to get ready for his interview, and I was just like, oh, I'm so sorry, because we were trying to get some technical things done, and he was just like, that's okay, it gives me a hard time to slow down.
He's definitely wired. I think we're going to take a brief look at the winner's side, too, because these are the trainers that are really in control of their destiny in Indianapolis. S. James P21 versus OutOfPoket. That match is going to be a banger.
This is going to be, there's a reminder here, since we are on the winner side of the bracket, that means neither one of these trainers has dropped a round yet. They still have one more round they could potentially lose, but of course, if you're coming in on that winner side, it's much easier to stay there. OutOfPoket has been playing out of his mind recently as well. He hasn't competed much lately, but he's been saying it. He's like, you know, I know that I've been one of the best in the past. I want to prove it again. I was talking to his mom, who was here as well, and she said, oh man, that kid is crazy. He's just doing so well today, and he's very, very happy.
OutOfPoket is such a staple in our community that, I mean, I'm not even ashamed to admit, I follow the championship series really closely. He actually changed his wardrobe for this tournament, right? And maybe the wardrobe change is what you need. Maybe you need to go into the game and change your avatar, but we don't need to talk about that too much. Crimson K on the left side of your screen versus Trent on the right. This is going to be a really fun matchup because Crimson K had a lot of success, especially in day 1.
That's right.
But day 2, he's come up against some trainers that are just at a different level, technically speaking. Their move timing, their team reading. Players like SJ just absolutely punching at the ceiling, right, of what's possible in Pokemon Go, and I think that Trent is not far behind.
Well, I know that Rise had asked him earlier, it's like, oh, do you think your medal is giving you extra energy, and he said, absolutely not, because I played once with it, I went 0-2. He's not even wearing it right now, so it's like, clearly he doesn't think that the energy matters that much to him at this point, unless he forgot it, in which case, someone get him his medal.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, it's almost good to not be superstitious, right, to really believe that you don't need need a good luck charm to win. You can just play your best and see what happens. But we're going to take a quicker look at this team, or excuse me, a deeper look at this team. We've got Crimson K19 versus Trent, and we talk about our picks as far as trainers still being in the tournament. Everybody forgets MountnDewgong was my caster prediction for Pokemon.
That is true. That is true. It was one of yours. We haven't been giving you the credit that you deserve.
I deserve more credit.
If you look at that team composition, how MountnDewgong, when there is an actual ice type on the other team, we saw Trent's piloting to success basically this whole last time, leading the Dewgong, basically being able to icy wind and really knock down his opponent's attack, really proved instrumental for him in those last plays that he did against Elim. So, I mean, are we going to see a Dewgong versus MountnDewgong going on? We have to remember Crimson also has his own ice type on his side in that Alolan Sandslash.
Dewgong and Lantern means double trouble for the MountnDewgong on Crimson's side, but then again, a Pokemon like Shadow, Alolan Sandslash can absolutely shake things up. You look at the Lantern, you can land a super effective Drill Run. You look at the Shadow Gligar, the Ice Punch is going to be devastating, and you can hold your own against Altaria and the Dewgong as well. So I'd be pretty surprised not to see Shadow, Alolan Sandslash in all 3 games.
Yeah, he's actually been using it quite a bit. He just needs to maneuver it around the Annihilate, which is definitely not a good matchup. However, having Shadow Claw, you can at least do a little bit back. That's not what we're seeing in the lead, however. We're seeing that Gligar versus the Lantern here. We know how this kind of plays out, but we definitely want to avoid that dig, and the water damage of the surf is definitely not something the Gligar wants to be taking either, as it already is ready from Trent's side, being released to the Gligar, getting that first shield off of Crimson K19.
Spark is going to be single resisted by the ground and flying type Gligar, so you can actually comfortably absorb a surf here, but not more than 1, right? Because it's going to take about half of your health, and the sparks don't add too quickly. Great early shield call by Trent. This is something that he actually does consistently, is make the proper calls on the hard-hitting charge
Yeah,
attacks.
we've been noticing that time and time again. I also like the little pause there to make sure that the dig would not be caught on anything that would be maybe up in the air where it would not be very well invested against. Doesn't want to go 2 shields down at the very beginning. Like you said, can comfortably take at least 1. Definitely can't take 2. So much energy. This time it is caught, but that's okay. On the Licky Tongue, that's still a good attack that you want to be able, you want to be applying the heavy pressure to this big, bulky Pokemon.
And we see Trent nervous to safe switch a Pokemon like like the Altaria because of that Shadow Alolan Sandslash on Crimson's team, but it's not in his team of 3 for this battle. We're going to see a Night Slash get fired off here any moment, but the Power Whip coming through first. If you're Crimson K, you kind of want some HP left on your Annihilate, and he does not shield.
He doesn't shield and still be able to hopefully counter down what he's hoping, but these licks are really getting it desperately low. You're going to come out with a ton of energy, but not a lot of HP. You're going to see that Altaria, and now is going to get a Shadow Ball to the face.
Shadow Ball, same type attack bonus, high attack, Annihilate, forces the Protect Shield away from Trent. Trent's going to look for a Dragon Breath down, but Crimson K able to get to the Night Slash, just a little bit of chip damage, but Trent's still, you know, thinking things over.
Exactly. Chip damage, while it might not seem that instrumental at this point, could really come down to the wire in the late game. We've seen that Pokemon hang on by just barely 1 HP, and sometimes if an extra attack was lifted off, that's exactly what is needed to secure the win. The Lantern is coming in now. We've seen it a couple times already. The Thunderbolts are going to be able to do a nice amount of damage, but trying to pivot out into the Gligar here, not able to even reach the attack, giving just that Altaria even more energy.
Wanted to make the catch, right? Wanted to send some of this Altaria's energy away, but Trent sifted out and saw it coming. Great Protect Shield, though, by Crimson K. The only thing is the attack fault might occur. No, it doesn't, which is actually more good news for Crimson because this is his last Pokemon remaining.
Last Pokemon remaining, no Protect Shields on the field. He does have an energy advantage, but the health is not going to be as much of an advantage, and Trent still has basically a half-health Altaria in the back, already out of Thunderbolt himself, charging up a little bit of extra energy. I like that play, throwing before he knows the next one would even be able to come through.
Yeah, this is all about late-game energy and HP management. Crimson's formula for success, he needs another Thunderbolt, or excuse me, maybe even a Surf here against a Lantern, and then to Thunderbolt the Altaria, hope that his sparks are enough. But the Surf on the Charge Attack priority tie will go to Trent, and this is going to knock out.
This will knock out. If it doesn't, at least the very next one will. Not quite able to knock out. Like you said, it was Charge Attack priority. I do think this one is, however, completely undercharging, recognizing it's not going to be his case. It's not going to be his game. Game number 1 is going to go to Trent.
Trent sparking down the Lantern, taking game number 1. His Altaria play has been phenomenal. The only trainer he's come up short against is OutOfPoket. And you remember the Bastion and Altaria play from him was quite good as well. So if you're looking at Crimson K's team, you have to start accounting for the Dragon and Flying type.
Yeah, exactly right. And if you're Crimson K19, you have to think, okay, This didn't really work out for me in this game. He did try everything he possibly could. He was counting the Dragon Breaths. He knew when the attacks would be ready to go, trying to swap in that Gligar to catch. Unfortunately for him, Trent was ready for it, saying, I recognize this play. I've done something similar myself. Just kept on Dragon Breathing down and had so much energy on the Altaria.
We've seen a lot of players try to catch on Trent, and it just doesn't work, right? He doesn't fall for it unless he's under a lot of pressure. So Crimson K also needs to figure out a way to be more aggressive, force the Protect Shields away earlier, and try to just make Trent uncomfortable.
Yeah, so if he's looking to do that, Will, what do you think are some of the key Pokemon that maybe he could try to maneuver in game number 2 that could get him that win to keep him in this losers round 4?
He doesn't have anything that's very offensive oriented, right? I mean, he doesn't have a Shadow Magnezone or something like a Charizard, right? He only has Bulky Mandibuzz, Bulky Shadow Whiscash, Bulky Shadow Gligar, Bulky Lantern. I mean, you just have to spam out charge attacks as quickly as you can, I guess.
Yeah, and the main thing also, something that he needs to take note of course, that I think that they've realized it now, is that Crimson K's Lantern loses that charge attack priority to Trent. So this is something both players are taking note of for in the late game. It might prove instrumental in game 2 if it comes down to that once again. Gligar in the lead, however, versus Lantern. This looks pretty familiar. Second verse, same as the first.
It looks incredibly familiar, right? But this time, there is the Shadow Load and Sandslash in the back for Crimson K19. Same lead as game number 1. We know that the Surf was shielded up the first time by Crimson. He doesn't shield the Surf the first time here because he knows he can comfortably get to the dig anyway.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to mix it up a little bit. Last time the dig was caught on the Lickitung, the second one was. Looks like trying again for Trent, swapping in sort of same sort of thing. However, Crimson says, okay, I see that Lickitung. I'm going to get a little more energy. He now is at 2 digs, going to let that first one go, and I think we might see a swap out, or maybe just even straight going for the other one. Wants to get this Lickitung as low as possible.
I would really love to see the double dig and then the pivot into Lantern. I think that is a great potential route here for Crimson. That's exactly what he does, because now he knows he can absorb a little bit of damage, maybe even Protect Shield up the Power Whip, and then carry a boatload of energy on to the next matchup.
Wow, quick decision. Not even going to shield this up, recognizing that even if it's that heavier hitting Power Whip, it's super effective. It's not going to knock out the Lantern. Lantern's going to come out with so much health and 2 shields for whatever is coming in the back. And now we see that it's a Lantern of his own. This is where these shields are really going to help come into play here. Both trainers still have both of them, but Trent's just letting this Thunderbolt go.
I think it's a bit of an underrated quality in Crimson's gameplay is that he doesn't use those Protect Shields early, right? He's very patient with how he deploys his resources, and I think that might pay off for him in the end. Oh, actually, going on Charge Attack Priority, Amanda, what you said, it was pristine, right? Knowing that you win the Charge Attack Priority tie, Trent leverages that yet again.
And now he is using that Protect Shield because he did have so much energy. He's like, you could see him debating a very last second shield, be like, okay, you know what? I've put so much into this. No shield by Trent. We're about to see that backline Pokemon, and we're about to see Crimson K19 maybe start jumping for joy as an automatic swap into the Altaria. It is double shielded. We have to remember that. However, this Ice Punch already loaded.
Already loaded. Still 2 Protect Shields though for Trent. If one of these Ice Punches connects, it's going to be devastating. The only thing is that the Altaria's pacing is a bit slower than the Shadow Load and Sandslash. Took 8 Shadow Claws for that Sky Attack to get loaded, and meanwhile, Shadow Load and Sandslash already has another Ice Punch.
Yeah, going for this Hail Mary play of Moonblast, hoping to debuff a little bit too, but Crimson K is saying, okay, no, I know where the wind conditions are at here. I'm blocking this up even though it's not that effective. Just continuing to charge away. 2 Ice Punches are loaded. First one's being deployed right now. Trent's going ahead and letting that go.
Crimson K loads up the left claw and the right claw, but Trent wants none of it. He lets it through. That's going to be a big knockout out to Altaria, and Crimson K19 ties up the series.
And we are going into a decisive game 3 in losers round 4. Quick reminder again, both of these trainers have lost earlier on today, so whoever wins this stays in the tournament. Whoever doesn't ends up knocked out of the tournament.
I think that Crimson K just made things a lot more difficult for Trent, right? I mean, if you're expecting the Shadow Load and Sandslash, it means that maybe you want to pivot to Annihilate, but then you leave yourself open to the double flying strat from Crimson K19. But if you don't prepare for the Shadow Load and Sandslash, you're just going to get rolled by it.
Yeah, exactly. You can see if we're going to go talk about these replays again, there was so many decisions made in this mid-game right here. We saw it in game number 1. Trent remembered it as well, knowing that he wins at Charge Attack Priority, but the wherewithal of him as well to remember like where Crimson was at on his energy as well, to be able to throw it at that time was impeccable timing.
We're going to see how these trainers adjust as we take a look at the replay for game number 2. Shadow and Sandslash pacing was the key factor there. Great shield calls by Crimson K as well, propelled him to a game 2 victory. But this is loser go home, right? Losers round 4. We are getting deep into the final stretch of the Indianapolis regionals, and these trainers are going to fight for every last mile along the way.
So game 1, we had the lead of a Gligar versus Lantern. Game 2, exact same lead, but a different backline. What are you thinking for game number 3, Speedy? Are you think we're going to see a Gligar Lantern lead again, or you think they're going to shake it up?
I think I'll say one thing. For Trent, it's really hard for me to see him bringing Altaria again. It's very difficult for me to see that. He might try to pivot to a more neutral play, but the lead is going to be in his favor. Here comes Annihilate.
Oh, Annihilate against the Alolan Sandslash. We're going to see an immediate pivot out. No, one Shadow Claw first is going to counter damage into the Lantern versus Lickitung. This is very difficult. Again, we've seen it so many times. Just the bulk of the Lickitung makes it hard, and those power whips are super effective. Trent immediately shielding this up, recognizing, of course, he's going for the heavier hitting attack here. I want that Lickitung as healthy as possible. I'm maintaining the switch advantage.
Yeah, Trent beautifully counteracts that counter punch from Crimson K, trying to land the Thunderbolt, deal some meaningful damage. We're going to see the Power Whip come through here from Trent's Lickitung. If it connects, it's going to be devastating, and it does come through. Things are going all Trent's way so far.
I like what you pointed out earlier, Will, as well. It's like Crimson really does save his shields, it seems. I'm not sure if this Body Slam will be quite enough. It's going to put it low, but now he has to use it on the Body Slam rather than the Power Whip there. Still getting up a ton of energy now, and I think we're going to see this Thunderbolt probably go through. Trent's still in the driver's seat in this mid-game, and I think that at this point, they might get the Annihilate line back up against that Alolan Sandslash.
I almost wonder if the double surf is more efficient here, or if you just need the damage output. But either way, Trent's going to throw the Body Slam here, and things get really tough for Crimson K because you have Shadow Claw, Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You can't even fast attack down the Lickitung.
Exactly. I was just going to bring up that point. Some people have opted to use Powder Snow for pretty much this exact same reason, because of the Lickitung matches, because it makes the Gligar a little bit more impressive. However, Crimson going for a completely alternate route here, going and getting a lot of energy on his Annihilate. But in comes Altaria. Altaria is still in this matchup, and it was a risky pick, but it's really paid off for Trent here. It's done so well for him in this tournament, trying to swap out and then out, actually sort of catching this Sky Attack onto the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure if that was actually going to come through, but Crimson K had a few different decisions to make. Sends in the Alolan Sandslash. What that actually does, that's brilliant, because it allows him to get to the drill run, reduce the farm for the Annihilate, and still remain ahead.
Yeah,
that was smart.
This was very smart, and you could tell that Trent was not quite sure how to react to it. Throwing immediately here, and now it's a really tough call, right? So that Sky Attack is gone. You have to shield this up because that Annihilate is so low, but at this point, there's still a shield left as well. Crimson K has so much energy on this. Completely undercharging, and Trent is just letting it go.
He's looking for a counter down, right?
Yes, exactly.
I think he wants the full counter down. He's going to get 2 more punches. This is going to come down to a bait. Crimson K's got a ton of energy. Altaria's a little too healthy, maybe slightly outside of Shadow Ball range.
And this is what we talk about a lot of times. Of course, the opponent is baiting, because this is the big thing. I still have a shield left. Look how much that Shadow Ball does, but it's not going to be enough with the shield left. These Dragon Breaths are just continuing to melt away. Crimson K doing everything he can. Now getting that last shield might be too little, too late.
Look at how close this is. If Trent goes for the full Dragon Breath down, there's still a slight chance that Crimson can get to the next Night Slash, and he goes for the Sky Attack to lock down this series and this matchup, eliminating Crimson K19 from the Indianapolis Regionals.
I just want to bring up how close that last matchup was, because if Annihilate was able to get to that last Night Slash, it would have won charge attack priority, and he still would have pulled that out, winning by just a sliver of margins there. Trent has been playing phenomenally this whole tournament, taking down one more opponent, and now still on his way to the finals.
I would really appreciate some praise in the chat, wherever you're watching the stream at home. Some praise for Trent and Crimson K, because that was very, very well played. And Trent continues to be incredibly resilient in the loser side bracket, and Crimson has so much to be proud of, getting this deep into a very stacked 168-person regional championship in North America.
I know he said that he was hoping for at least another medal, maybe not quite at that stage, but still a phenomenal phenomenal performance there, and really, really fun matches to watch. It's not always that you see such a hard loss in the lead and be able to almost turn around the matches to become that close to winning as well.
Looking back at that matchup, I thought that Crimson K had a few different options, right? He could have done what he did, which was send in the Alolan Sand Slash to absorb the Sky Attack, or he could have tried to power through the Altaria Annihilate matchup and then catch a Shadow Ball later onto the Sand Slash, right? So when you're making these decisions, you kind of have to budget your HP and your energy, keep track of the move counts, and also project forward the win cons. And there's a lot going on at the same time.
One thing that I was also considering that you didn't mention, but it would have been extremely difficult because what we talked about was because it had Shadow Claw and not Powder Snow, was just still completely powering through with that Alolan Sand Slash, coming out with so much energy to be able to maybe throw an Ice Punch or Drill Run at the Annihilate, getting that low as well, and maybe even for keeping a shield for the later game.
Because you know that the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash is almost like a sunk cost. Like, it's not going to help you if you're not able to take control of Switch Advantage. That's a great shout, right? Because it can absorb at least a Power Whip and a Body Slam in that Lickitung matchup. So, I don't know. You know, hindsight's 2020.
Exactly. And I think that he got it a lot closer than I would have ever been able to do as well, especially against a trainer as good as Trent. I mean, this is why they're day 2 competitors. These games have been so much fun to watch. We're seeing so many different uses of Pokemon as well. We're seeing superly high trained in attack Pokemon. It's really important in the mirror matches to know, do I want to be able to hold on a little bit longer if an attack is good at me, or do I want to make sure that I'm going to be able to fire it first?
Exactly. Some of those matchups, it's also matchup dependent, right? If you're Annihilate, you probably prefer the higher attack so you can get to the Shadow Ball. But Amanda, it's been a really fun series of battles that we've casted together. I want everyone to grab a snack, get comfortable, enjoy this small break, and then we'll be back with Rise to Occasion and Caleb Payne.
Oh man, wrong call. GG.
It almost feels unfair. Oh, come on.
I got into competitive Pokemon with my siblings all the way back in 2010 just by going to our local league. My first competitive Pokemon memory is probably when I won my first regional championships, also in 2010. My favorite Pokemon is Shuppet because it was the card I used to win my first major tournament. There's a lot of players who I look up to and respect in the community. I mean, one I think that most people look to is Tord, just because he kind of represents the ceiling in the game. And I'm a big fan of, past just being a competitor myself and playing in tournaments, I'm a big fan of competition and seeing what Tord can do, thinking about what's possible, even if I'm not the one competing at the top 5 years from now, seeing what the landscape of competition could become. I'm very enthusiastic about it and excited to see where it goes. I mean, if I could battle anyone, I think I'd have to go with Ash Ketchum. You know, he's the go-to, the champ. So yeah, morning person. I don't practice as much as I would like between tournaments. Of course, for the bigger tournaments like the ICs, I put in that little bit of extra prep, show up a little bit early to the locations. But my in-between major regional tournaments is definitely lacking overall. I would like to be testing more if possible. I'd probably call my girlfriend first if I won the World Championships. Well, I guess she would probably be there because she does usually come to the World Championships. So I'd probably have to give my mom a call. Favorite dessert? Cake. Any kind. Carrot cake, chocolate cake, vanilla cake, any kind of cake. My favorite part about coming to Pokemon events, I love competing in the competition. I think the real thing that keeps me coming consistently is my friends and my group that I play with consistently, seeing old friends. If they didn't really exist and I felt like I was like a little bit more outside the community, I don't know if I'd compete, but yeah, it really is the community that keeps me coming back consistently.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the U.S.
There's only some health left. on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you know, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
We welcome you back to Indianapolis, Indiana for the 2024 Regional Championships. Caleb Pang, Chris Reisner joining you on the call. Caleb, we started with 168 signups in this tournament. We have 5 battlers remaining, and the next 2 we are going to see on stage, Shiny Dialga and Gordon the Flash.
The largest North America regional for this season to date. Of course, we still have Los Angeles next, so maybe we could beat that record. But so many talented trainers here. We see a lot in day number 2, but a lot were eliminated on day number 1, which really goes to show the depth of the competition here in Indianapolis this weekend.
Shiny Dialga and Gordon the Flash coming up next have been so consistent. The winner of this matchup will move on to losers semis, where they will face Trent. And then, of course, later on, we will get back to the winner's side of the bracket for SJ and OutOfPoket. We take a look at the 2 battlers. We've got Shiny Dialga, as we mentioned, on the left-hand side, Gordon the Flash on the right. And Shiny Dialga has really outdone himself. We mentioned it before, his first time top cutting on the winner's side and has not looked back. Took down Lyle Jeffs, the favorite coming into this tournament, and he is running that Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, Shadow Whiscash, Annihilate, Lantern, and Lickitung, or the Dunebug EUIC team.
And he's been piloting it quite well. Gordon Flash running definitely a spicier team, having the Skeletors and the Guzzlord. The last tournament that Gordon Flash played in Toronto actually was running the Guzzlord as well. And that was actually a different meta on top of that, but just relying on that Dark Dragon type Pokemon. And it's come in handy for him in multiple games. Top finish ever, highest finish ever for Shiny Dialga, 5th place in Peoria. Highest finish ever for Gordon Flash was 5th place in Toronto of last season. So both are already in that top 5 spot, and both are looking to go further, and they're playing in the biggest tournament they played in as well. So definitely have already accomplished a lot coming into this. And here we go. It's going to be the Shadow Whiscash into Azumarill in the lead matchup. And this matchup is actually pretty solid for the Shadow Whiscash in that 1 and 2 shield scenario.
Exactly. The Shadow Whiscash has a better time here as opposed to the regular variation of the Whiscash. Those extra damage on the mud bumps really add up over time against the Azumarill. So this matchup could play out different ways. If Shiny Dialga is willing to invest some Protect Shields, could win this matchup. If neither player does invest any Protect Shields, Gordon the Flash's Azumarill may win this.
And the thing is, Shiny Dialga is really just afraid of the Azumarill. Outside of that, the Gligar in the back has a lot of play, so he's pretty content on seeing this in the lead. Doesn't choose to shield at all. I like this play a lot too, because do you really need the switch advantage here? Probably not. Even the Skarmory has a lot of play into a Charge Bug. Going to be content on throwing this Mud Bomb. This is actually going to put the Azumarill dangerously low on being knocked out. Gordon Flash is going to have to commit energy if he wants to take out this Whiscash before before getting mud shot down.
Azumarill hangs on by a thread, gets off the Ice Beam. Shiny Dialga going to invest the shield and potentially attempt a mud shot down. Gordon the Flash, is he going to let it happen or he's going to pivot out? No, he is going to not want to lock himself in a negative matchup. He's going to let his Azumarill get farmed down.
This is massive for Shiny Dialga. Not only do you come out with a Skull that can potentially debuff the Cresselia, I said switch advantage doesn't really matter for Shiny Dialga, but if he has it, it is so good. He has the Scar Ray for the Cresselia that's now debuffed, and he has the Shadow Gligar for the Charger Bug. Gordon the Flash has a shield advantage, but I don't know where you can go even with the shield advantage.
This looks exceptional for Shiny Dialga. He's got the Skarmory aligned with the Cresselia, the immediate pivot, and the immediate counter swap into the Shadow Gligar. However, the Charger Bug is up a Protect Shield, which could allow Gordon the Flash to dance around, but right now, Shiny Dialga in full control.
Both the Cresselia and Charger Bug heavy meta picks, but they are being countered by the heavy meta picks of Shadow Gligar and Skarmory right now. Shiny Dialga going straight for the Aerial Ace. I like this play a lot because pretty much 2 Aerial Aces is enough to knock out. You still have 2 shields on the side of Gordon the Flash, and he needs to save this Charger Bug somehow. Maybe even just stall out the time so you can swap out, but the problem is this Shadow Gligar is pacing the moves so quickly. Do you spend the shields? You shield again, but Shiny Dialga's only 1 wing attack away from the next Aerial Ace.
And you know that you're locked in this matchup still for the time being. Have to fire off this energy. It'd be nice to bank some energy for the Skarmory. However, you have to stall the switch time to try and get out of here. But we do see the back-to-back X-Scissor. Now, Shiny Dialga forced to use a Protect Shield. I wonder if the switch timer is coming. Is there any way Gordon the Flash can go for a combo play? He tries to, but he doesn't have the move yet. And now we see the counter swap.
The lack of energy is going to hurt Gordon the Flash. Now Shiny Dialga leaving with energy. The thing is, even if he gets the combo play off, the Skarmory can just come out with 2 Sky Attacks loaded and throw the energy at the Charger Bug. Charger Bug doesn't really have any energy left as well. Shiny Dialga in a commanding position in game number 1. It's looking like it's going to be his game for sure.
Completely walled is the Cresselia. The energy goes nowhere against the Skarmory. Skarmory has 2 Sky Attacks. First one goes through. Second one is just about ready. Gonna throw the Brave Bird just to be safe. Sky Attack might not be enough to knock out from this range. Now the big Brave Bird will rain down on the Charge Bug, knocking it out and giving Shiny Dialga game number 1.
And that's the downside of running Pokemon like Cresselia and Charge Bug. They're both so good, and you know, I love using them as well, but they also have very polarizing matchups. I mean, obviously, Skarmory as well, too, right? That's kind of like the RPS Pokemon of choice these days, but the Cresselia walled off by the Skarmory, also walled off by Skeletors if you run into one, and then you have the Charge Bug. It's so good in so many matchups, but in a Shadow Gligar matchup, it is so risky sometimes to run that Charger Bug.
Yeah, exactly, and Shiny Dialga, once he won the lead matchup, he was just able to align things perfectly in the back despite being down a shield, and that was a critical decision. If he wasn't willing to shield that Whiscash, that may have resulted in a different outcome, but he figured Switch could be very valuable, and it indeed was. Do we see the Skarmory aligned with the Cresselia as Shiny Dialga plays this game out, giving him a 1-0 advantage against Gordon the Flash, who will try to pull things back.
Yeah, great team reading from Shiny Dialga, and that's, again, we talked about the Shadow Whiscash into the Azumarill. The non-Shadow Whiscash is not able to win that 1 shield scenario against the Azumarill. It can in the 2 shields, but spending both shields is a much different story than spending just 1 shield for switch advantage. And so a lot of people are wondering, is it better to run Shadow or non-Shadow? It kind of depends on what you're looking for. In a more Azumarill heavy meta, I think the Shadow is better. Not as a lot of Azumarill these days, but there is one Gordon Flash's team, and Shiny Dialga is going to take advantage of that matchup. Annihilate into Azumarill to kick things off in game number 2. Not a great lead for Shiny Dialga. He's going to swap right away to that Lickitung.
The Lickitung swaps, and Gordon the Flash staying in. He has multiple answers in the back to the Lickitung. Elects to go in with the Guzzlord as opposed to that Vigoroth. Both would have been comfortable answers, but Caleb, Guzzlord isn't as dominant as Vigoroth in this matchup. Lickitung can at least fight back a little bit better.
I think Gordon the Flash is making a team read saying, I know you have the Annihilate in lead, you're trying to draw my Vigoroth. I'm going to save my Vigoroth for the back end matchup instead and to try to play around that. And I think he's making a great prediction as well, because the Skarmory would have been much better into that Guzzlord too, recognizing that he actually gets some damage off against Annihilate if he comes out with energy on this Guzzlord after winning this matchup. But the problem is, Lickinung's pretty scary too. If the Lickitung survives this crunch, Gordon Flash might have to expend a shield. Shiny Dialga is not going to spend a shield here. Going to just put everything on the line. See if you can hang on. Does the crunch knock out? It does knock out the Lickitung. So doesn't have to worry about that, but can still get a counter down on the Guzzlord.
That's a great point, because if you had come in with the Vigoroth there, even if you got a ton of energy, it all would have gone to waste essentially against the Annihilate, heavily resisting it. Now Annihilate gets a little bit of a head start on energy, but you built up earlier with the Azumarill. So you're going to try and pace that play rough, not before a Shadow Ball is reached by Shiny Dialga. Annihilate going for this heavy hitting Shadow Ball against the Azumarill, going to allow it to connect. And will we see a potential catch attempt? We do!
Oh.
What a catch on the play rough!
Swaps on the play rough, gets the resisted play rough against the Skarmory, and on top of that also gets a Steel Wing through as well. Incredible timing from Shiny Dialga, and the problem is, yes, Vigoroth, you know, you saved it here, and it's slightly better into Skarmory, but it's not that much better. Skarmory still has a pretty solid matchup into just Vigoroth, and you have the Azumarill for the Annihilate in the back, but you don't have energy on the Azumarill. It's already half health. Even Annihilate has a lot of play into that Azumarill at this point.
Yeah, and Gordon the Flash allowing the Sky Attack to go through, has a lot of energy, throwing on the Charge Attack priority, recognizing Vigoroth is going to win the Charge Attack priority against the Skarmory. Shiny Dialga allowing the Rock Slide to connect. He is going to save his shields for the Annihilate, hoping it can overcome the Azumarill in the back, and actually an undercharge wants to potentially farm down this Vigoroth.
I think it may be a slight miscue from Shiny Dialga. Right, maybe want to leave with a little bit more energy. Instead, just going to give up the Skarmory because you don't want to give the Azumarill more energy in this situation. And going to let this Rock Slide go. I like this play from Shiny Dialga because it doesn't matter if you take a little bit more damage, the Azumarill still has to commit energy in all likelihood in this scenario. A Bubble Down would be pretty aggressive, but that might be the play for Gordon the Flash, because I don't think you get the 3 Ice Beams in time. Shiny Dialga is going straight for a Night Slash. You have to shield, otherwise the counter's going to start adding up. If you get a boost though, it could be disastrous. No boost on the first one, but everyone's holding their breath as every Night Slash is coming through. Shiny Dialga pacing pretty quickly to the Night Slash. Can he get the double? He's 1 counter away from the second Night Slash. He needs to hang on. He needs to survive the bubble. He needs to get 1 more counter and a Charge Attack off. Can he do it? He's going to reach for it. He gets the Night Slash off at the very last second.
He got it. He got the Night Slash. Just needed to live the bubble and Annihilate with a sliver of health. Gets the Night Slash and it knocks out the Azumarill. Shiny Dialga against all odds, 2 games to 0.
Shiny Dialga has been so impressive here in Indianapolis on day number 2. Only losing to OutOfPoket on that winner side, but 2-0 victories throughout. And what an underdog run. I mean, it was a great underdog run from Gordon the Flash as well, right? Both trainers only making top cut once in that 5th place spot. So both have made it quite far. Gordon Flash going to get another 5th place finish, but Shiny Dialga at least a top 4 finish now in Indianapolis, and he's looking poised and ready for more.
We talked about earlier the ability to catch charge attacks. And sometimes you catch a charge attack, but it doesn't do you much good because you're just giving your opponent the alignment. Shiny Dialga, however, has totally flipped 2 games in this tournament on its head by catching at the proper time. Catching that play rough against his Skarmory, the resisted damage was so vital and really flipped this game. And then the Annihilate, just in the end, getting to that last Night Slash. You know, Caleb, no shields were used in this game until the final Pokemon on each side was around 30% health. They were saving their shields till the very end. And in the end, it was Shiny Dialga once again just finding a way to win.
And that was an Annihilate into a Azumarill and a Lickitung into the Guzzlord. I don't know if Gordon Flash, if he played a little differently, could have changed things, right? Because obviously Vigoroth has a very dominant matchup into that Lickitung, but Shiny Dialga recognizing and saying, you know what? You come out with the energy, my Annihilate can tank all that and still farm down the Vigoroth. So I think Gordon Flash made a great call bringing that Guzzlord, but the Skarmory and the catch too were just impeccable plays from Shiny Dialga. He caught the play rough. That could have easily been an Ice Beam bait from Gordon Flash. It could have changed things, but everything working out for Shiny Dialga in that end game there. And another 2-0 victory for him. He is going to move forward into the loser semifinals. I think he's going to be back on stage right now, actually. He'll be facing off against Trent.
he'll be right back at it. And some viewers might be watching that endgame and thinking, why not throw the Ice Beam? You have all that energy. Well, the health was really dwindling, right? And if you start throwing that energy, you're just giving more opportunities for more counters to sneak in, and your Azumarill getting lower. So you had to commit to the fast move down because you were never getting to 3 Ice Beams in that scenario. You were only going to get to 2, and there were still 2 Protect Shields in the way.
Yeah, great explanation there, and great calculations from Gordon Flash. I mean, he really did everything he could outside of, you know, getting that play rough caught, but eventually you gotta throw the move somehow, right? And especially when you're that 3-turn fast attack into a 2-turn fast attack like the counter from Annihilate, it is much harder to avoid the catch. When you're using the shorter fast attack, it's much easier to swap on their moves and get the right timing there. And Shiny Dialga proving that and playing that to perfection. And here we're gonna see Shiny Dialga against Trent in this next upcoming game. They have fairly similar teams, but Trent does have that Dewgong and the Altari, which is going to differ from Shiny Dialga's team.
When we're talking about these high-level players and the catches, you want to be unpredictable with your plays. Sometimes it might be obvious to throw right when they get to that charge attack. These players will do one move potentially and then go for the catch. They know that their opponent wants to throw on the proper timing, and that helps them make those correct reads rather than be predictable in these types of scenarios.
Definitely. And, you know, something I love about these plays, too, and something you watch is everyone's got a game plan, right? Shiny Dialga knew, hey, if I run into the Azumarill, I'm swapping right away. And I think that's what these really talented players know what they're doing. They don't freeze up on stage, right? And they're playing in front of a lot of people, both in the crowd but at home as well, watching online. A lot of people have the microscope on them, can criticize their gameplay. But when you make it this far in the top, you're just on point with the gameplay, know what your plan is, tune everything else out, and just play to the best of your ability. And it's incredible to watch.
And it's different, right? Sitting at home and you're in your comfy bed or whatnot, playing the Go Battle League versus the bright lights, the crowd, the raucous crowd cheering on, and all your plays under the spotlight. So credit to these battlers, everyone getting on stage and showcasing their skills has something to be proud of. And right now, Shiny Dialga and Trent are going to try and showcase their skills here in the losers semifinals.
And Shiny Dialga really, it was against King Alexander, right? I feel like he made that incredible catch and started his journey to make that top cut. I feel like he got a lot of confidence on there. Shiny Dialga doesn't typically make it on stage very often, but that catch and those plays, I feel like gave him the confidence he needs. And he just looks like he's having fun out there, right? Which is great to see too, and I'm sure he loves seeing it too. He was telling me earlier he's, you know, getting some points for World's qualification. He hasn't qualified yet, but he's getting closer. He said, "Yeah, I got about 100 points today this weekend." I was like, "Hey, 100 points so far. You get a little bit more." And if he keeps going and playing like this, he might get quite a bit more. He's going against Trent though in this loser semifinals, and Trent is looking on point this weekend.
Trent has been thriving, and this is a breakout performance for him this season, pushing all the way to the top 4. He is running the Dewgong, Annihilate, Lantern, Lickitung, Altaria, and Shadow Gligar. And you know, Shiny Dialga has been able to overcome Altaria in this tournament, but I still do think Altaria is one of the few Pokemon that give his team a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, and if you're Trent, you know that Trent's in the stage when Shiny Dialga's playing against OutOfPoket, seeing how strong that safe swap Altari, or just Altari in general, is into the team of Shiny Dialga. Altari was not in that top 12 usage on day number 1, but it's definitely proven to be back in the meta and having a strong place, and teams are not ready for it, or a lot of teams aren't. Some are, but this team on Shiny Dialga's side, not the strongest into it. So we're gonna have to see how Shiny Dialga's going to dance around it. He did take a game off of OutOfPoket running that Altari, so there are win conditions around it. It's not completely unstoppable, but it does look super safe for Trent, and I expected him to bring into every single one of this game in the series.
Trent had a few moments to prepare Shiny Dialga right back on stage, and we start things off in game 1 with the Lantern Mirror match.
And this is going to be interesting to see exactly who wins charge attack priority or not. I think you asked earlier, you know, do typically people go straight for a Thunderbolt or sometimes baits, but I find most players will go for a Thunderbolt, especially experienced players, because there's a lot to gamble. A lot of players let the Thunderbolt go as well, because you know you can tank it. It doesn't really put you in really spark down range either. It reminds me a lot of the old school Metachamp mirror matchup where you're going Sidekick. No one really used to bait back then too, especially on that first lead matchup, because if you don't get a shields, you just kind of dig yourself in a bigger hole for no reason.
Exactly. That's a great point. And in this lead scenario, we're going to see a simultaneous swap. Both players with the exact same idea going into the Lickitung, and we go from one mirror match to another.
And the timing is absolutely the same and perfect on the millisecond, because you see this body slam is going to be on charge attack priority. Trent going to realize he's going to win that charge attack priority. This is actually really big for Trent, because we all know how Lickitung mirror matchups go. Whoever's got more health or energy typically wins this matchup. And Trent being able to win that charge attack priority, and they're on the same energy. There's no way Dialga can play this any differently. If he shields, Trent shields. And if he doesn't shield, Trent doesn't shield, and he knows he's going to maintain the switch advantage. However, just because you have switch advantage doesn't necessarily mean it's always going to be a good thing. We have opposing flyers on the back end as well. And the Lantern on Trent's side is already pretty low on health. So even though it's good into the Skarmory, it doesn't have a lot of room to go.
And as this Lickitung mirror plays out, both trainers thinking, okay, what could be in the back? Strategizing, game planning for the rest of this one. And Trent just content staying in. Like you said, he knows he wins the charge attack priority. He knows he can win this Lickitung mirror match if that's what he wants to go for. Shiny Dialga will now unload another body slam, and Shiny Dialga could potentially opt for a catch, or he might just be willing to let his Lickitung go down here. It's going to come down to a few more legs. Both trainers going for the body slam, and like we said, Trent going to win the charge attack priority.
I like this way from Shiny Dialga. Yes, he could catch on Skarmory, but just because you catch doesn't mean it's a good thing, because then you just lock into a Lantern. He's already seen Lantern, so he knows what he's risking here. Instead, going to come in with the Lantern set, recognize the energy on this could be really valuable. Great timing from Shiny Dialga, throwing the Surf. However, going to have to expend some of this energy, going to make the back-end matchup a little bit tougher. I think if their both trainers are locked in, they know what's in the back. Shiny Dialga knows how safe Altaria is. Trent knows that Shiny Dialga's only answer to Altaria is going to be that Skarmory. So if they're both making the correct reads here, I think they know exactly what's in the back, and they just have to figure out how to play out this back-end matchup. We see Trent swapping in the Altaria, now coming to Skarmory. Skarmory does have a positive matchup, but it's down to shield.
It's down to shield, and this could allow a lot of leeway for Trent here with the ability to use an extra protect shield in this matchup. It might allow the Altaria to win, and Shiny Dialga is so low on health with his Lantern in the back. It does, however, have a lot of energy. This endgame is going to be so close. Sky Attack coming through, grabs the first Protect Shield, and already has another Sky Attack, was at 2. Another Sky Attack coming through, and will grab both Protect Shields from Trent.
And Trent's going to spend both shields on the Altaria. It's going to be interesting. The energy's not going to go too far against the Skarmory, but it's already under half health. Moonblast is going to hit harder than the Sky Attack. Also has a chance to debuff. And we've seen quite a few debuffs for Trent today. Not going to happen here. We reach another Sky Attack. And Shiny Dialga has a shield, but Trent has energy. He'll go for the combo play against the Skarmory. Is the switch timer up? It is not quite. Oh, here it comes. Trying to combo play, but no energy on the Lantern yet. And here comes Shiny Dialga throwing the Surf at the last second. Is this enough to knock out the Lantern on Trent's side? Trent's trying to hold on here. Can he do it? The Lantern just barely hangs on, and he gets the Surf off.
He gets the Surf off, but the Lantern is so low. Is there any way the Skarmory can survive a Spark and also come out with a charge attack? It does! A simultaneous knockout, but the Altaria is still there for Trent, so he wins game 1.
That was so close, too. I think if Shiny Dialga got the knockout against the Lantern, it puts him in a good spot, because you get a little bit of damage on the Altaria afterward with the spark damage, right? That's not super consequential, but surviving the Dragon Breath might be a little bit more comfortable than surviving the spark damage. Maybe you get the Brave Bird off. I mean, the Skarmory was really low on health. It might not survive the 2 Dragon Breath either, but it would have definitely, you know, there's at least a chance. Obviously, it didn't work the other way around.
There was a lot of mind games in that first game. It was the simultaneous swap there. That was pretty funny to start things off. And then when Shiny Dialga had all that energy on Lantern, and he also knew Trent had energy on his Lantern, he opted not to throw immediately. He didn't want to risk losing that charge attack priority, so instead went for the extra spark to sneak through and was able to bank some energy. In the end, Trent able to just barely inch by Shiny Dialga in game 1.
Something I love about these replays too, and just the player camps in general, is their reactions, right? We see Shiny Dialga on the simultaneous swap on Lightning. He's like laughing and smiling. You see Trent focused, locked in, not even grimming in there in that situation. He's like, I'm just trying to win this match regardless. I'm not showing emotion until then. Love to see the different approaches from these trainers. And here we go. We're going to game number 2, loser semifinals. Shiny Dialga needs to win here to force it. Game number 3, Lantern into Lightning. Going to be a fantastic lead matchup for Shiny Dialga. And now here comes a safe swap, Annihilate. Not a lot of great answers for it. Shiny Dialga's going to come in with the Lantern, but it's not the cleanest matchup. Trent going to let the Surf go.
Yeah, definitely a neutral matchup. The Surf will chip away at the health of this Annihilate. Of course, the Shadow Ball, the much more threatening move. Is there any reason for Trent to bait here? No, he's going to go directly for the Shadow Ball. He wants to guarantee a lot of damage or maybe get that Protect Shield. Shadow Ball is going to connect. Is this enough to knock out the Lantern? No, it hangs on, and it has the Surf.
Oh, this is huge for Shiny Dialga. Again, the shield advantage is perfect because he didn't bring the Skarmory this time, so he needs a way to handle the Altaria in the back end. He recognizes, yes, there's a good chance that Altaria is here, so I need to get some energy advantage, need a shield advantage, which he has right now, to have a chance in this matchup. Pretty neutral matchup with the Annihilate into the opposing Lantern. Going to come in with the Lickitung to soak up his energy, and what he's hoping for is maybe I draw the Altaria here, which is the matchup he wants, because that's going to be way worse than the Annihilate. Oh, actually coming in with the Annihilate, and Trent couldn't get the Night Slash off. I think if he got the Night Slash off, it would be some really good chip damage. Now, up a shield, Shiny Dialga's in a pretty commanding position into the Altaria because he has an energy lead on top of it, and he has the Night Slash to bait as well that could grab this final shield from Trent or go straight Shadow Ball, which is going to do a lot of damage.
Shield advantage, energy advantage for this Annihilate. It is the most commonly used Pokemon in this tournament for a reason. It is incredibly strong, and Trent makes a good call. Shielding the Shadow Ball, that would do significant damage. Now going for the Sky Attack, Shiny Dialga has to shield this. This would do a lot to the Annihilate, and Annihilate will continue to try and fight through this matchup. It is a fighter against a flyer, but it's taking only neutral damage from these Dragon Breaths. We see the swap in, and a Shadow Ball now is going to connect onto the Lantern.
This is such a weird matchup for sure. It is going quite back and forth, but the Switch Hammer's coming up for Shiny Dialga. He could opt to swap here, or maybe just going to throw, oh, and throws a Nice Slash on charge attack priority. You can see Trent not loving that at all because, you can't shield this. You're going to waste all the energy, and then Lickitung could farm you down. Surfer's going to come through. If you undercharge this, Shiny Dialga can swap out. Great decision not to spend the shield. Going to save it for the Altaria, come away with energy, and here's where the Altaria nerf comes in. It takes more energy to get the Sky Attack, so even the Lickitung typically used to lose to Altaria has a slightly better matchup now. Oh. Trent gets to a crucial Surf though against Shiny Dialga. I've got to assume Shiny Dialga is going to let this go.
This Surf may give Trent a fighting chance. The Lickitung with a huge energy lead against the Altaria. It's gonna reach 2 body slams, that's for sure. And I think Shiny Dialga's Lickitung is still primed in a good spot here. Trent farming up energy, but there is still a shield for the Lickitung to hide behind, and I think Shiny Dialga is in a great spot.
Yeah, this Altaria just paces way too slow to Sky Attack, and there's just too much health on this bulky Lickitung to Sky Attack down. And you can see Trent going for one parting Moonblast. Maybe the, going to try to get a debuff. Not going to do enough either way to debuff this Lickitung. Going to get the lick down. Shiny Dialga is going to force a game number 3 here in the loser semifinals. He's going to continue his journey and try to make it forward into that losers finals.
Woo! Wow. Down to a decisive game 3. Trent and Shiny Dialga putting on a show here. A tremendous testament to each skill of these battlers. We take a look at the instant replay. The Shadow Balls were connecting in this one. I think we saw like 3 Shadow Balls land both ways, and the Lantern gets the Surf shielded. I liked this play. You can't come in with the Annihilate if you were Shiny Dialga because you can't afford to use a shield on that Shadow Ball. So you come in Lickitung, you force the opponent to just settle for Night Slash, and then got the head start. So Shiny Dialga, some really clever footwork, pivoting his way to a nice victory here. And Lickitung in the end was too strong, too bulky for the Altaria.
I feel like Shiny Dialga's head on a swivel, been on the offense in a lot of these matches. Even when he doesn't have the advantage, I feel like he's always on the attack, right? Swapping aggressively into that Annihilate, catching Trent by surprise. Maybe Trent could have got the nice dish off in time. I'm not sure if he just fainted out when he got to it or he could have pressed it in time, but it came really close. You can see, though, all laughs and smiles on stage show. They're both laughing about it. It's been a really great back and forth, and honestly, whoever wins and loses, they both put up a great show. Let's see if they can do it one more time here in game number 3. Loser semifinals. Winner continues on to the losers finals and that top 3 spot. Loser will go home as a 4th place. Game number 3, here we go. It's going to be the Lantern into the Shadow Gligar.
If you play the Go Battle League, you may have seen this matchup time and time again. Lantern can fight back against this ground type because the Surf is going to hit for super effective damage. Shiny Dialga knows Gligar can withstand it. Do we see a potential catch attempt from Trent? Not yet. Oh, he goes for the catch, but Shiny Dialga too patient and going to counter swap, banking all that energy from the Gligar.
Oh, that's so scary for Trent too, because if you look at that back line, there's the Lantern takes super effective damage from the Dig. You got Annihilate takes super effective damage from the Aerial Waste. So it was a gamble, but the gambit did not pay off for Trent in that situation. Let's see if he's able to dance around the Shadow Gligar later with all that energy loaded. And like I said earlier, this matchup used to be very favorable of Altaria. Well, actually super unfavorable, but it used to be favorable in general. But now the Sky Tag a little bit slower pacing. The Lickitung just does a lot better in this head-to-head matchup. And the thing is, Shiny Dialga knows Altaria's his biggest sore pain against his team, and he's found a way to play without the scarring, realizing that Lantern's coming all the time. So instead, he's going to just dance around these neutral matchups, maybe soft loose here, and come away with some energy. I like this play a lot, because if you look at the team of Trent, what's stopping this Lantern? Lantern has so much play, especially if there's no Lickitung, and there's no Lickitung. Trent's going to swap in with the Lantern instead, and now has the Dig loaded, trying to catch Trent by surprise. Trent is going to shield up the super big Dig, but Shiny Dialga's not too far from the second one.
Love this play from Shiny Dialga. You know the Thunderbolt isn't quite enough to knock out Lantern anyway, so you chip it with some spark damage, you bank some energy, and you come in with the Gligar. You know the Dig will be enough. However, one scary thing for Shiny Dialga is if we see another Dig shielded correctly here, there's a chance Trent's Lantern can completely spark down the Gligar. And if Trent is able to do so, all that energy on his own Lantern could be really menacing for Shiny Dialga to deal with, and he gets the spark down.
That's a massive energy lead for Trent, and this is going to spell disaster for Shiny Dialga. Going to let the Thunderbolt go, and yes, Trent doesn't have many shields left, but you get a hard-hitting Annihilate in the back, and you still have a Lantern with almost half health. Shiny Dialga's Thunderbolt is not enough to knock out the Lantern, but what he needs to hope for is enough health to get a farm down. But no, Trent's not going to let it happen. He is on point with this game. He's going to aggressively swap over to Annihilate, start countering down as much as possible. He needs to do what he can. Shiny Dialga's going to reach a Thunderbolt. It is going to be neutral damage. Annihilate, not the bulkiest Pokemon, but it's going to be able to hang on.
Thunderbolt is going to connect. It's not quite enough. As you said, commits to the count. Actually, no, has the double Night Slash, so figures might as well throw since I'm at the back-to-back. Shiny Dialga understands he's got this one, and Trent is going to be moving on to the losers finals.
Really well played from Trent in that third game. It was a lot of back and forth there too. And, you know, even with the failed catch, able to find a way around it, relying on that Lantern, even against that Gligar loaded with energy. Something I wish Shiny Dialga potentially did is bait with the Airways in that matchup. 2 shields up. With a Lantern that much health, you know, I think most people will shield. Shiny Dialga kind of went for a more safer play, but sometimes you have to take a risk to flip that matchup. Either way, though, amazing performance from Shiny Dialga. 4th place here in the largest regional of the season, beating a number of trainers, including Lyle, Jeff, King Alexander, previous regional champions along the way. And, you know, he's got to feel good about that 4th place finish. And Trent's got to feel great because he's got 3rd place and maybe even more.
A 3rd place guarantee at least for Trent. And if I'm not mistaken, back at the first ever North American Regional, that's where Trent finished, in 3rd place here in Indianapolis. So he's going to try and build even further upon that. Tremendous effort from Shiny Dialga all weekend. He's been a joy to watch, and I hope he's proud of how he performed this weekend because it was no shortage of amazing.
And there's a chance for something really interesting to happen here. Trent is waiting in that losers finals. The last time he was in that third place position was in Peoria of last season. And the player he faced in that losers finals was OutOfPoket in 5 games. So there's a chance for that to potentially repeat if OutOfPoket drops to that losers finals. But you know OutOfPoket, he says he's 100%, 1% sure that he's going to take it all the way. He's not trying to go losers finals. He's trying to take it all the way through the winner's side. He's going to be facing off against James P coming up next in the winner's semifinals, or winner's finals, I should say, and it's going to be a best of 5.
We are in for a treat here. James P against OutOfPoket. We're a couple of casters here, but we're also fans of the game, and it's going to be fun to watch these two in action going head-to-head. James P, just one of the most technical battlers we've seen. We talked about it all weekend. Doesn't compete that often, but when he does, he is a force to be reckoned with. OutOfPoket has been a regular on the circuit, has had some ups and downs, has had tournaments where he hasn't performed as well as he would like to, maybe walks away upset with his performance, but he also has shown the capability to go all the way, winning the Peoria Regional Championship last season.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like OutOfPoket is performing poorly, right? Maybe by his standards, he's not doing as well as he wants to, as someone that's won regionals in the past and made top cuts, grand finals appearances. But he's still been doing pretty good and qualifying for World Championships, making top cuts. But this is definitely going to be the first time he's making it to that winners finals in a tournament. He did finish 3rd place in Pittsburgh, but he wants to do more than 3rd place here in Indianapolis. I know behind the scenes too, you're saying, hey, my pick to win it all is James P. He's looking on point, right? Especially as MountnDewgong. And I was saying, I think Pocket's going to be the one to take it, especially on the backside Bastion. And I feel like both our predictions are fairly good today, and we're gonna see who's gonna really be on top here in this winners bracket.
Yeah, I would say so. And could we see a position? Normally Bastion would be favored against the MountnDewgong, but with that access to drill run, there could be a situation where maybe the MountnDewgong could take out the Bastion in this series and in this best of 5. I'm sure we'll see a lot of different lines, maybe a lot of different game plans, especially when you're going up against that Bastion pick. Sometimes you really have to come up with a strategic line to avoid getting it locked on a matchup like the Cresselia, for example.
Yeah, and James P's team definitely a little bit more on the meta side, right? We have the MountnDewgong there, but for the most part, fairly meta. MountnDewgong's not even that out of the question for these kind of teams. Been regionals where MountnDewgong has won it. OutOfPoket team, though, that seems like something a mad scientist cooked out of their backyard shed. But OutOfPoket has been known to make some really funky teams and make them work. And here he is again, doing it here in Indianapolis with a completely different team than he ran in previous tournaments, and that's looking pretty good. So we'll see how that goes against a more meta team.
We'll take a look at their two teams here. First, starting off with James P. He is all the way into the winners finals, and in his one previous tournament, he was a Peoria regional finalist, finishing 2nd place to King Alexander there. And he is rocking, as you said, Caleb, a fairly meta team. Lantern, Annihilate, MountnDewgong, the one more unique pick on his team, and Cresselia, Shadow Gligar, as well as Lickitung.
And if there's any doubt ever that James P got to that 2nd place finish in Peoria by accident, there should not be a doubt after this. No one gets 2nd place at a tournament by accident, and no one gets 2 top 3 finishes in back-to-back tournaments in your only tournament so far by accident either. OutOfPoket looking kind of exhausted here, but I think he'll be ready for action soon. Multiple accomplishments here came and fitted on this chart, but they're Peoria regional champion. Pittsburgh top 3, Hartford top 3 as well. Multiple top cuts, 2-time worlds competitor, running the Bastion, the Annihilate, Altaria, Shadow Whiscash, non-Shadow for Alligator, and Cresselia.
I'm still itching to see more for Alligator gameplay from Pocket. He hasn't brought it very often, at least from what I've seen this tournament, but it would be nice to see that spicy pick in action. Most people opting for the Shadow variant of Feraligatr these days, but you mentioned earlier, Caleb, a few matchups such as the Shadow Gligar that are more beneficial for the non-Shadow variant of the Feraligatr.
Definitely, and we're gonna have to see if it makes a play or not. I don't think we've seen a ton of Shadow Feraligatr by OutOfPoket so far in this tournament. I actually don't even remember I've seen it at all on his stream matches, but this might be the time to bring it in this winners finals. Game 1, James P 21 against OutOfPoket is kicking off, and it's going to be the Cresselia into the non-Shadow Feraligatr to start it off.
Feraligatr going to be chunking with super effective Shadow Claw damage. However, it is threatened by the Grass Knot from Cresselia. Hydro Cannon coming through. This Community Day move is extremely efficient, extremely strong. Cresselia, a bulky Pokemon, will withstand the Hydro Cannon and get off the Grass Knot here.
And the thing is, the Feraligatr can tank the Grass Knot, even though it's super effective. So let's see if OutOfPoket shields or not. Decides to let it go and is going to outpace to this next Hydro Cannon. Maybe going to throw on Charge Attack priority instead for the timing. And no, it looks like OutOfPoket is going to choose and opt to overfarm instead, recognizing that this Feraligatr might have a lot of play in the back end. And he's absolutely right. You got neutral, hard-hitting Hydro Cannon for the Annihilate and super effective against the Shadow Gligar. And OutOfPoket farming so much energy. I love this play. He didn't throw on Charge Attack priority. He threw one before so that if SJP shields, he can throw another Hydro Cannon to force another shield for SJP or just waste that shield. SJP recognizes how much energy is on it and it's going to have to let it go. And he has to make a choice now. I mean, it's got to be Annihilate that he comes in with. Yeah, and here it is.
Pocket went well past the Hydro Cannon, overfarming so he could land another Hydro Cannon here. SJP electing not to put up a Protect Shield. He's going to save the Protect Shields for the Shadow Gligar in the back. And now Altaria comes in, settling for the Night Slash. Interesting play. Feels like maybe this chip damage and the quick pivot is the better way to navigate around this Altaria. We see the quick swap into Shadow Gligar. And as these wing attacks add up, it will start to approach Aerial Ace range, but it's going to take a while for that to ensue. Now, Shadow Gligar going to opt to not throw, actually gets a full wing attack to sneak through as OutOfPoket throws the Sky Attack, which draws SJ's first Protect Shield.
Definitely an interesting Night Slash from SJP because the thing is he doesn't have switch advantage now. He's not going to have it later, right? I would have wished that he maybe banked that energy for something in the back. Or he could always throw the Night Slash later at the Altaria, right? And maybe even boost there. In this situation, OutOfPoket is going to be at even shields, and a bulky Cresselia is going to be meeting this Shadow Gligar. I think OutOfPoket, oh no, decides to shield. I like this. He also recognizes that the Annihilate doesn't have energy. So yes, the Shadow Ball is threatening, but you still have to build another Shadow Ball. And in that time, the Cresselia can get to more charge attacks than you can.
And as these Psycho Cuts slowly add up on the Shadow Gligar, you just need to go for the Grass Knot. It should be about enough to knock out the Shadow Gligar. Gligar is at almost a double dig, but Cresselia is so bulky. I think it might be able to withstand 2 digs. We'll be able to gauge the damage based off how much this first dig does. Just under half health of the remaining health of the Cresselia, and we see a catch onto the Annihilate.
Really great catch from SJC. We see the undercharge from OutOfPoket, recognize there's no energy on the Annihilate, so you can get extra energy here. Maybe it's the perfect undercharge, just under. Maybe could have got one more Psycho Cut, but pretty good. Going to force SJC to throw this thing, going to throw on charge attack priority to take out this Cresselia. The question is, can you Dragon Breath down the Gligar in time before it gets to enough damage to take out this Altaria? Altaria already has energy actually banked, and OutOfPoket is going to reach the Sky Attack before the wing attack is going to come through to get that aerial ace for SJP. OutOfPoket taking game number 1 in this winners finals against SJP.
Sky Attack delivers the final blow, and what a game to start off this best of 5 series. OutOfPoket able to navigate his way to victory against SJP. And you know, SJ, it seemed like he was on the back foot after that Feraligatr was able to overfarm a lot of energy in the lead against the Cresselia.
And Feraligatr just looks super safe, right? What are you really worried about? Like, the biggest thing you have to worry about is that Lantern. Lickitung does have the super effective Power Whip, but you do a lot more damage with the Hydro Cannon before the Power Whips even reach. And if you shield it, it's actually not that bad. You have the super effective Shadow Claws against the Cresselia and Annihilate being paced to the Hydro Cannon at the same timing. Annihilate gets a Night Slash, but Hydro Cannon hurts a lot more than Night Slash from the Annihilate. So really great pick for OutOfPoket in this specific matchup. I think we might see more for Alligator in this best of 5. I'd be surprised if that was the only time we see it. But just in general, that back and forth in that game showed high IQ plays from both trainers, right? Recognizing what the energy counts for at SJC, knowing that OutOfPoket is going to get to that Grass Knot before he gets a second dig, so you have to catch your energy on the Annihilate. And he knows OutOfPoket has to throw, because if he doesn't, he gets taken out. So it's a really safe catch for him. And at the same time, OutOfPoket going to undercharge, try to get an energy advantage forcing SJT to throw the energy right when he can, but the residual on energy on the Altaria, a little too much for SJT to overcome.
And that game was so close in the end. It looked like Pocket was in a very favorable spot after that lead scenario, but SJ played it through, and we've seen that a couple of times from him this tournament. There have been games where it looked like he was way behind. He plays it out till the end, fights it out, and finds a way to sneak away with some wins. So SJ, if there is a player that you think can come back from a deficit in this tournament, it might just be him.
And SJP going to take his first loss of day number 2 from OutOfPoket. But OutOfPoket is no stranger to the stage, one of the most seasoned players, very comfortable in this position. And we are going to game number 2. It's going to be Lickitung into Shadow Whiscash, and kind of, you know, pretty positive matchups in the back end for OutOfPoket. Maybe going for the Scald and then Safe Swap. It's kind of risky what you swap in here because both have pretty hard counters on the side of SJP. There is no Dewgong on the back, but if there is, it could spell trouble for OutOfPoket.
In my opinion, it's not the best matchup here for Lickitung. Some people consider it a counter, and we do see the successful body slam bait, but Whiscash able to outpace to these Scalds before the threatening Power Whip, and 2 Scalds is nearly enough to knock out a Lickitung. So SJP going to let it go through. Now, is there any way Pocket can get rid of this? Well, it's not going to be before the Power Whip, so Power Whip coming through, but now Pocket will likely have to commit both Protect Shields, an early 2-shield lead for SJP.
He wants switch advantage because he has Bastion and Altaria, 2 very polarizing Pokemon, but you get the Scald off on the Gligar as well. This is actually huge for OutOfPoket because now you have really great matchups in the back end. OutOfPoket doesn't know that there isn't a fighter in the back, but SJP's Gligar is locked into this Altaria now. Lantern has a lot of play into the back-end matchups, but Altaria's going to do pretty well into Gligar, and Gligar's much better into Bastion than Lantern, so at least OutOfPoket avoids that ground matchup into that Rock Steel.
This is going to be such a nuanced situation. The Lantern lurking in the back wants to see that Bastion. However, Pocket was able to preserve some health on his Shadow Whiscash. That could open up win cons in the end game. We see the final Protect Shield used from SJ, and now he is going for the airlays. He has the back-to-back. Will he be able to get a farm down here potentially before the Altaria reaches another charge attack? Altaria approaching. The Sky attack, is it going to get there? Oh, I'm not sure it would have got there, but SJ throws the aerial just to be sure.
Yeah, might have lost track of the energy. It's hard to keep track with that Dragon Breath coming through one turn. But this is the thing. How does S-James get rid of this Whiscash? Because the Gligar's the main check to it, but the Lantern's in the back without any energy. Whiscash is for sure going to get to the Mud Bomb, and here comes Bastion roaring onto the field, swaps in the Whiscash, so this is actually a really great spot for S-James because he needs to get rid of this Whiscash for the Lantern. Can you take out the Whiscash and still get to dig against Bastion? That's going to be the real question here. One wing attack and just barely gets to it. That's absolutely huge for SJP, and I've been receiving the end of many digs on Bastion, and this hurts.
This is going to do a lot of damage to the Bastion, and is going to perfectly set up this Lantern to the point where a single surf should be just about enough to knock out the Bastion. Pocket has some energy, but understands the Lantern is going to be able to win this matchup here. S-James P looks like he's going to be able to even up this series 1-1 against OutOfPoket.
S-James P played really well in that matchup, right? No really hard counter to Bastion in that situation. Yes, you have double super effective dig, but the resistant wing attacks aren't doing much, and if shields are up, Bastion's actually not too bad in that matchup too. No Annihilate, so that Bastion could have been a huge threat, but instead just pivoting around, using the Lickitung to grab the shields from the Whiscash. I mean, he let the Lickitung go, had to shield a Scald from the Whiscash, and still was able to muscle through the Altaria, utilize the Gligar. I mean, the Gligar put in so much work, right? It finished off the Whiscash, it finished off the Altaria, and it landed a dig on the Bastion to the point where the Lantern barely even had to do anything.
Yeah, you have to wonder maybe if the pivot in the lead would have been the better play in hindsight. However, you called it early. You run the risk of getting either hard countered by that Dewgong with the Altaria or getting hard punished by something like an Annihilate against that Bastion. So it's so difficult in that scenario to make that read. But going down 2 shields in the lead scenario turned out to be too much for Pocket to overcome in that second game.
And SJP's team, there isn't anything that Bastion hard punishes, right? Like you said, Dewgong has the drill run, super effective against the Bastion. Cresselia has the Grass Knot, and you have the Power Whip from Lickitung. They're not great matchups, but they have play, and they're not walled off. It's not like a Skarmory or Altaria in the back for SJP that just gets completely annihilated from that Bastion. So even if he doesn't bring the Annihilate, he has a lot of play into it. So I don't know if OutOfPoket going to bring the Bastion more in this match. Maybe. Oh, actually, here we go. In the game number 3, he just doubles down, brings it back, but this time in a fantastic lead. Here comes the Gligar. And again, not a really great thing that could check the Gligar in this situation. OutOfPoket might just stay in here.
And SJ throwing the Aerial Ace right away might lure Pocket into swapping the Whiscash here, understanding it doesn't have that much of a head start, so he's going to be able to Scald before being threatened by a dig. SJ might elect to throw the Aerial Ace. Yeah, going to throw the Aerial Ace on the charge attack priority before potentially getting debuffed by this Scald. OutOfPoket is going to allow this to connect.
Man, this is so weird, too. I kind of wish OutOfPoket just stayed in that matchup, Cresselia into Gligar, because it was already Aerial Ace, so you knew it was going to be the dig. And you just saved the Whiscash for the Lantern later, right? As long as you maintain switch advantage, you got a Bastion in a great position, too. Maybe OutOfPoket's scared that it's going to be, I don't know, like Annihilate in the back or something. Could definitely steamroll through the Whiscash and the Bastion. So it's hard to say, right, because we see the full lines. But now SJP has a pretty good advantage now. I mean, he's taking resistant mud shot damage. OutOfPoket's going to throw another Scald. However, he could just shield through and win switch, right? So OutOfPoket's not out of it yet. He's actually still in a good spot. Let's see how SJP plays it out. Does he maybe swap here, try to catch a Scald? He knows OutOfPoket's at the Scald now. OutOfPoket going to double shield again. Maybe he's going to go for some pause action to avoid the catch. Let's see how they play it out.
You know, SJ is going to try and potentially catch. Pocket, though, patient, and now able to position his Bastion where it needs to be, where it wants to be against the Cresselia. And SJ lets out a little bit of a smirk like, okay, Pocket, I see you.
Yeah, he was probably not expecting the Bastion to come through. Yeah, SJP's reactions are hilarious to me. He looks stressed whenever he's up, and then he's got a Cresselia locked into Bastion, shields down, and he's laughing about it too. But you gotta laugh when you see Pocket willing to bring the Bastion back, even after it had very little play in that second game. But now it has a great matchup against the Cresselia, and the energy on Bastion goes somewhere. Gligar doesn't have really energy, so that Stone Edge going to threaten a knockout on the Gligar. And the Lantern, yeah, it's bulky, but the Stone Edge does a lot, and you still have to commit Surf to take out this Bastion. Meanwhile, you still have a Cresselia that's almost full health and a Whiscash with a Scald loaded.
Yeah, despite being in a favorable position at the moment, this game is far from over. There are still 2 healthy Pokemon on the side of SJ, and they could very well dance around here in the end game. We're going to see the pivot banking some energy on the Cresselia. There is so much energy to keep track of across all 3 of these Pokemon that are still around on both sides.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a tracker on the side for the caster because I'm losing count here myself, but OutOfPoket is not losing count. Patient in these matchups and recognizing that he has the advantageous position, not rushing these charge attacks, and just completely in control in this game number 3 against SJP. Yes, it's going to be a charge attack priority, but OutOfPoket says, you know what, I just want to get rid of this dang fish so that I can clean up the back end matchup. Let's see how SJP plays this out, because Gligar still has a lot of health. If he can get a farm down, this could be interesting.
The super effective Grass Knot and the farm down on the Lantern. Now SJ has a decision to make. Do you come in with the Cresselia here, or do you get some energy on the Gligar? He's going to come with the Gligar. Also, the thing here is Gligar has the ability to withstand a move from the Cresselia. You're more so threatened by that Scald that I believe is banked on the Whiscash. So now Pocket going to go for the combo play and successfully gets the combo. This Scald will knock out the Shadow Gligar.
And that's such a tough position for SJ3. He has to predict the conflict perfectly, and that's so hard to know when Pocket is going to swap in there. Yes, you have the Cresselia against the Whiscash, but you still have the Bastion to deal with. And OutOfPoket roaring back in game number 3. Guts the steal, brings the steel Pokemon back. Bastion, he finds the favorable matchup he wants. Stone Edge loaded, and he's going to take a 2-1 advantage over SJC. He's 1 game away from a grand finals.
The composure, the persistence. SJ is one of the best players I've ever seen at overcoming bad situations, dancing around with energy, and finding a way to win. OutOfPoket was unfazed, didn't let it bother him, stayed focused, kept his concentration, and still was able to deny SJ from any opportunity to flip that situation.
And OutOfPoket is on top of his game. I mean, just pretty much no misplays throughout, right? Sometimes you don't get the matchups you want. It's hard to dance around, but they aren't miscounting, right? They know what they're doing. They know how to play out these matchups. It's really, you have to just outplay an opponent sitting across from you that's already playing well and just elevating the competition to another level. This is why these two are in the top 3. This is why these two are still on the winner's side in the winner's semifinals, undefeated in their series so far against all their opponents, but only one can remain undefeated in this winner's finals after a few more games.
High pressure, tense situation. OutOfPoket locked in very quickly. SJ taking a deep breath, trying to center himself. We take a look at the end of that last game with the Whiscash knocking out the Shadow Gligar. And SJ now with the 2-to-1 disadvantage is facing the potential of getting sent down to the loser's bracket. We know how advantageous it is, right, to be on the winner's side of the grand finals. You have the ability for some margin of error where you can afford to take one match loss because you get another shot at it. But we are here in game number 4. It's going to be the Feraligatr in a slightly negative matchup against the Lickitung.
And a bold choice to bring the Feraligatr after 2 straight games of Lantern, but there is no Lantern, and there's no real answer to this Cresselia. The OutOfPoket is going to swap in the Cresselia. Maybe we see the Gligar counter swap into this after from the chip and dip action, because the Feraligatr looks really strong into the Gligar and the Nihilip in the backhand, so I can't imagine SJHP wants to stay in this matchup for too long.
Yeah, the Moonblast is coming through here. Lickitung has stayed in, like you said, so that has created a delay in the switch timer. Lickitung is slightly favored in this matchup against the Cresselia. Pocket, I mean, you could say ABA weak, but it's not like either Feraligatr or Cresselia get really hard countered by the Lickitung. They can both manage fairly well, so still staying in. And I mean, after this Moonblast, the switch clock is nearly going to be up for Pocket, so he may be a little bit content with this situation after the negative lead.
Definitely. It is going to be pretty interesting for Pocket, because the problem is you're going to do resisted Shadow Claw damage against the Lickitung. So even though Lickitung's low on health, I like what SJHP is doing, right? He still has play into that Feraligatr, and he's expecting. He's seeing the Bastion. Oh no, doesn't get the grass out. The one-turn lick is going to come through. Bastion comes in, hard pivot, and now comes to Annihilate. I like this play from SJHP because you can strip the shields from this Feraligatr. Shields down, the Gligar is going to do much better into that Bastion. Don't even need to bait. And OutOfPoket, unfortunately, going to have to shield. Shield's the first nice slash, but I mean, if you don't shield, you get countered down, and the Bastion has nowhere to go. But the problem is you're behind on energy, so no matter what, the Annihilate is going to outpace. SJC pretty happy with this charge attack priority against Feraligatr.
Winning the charge attack priority, very beneficial for SJ. Pocket is going to fire off the Hydro Cannon. You're up 2 shields now, right, at this point in time. So SJ going to be content just letting the Annihilate go. An undercharge from Pocket to try and get a little bit more energy. Comes out with over a Hydro Cannon here. And now SJ comes with the Lickitung. Going to force Pocket to expend all this energy, and he is going to let the Lickitung go. He's going to save the shields for the Gligar and try to sweep with his Shadow Pokemon.
And this is a great call from SJames. He's going to have to spend a shield right here, but with the shield advantage and an energy advantage, 2 digs is going to be enough for this Bastion. Bastion has a little bit of energy, but it takes a while to get to 1 Stone Edge. It's going to take way too long to get to 2.
And there's no way exactly that Bastion will be able to outpace the Gligar here. It can simply get to 2 digs in this scenario, which will be enough to knock out the Bastion. First dig connects. You see the massive damage. And although it's getting low, no reason to ever throw Aerial Ace here. You just commit to the dig. SJ in a comfortable spot. Looks like we might be going to a Game 5.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting Game 5 here in this winner's finals. It's been seesawing back and forth between these 2 trainers. OutOfPoket really leaning into the Bastion in these past 3 games. And I've been there, right? Sometimes you bring it in, you get it locked in Cresselia or Lickitung, you're feeling, man, this is unstoppable. And then the very next game, you're stuck against Annihilate and the Gligar, you have nowhere to go. Really great team read from SJC, recognizing the Bastions coming in. Now the real question is, does Pocket bring it in for a 4th game in a row? I don't think so, but you never know. You never know.
Both players have been able to respond and win the next game after they have dropped a game in this series. And we are all knotted up 2 games apiece. SJ versus OutOfPoket a best of one to decide who goes on to the grand finals.
I'm laughing right now. I know you all at home, you all in the audience, you don't know what just happened, but I'm telling you, and I'll say it a little quieter. I don't want the players to hear. I don't think they can. They have white noise. But OutOfPoket goes back to the rematch screen, clicks 3 Pokemon in under a second. I don't even, like, it almost looked like he just pressed 3 random buttons in succession without even choosing. He knew exactly what he's locking. I lock in pretty quick, and I've never seen anyone lock in that fast in my entire life. It was literally under a second that he pressed it. SJC didn't even press a rematch button yet before that came up for OutOfPoket. Absolutely wild. We're going to see how it plays out, but OutOfPoket, he has a game plan for Game 5, clearly.
Sometimes you have a gut feeling, and you just have to trust it. Maybe the way that last game played out sparked an idea for OutOfPoket, and he knew exactly what he wanted to do. SJ gonna take his time, and I mean, rightfully so. This is a high-stakes situation. Winner goes on to the winner side of the grand finals, and the loser will have to fight Trent for that other seat on the loser side of the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely 2 disciplines of action here too. Someone locking in right away, another person trying to predict the opponent. The tough part for S. James is, how do you try to predict the opponent's lead when they don't even really know what they let? They just clicked a bunch of things. I mean, obviously, OutOfPoket put more thought into it. I'm you know, making light of the situation, but he was ready for this Game 5. And the last time I saw OutOfPoket lock in a team this quick was against Shining Dialga earlier in the semifinals in that Game 3 must-win situation for him, and he picked the perfect line for that. Let's see if he's able to do it yet again in this game number 5 in this winners finals.
2 very high-level players, too, would be an understatement, and it looks like we have a lock-in, so we are just about ready for this decisive Game 5. The winners semifinal, and here winners finals, and here we go. Annihilate into Shadow Whiscash.
And it doesn't get more neutral than this. Neutral matchup, Whiscash into Annihilate, Lickitung into Cresselia Altaria, and then the Gligar in the back as well. No RPS here. It just depends on how these players are going to play it out. OutOfPoket is going to save their shield, not going to shield up here. Scald going to come through. We saw a few mud bombs being thrown by some players, Lyle just being one of them, is seeing it, and this time going to grab the shield from SHP. Let's see if we see the swap, and OutOfPoket is going to swap straight to the Cresselia.
That was one of those lead matchups that these trainers, I'm sure, are used to playing. Maybe like to play it certain ways. Once Pocket saw no debuff, he's like, okay, I'm out of here. Goes into the Cresselia, does get chipped by the Night Slash, and SJ likes to do this. He likes to chip and then help secure the secondary matchup by going in with a soft counter. Now Lickitung here, gonna try and get rid of this Cresselia.
I mean, and the thing is, if you look at SJ's team, everything's a soft counter to Cresselia at best, or a losing matchup, right? So this is something he has to do, and I love what he's doing, because you know that there's no way OutOfPoket is going to shield the Night Slash in that situation, right? And so that's why he's going to just get that guaranteed chip damage, and then now soften it up. Whiscash is still going to struggle a little bit into the Lickitung as well, and you see the Bison Pokemon be thrown first. OutOfPoket doesn't shield. I don't know if you can hang on, though. You really don't want to let all this energy go. OutOfPoket just barely hangs on, but again, the Lick comes through and finishes off the Cresselia before he gets the Moonblast off.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't opt to throw that move sooner, but now the Whiscash comes in, is going to try and fight this Lickitung. SJ's counting perfectly on point, going to draw the Protect Shield from OutOfPoket, who has a Scald worth of energy loaded. However, a Scald won't be quite enough to knock out, and we actually see the pivot from SJ, and it's immediately met by the Altaria.
It is not over yet for OutOfPoket. You still have the bulky Altaria in the back. SJSP going for the Night Slash bait. Do we get the shield from OutOfPoket? Big shield time call for OutOfPoket. Does he do it? He pulls up the shield. The last second is going to be the Night Slash. No boost so far SJSP. Can he get to the Shadow Ball here? I think OutOfPoket's going to throw right before it throws the Sky Attack right at the Annihilate. SJSP is going to save the Annihilate, get this Shadow Ball off, because there's still a full health Gligar in the back. But Gligar is not going to appreciate the Scald banked on the side of OutOfPoket. Let's see how he plays around this.
The Night Slash bait allows SJ to get off this Shadow Ball. SJ is so unpredictable, capricious with his decision making. Going for the Night Slash. Is he going to get there? Not quite before the Altaria gets the farm down.
And here comes, actually bring in the Lickitung, trying to get a little bit energy here. This is actually not over OutOfPoket. If he could put this in Mud Bomb range and get a little bit extra energy, he could take out the Lickitung tongue and have the Scald ready for the Gligar. Mud Bomb going to come through first. Can OutOfPoket get to this crucial Scald against the Gligar? It's all going to come down to these final seconds. Game number 5 in Winners Finals. It looks like OutOfPoket gets to the Scald in time. The question is it enough to knock out the Gligar? As Shinsuke shaking his head, he knows it's not Mud Bomb. He's just trying to say, can I hang on? Hangs on here and gets the farm down. Has the airways ready. GG's coming out from the words of OutOfPoket, and SHP just narrowly coming away with the victory. Game number 5 Winners Finals. He's going back to the Grand Finals.
SJ has done it, and he is going on to the winner's side of the Grand Finals. What a set between these two trainers. That was a set to remember, Caleb. That is an all-time back-and-forth set between two of the best we have in North America.
Both these trainers barely lost any games coming into this Winners Finals, but they went back and forth in this series, and SHP coming out just narrowly on top in that final game. And that game was a close one, right? We saw the OutOfPoket, maybe the slight fumble on not throwing the Moonblast on Licktown. That might have made a difference in the long run, but he found a way to still keep this game super close. And that's after shooting the nice slash bait from SJP as well. OutOfPoket just staying composed, trying to push his way. And it looks like we're going to have a rematch of Peoria Losers Finals, OutOfPoket versus Trent. You know OutOfPoket was not satisfied with how that Winners Finals goes. He wants to make it back, so he's going to try to make quick work of Trent to get there. But Trent is hungry for that redemption against OutOfPoket.
Both players played so well in that series. I think not throwing that move was the one potential miscue I remember from Pocket, but both players just on top of their game and playing aggressively too. We talked about how sometimes you play safe, but when you're playing players of this caliber, this high of level, playing safe sometimes just isn't gonna cut it. You gotta make those aggressive swaps to not give any potential advantage, and you gotta be the attacker versus playing defense.
Exactly. I mean, you have to go for the bold base, which is what SJP did. And sometimes on the defense, you have to make the bold bait calls and say, you know what? If I let this go and it's the nuke move, I'm done for. But if it's a bait move, I just straight up win. And SJP just a little bit step ahead of OutOfPoket in that matchup. He's feeling good. He's in the Grand Finals. 2 tournaments, only 2 tournaments. He's already made at least top 2 in both. He just missed out on that top spot in Peoria. You know he wants to make it to that championship spot, not only for the glory, but for the auto qualification of Hawaii. He hasn't qualified yet, but he's only one series win away from making it. And I mean, look at this bracket, just so many big name trainers here, and it all comes down to this top 3. OutOfPoket versus Trent in another best of 5 in the Losers Finals. Will be awaiting the star here, SJP.
SJ yet to drop a series in this tournament, and he will await the winner of OutOfPoket and Trent. You saw Trent has been on the loser side of the bracket for several rounds now, so it has really had to claw his way to get to this point, to these Losers Finals. And SJ, I mean, he's been there before now. He's been there before in the Grand Finals. He had that experience where he was so dominant and then lost to King Alexander, who had a core breaker against him, and he just couldn't quite figure it out. Now he has a chance to try and get it done this time around. And OutOfPoket, although he has fallen to the loser side, he's also been there before. He's finished 3rd place before, I believe, and he's also a regional champion. He's been in these high stakes situations. He knows how to get it done, and he's gonna try and get his way back. Trent, the one player that hasn't been to a Grand Finals among the 3 remaining, and he will try and get his way to that Grand Finals as well.
And this situation we're in is very reminiscent of Peoria. OutOfPoket did drop from the Winners Finals in 5 games actually too, on the 5th game to Enhoff, and made it back to that Grand Finals after 5 grueling games with Trent, and then played 10 more games to take the championship of Peoria. If anyone is up for the task, it is OutOfPoket. He did go 2-0 against Trent earlier today in that winners bracket. I know Trent wants redemption for a number of reasons, but this is the time for him to get that redemption for sure, and the time for him to make it into that Grand Final spot for the first time.
3 trainers remain in this tournament. I think that's going to do it for Caleb and I in terms of the remaining matches. We are going to toss it off to a quick break, and Will and Amanda will take it off for the next 2 matches in this tournament, and we will see you guys later on.
We're gonna see. Do I live this? Yes! GG. Well played.
Yo, those were so close, man. Wow.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! One time, taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Woodage! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's into the
Fluttermane again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! step away, one move blast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
The Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Bolt, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win, so when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
There's simply no other thrill quite like winning it all. And there are 3 trainers remaining here in Indianapolis, Indiana, trying to do just that in our losers finals. I'm City's Chief 2 here with Amanda Lundberger, and we're ready to kick things off.
We are indeed. If you just missed out on the last matchup, you saw OutOfPoket being dropped down to that losers finals to what we were calling a grudge match, where he's going to play against Trent, the person that he knocked down in the losers bracket earlier on today.
That's a big test, right? A lot of trainers kind of look at that and say, oh, my opponent has my number, there's not really a lot I can do. Or you can take the opposite mindset and say, it's time for my comeback. It's time for me to fight further on into that grand finals. And both of these trainers are just one series away from doing just that.
Exactly, one series away from being into the grand finals. And Trent has been playing absolutely incredible in these last couple of matchups. If I was OutOfPoket, I would be fearful of this grudge match, to be honest. I mean, watching his opponents play, but both of these trainers have that mindset at the moment. They know they are so close to be securing a victory.
Our trainers are ready on stage. We don't want you to wait any longer. Let's check out OutOfPoket on the left side and Trent on the right. Both of these trainers hot off of some impressive wins.
Exactly, and the wins with a Bastiodon as well. I mean, I think Caleb Bang has been super happy about this. Let's go over some of OutOfPoket's achievements here. Look at this. In the 2024 season alone, he's got the Charlotte top 8, Pittsburgh top 4, and last season as well, Hartford regional top 4, and the Peoria regional champion.
OutOfPoket is one of those trainers who's always near the top and in the discussion, but he's looking for a breakout moment, wanting to keep pace with some of his elite friends in the community. Bastiodon, Annihilate, as well as Altaria, Shadow, Whiscash, Feraligatr, and Cresselia.
Definitely one of the only to be piloting for Alligator so far in this tournament so well as well. Look at this, the classic Trent stare.
He's back. Trent's back. He's staring right into your eyes if you're watching at home. Indianapolis Regional Top 4 in 22. A lot of success at NAIC in 2022 as well. And then Peoria, Fort Wayne in 2023. So 24 is the year he has in his sights. We're going to look at his team: Dewgong, Annihilate, Lantern, Lickitung, Altaria, and Shadow Gligar.
I feel like, you know, it's like one of those moments where you're just like, you don't know if the camera's actually like paused or stuttering on something. It's like, no, it's that classic stare.
It is. He brought it back, right? Just for the losers finals. Trent is all business, and this is a business trip for him because he wants a spot in the grand finals coming up here shortly. But he's got to get through OutOfPoket first.
Exactly.
And OutOfPoket actually knocked him down to that losers bracket to begin with.
It's true. And look how, like, I have to say, how many plushies are up on this stage supporting their trainers as well. We got quite a few up there. And we got the Eevee with the evolution into the Sylveon, and also cute little Vulpix.
Exactly right. We're going to jump right into game number 1. This is a best of 5 in our losers finals. Shadow Whiscash for Pocket led into Lickitung for Trent.
Now this is more in favor of the Lickitung just because that Power Whip does do so much damage to this ground and water type Pokemon, but the Scald does outpace, and this can flip things around if the Scald does manage to get the debuff. There is a 50% chance that's going to happen. No shield from Trent, and the Scald connects.
Lickitung takes a big loss in HP, but no debuff occurs, and now the Whiscash has the option to either Protect Shield this next charge attack or let it through. OutOfPoket is making great calls. He makes another great call right here in Game 1 of the Losers Finals.
Yeah, this Power Whip would be detrimental to the Whiscash. They're going at it and just keep charging away. Knows his counts, knows he's very far away from the Power Whip at this point as well. Going up for yet another Scald, saying, okay, if it's a 50% chance, maybe this second one is going to debuff, but it's going to also bring that Lickitung so low, possibly even knocking it out, catching a Body Slam for the wear on an Altaria.
I was just about to heave a massive compliment onto OutOfPoket because he's able to maintain switch advantage, but he sends out the Altaria, and that frees up the Dewgong, and this is going to be really tough for him to overcome because the Dewgong is incredibly comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, Trent just going ahead and completely, using its fast attacks only. It was at the Ice Wind, but didn't want to deploy it. This Moonblast will connect. It's going to do a nice chunk overall of damage, but Dewgong is just going to go do strong here. Just going to, I think, completely fast attack down. Give a little parting gift to whatever comes in. We've got 2 Icy Winds and Drill Runs stored.
It's so tough, right? You're going to take an Icy Wind from the Dewgong here onto the Shadow Whiscash, and you're still pretty far away from a Mud Bomb, so you're unable to strike back. You're going to take another Icy Wind unless you use Protect Shield.
I kind of like this play, though, Pocket, making him just at least deploy all of that energy, because chances are might not be able to get to another Icy Wind. At least OutOfPoket has really got to hope so, because with only 1 Pokemon left on the field, it's going to be doing so much damage. And guess what? These Psycho Cuts are not going to be enough. This Icy Wind is going through. This Cresselia is debuffed for the rest of the game.
I think that OutOfPoket is really hoping for a Lantern in the back, maybe the Annihilate, because he knows he's worked his way through that Lickitung, and he's going to leave with this matchup with a ton of energy. Cresselia is loaded up, ready to go, and there's an Annihilate in the back for Trent.
There is, and this is Annihilate without any energy. A Moonblast is already ready, not fooling around, going straight for it. Sometimes when there's 2 Protect Shields, you don't use the shield. Trent, last second, we've been calling it before, he's great at calling when he needs to use those shields. That was a very good moment for it, but already up to another Moonblast beforehand. Going to releasing the charge attack now, and Trent is not using a shield.
Whoa.
No, ooh, last second shield on the bait.
Last second shield on the grass, not there, puts Trent Protect Shields down. Meanwhile, OutOfPoket still has Protect Shield of his own. He missed a call earlier on in the tournament. He shields up the Night Slash here. Now you have to start to be mindful of not only your debuff from the Cresselia, but also the catch from the Lickitung.
Yeah, this is going to be the actual crucial moment. You can see Trent going for it, but Pocket was well aware, not going to let it happen. But the question is this debuff Moonblast going to be enough? The Psycho Cuts aren't doing that much damage, although it is a fighting type Pokemon, and it will connect. It is not enough.
It's not enough due to the debuff. Annihilate closing in on the Shadow Ball. I don't think Cresselia can get there in time, and here comes Trent and his Annihilate. This is going to be a knockout, same type attack bonus. Ghost type Shadow Ball into Psychic Cresselia.
Annihilate going to take in game number 1 for Trent in this grudge match in the Losers Finals. But again, this is a best of 5 matchup. There's still plenty of time to figure out how these 2 players want to play against each other in this moment. Pocket just got off of a very close best of 5 matchup where he won 2 out of the 3 that went to S. James. Yeah,
S. James, right? S. James was able to come out on top in that winners finals. But at this point, if you're OutOfPoket, you can kind of see it in his body language too. He kind of shrugged, okay, game 1, lost that one, but he smiled and looked across the table. Because it's a best of 5, you have a little bit more time to adjust.
Exactly.
And I think that OutOfPoket is one of the best at making adjustments as the series goes on. So it's not over for Trent. I mean, game 1 was solid, but he's got to do a lot more work to take down OutOfPoket.
That is so true. The main thing that OutOfPoket has to remember too, though, is it's still a long road ahead. Sometimes, especially if you lose in such narrow margins like he did in the winners finals, it's easy to get kind of like disappointed in yourself or a bit dejected, but he's got to shake that off at the moment. He's got to really come back into this if he wants to maintain his chance and play another grudge match, but this time against S. James P.
I think the Annihilate and the Shadow Gligar for Trent will probably keep the Bastiodon at bay, but let's see what OutOfPoket decides to lead. He's going to pick his Cresselia, and it's going to lead into Lickitung.
We've seen this plenty of times before. That lick damage is going to be doing some heavy amounts, and not being able to get to the Moonblast before the Body Slam comes in is going to be able to take a little bit of extra health off of that Cresselia as we see that Body Slam now go through unprotected. you obviously don't want to be protecting these things, but at some point too, you want to make sure you're getting your Pokemon aligned where you want them.
Yeah, and we saw that in game number 1. I think if OutOfPoket doesn't catch the body slam onto his Altaria and just leaves his Whiscash in the matchup, he has a chance to win that battle. But looking forward to game number 2, a similar thing could happen because the Altaria and the Dewgong are both on these teams here.
Yeah, I'm really liking Trent's timing here, throwing once again right before that Moonblast is reached. Again, body slams aren't going to do that much, but it's slowly adding up over time. Look at this Cresselia. It's very low in health. Another Moonblast going through here, and I think Pocket really wants alignment. If you're looking at that back lineup, that Dewgong once again does not want to be lined up. Well, the Dewgong would love to be lined up against Altaria.
But OutOfPoket wants to avoid it, right? So a very tough position to be in. Body slam coming through. We've seen some Cresselias take down Lickitungs in this lead scenario in this very similar situation. Body slam going to come through. Isn't enough to scale the Cresselia. It is not. Cresselia doesn't have the grass knot though, and it gets licked down.
This is big going around with that. Now the Altaria is coming in. Lickitung will most likely be able to get to yet another body slam at this point too, but Altaria will come out with a bit of energy, maybe something to throw at the Dewgong if it comes in right after this moment. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out. This body slam does connect. Altaria just letting that Lickitung go down. Still 2 shields in play for both trainers.
Dewgong comes in, instant pivot out into the Shadow Whiscash, met by Annihilate. Now this matchup is very neutral, as our co-caster said, right? It can swing either direction. Skull going to come through here from OutOfPoket. He's been just throwing these hard-hitting charge attacks over and over again, and Trent calls yet another one.
Yeah, going ahead and protecting the Skull, that would do a lot of damage, not getting the debuff either, and now it is Trent's turn to just get so much energy on this Annihilate. Trent has been baiting a lot, but at this point too, with the Whiscash so low health, is it worth risking it? I don't know. Pocket doesn't think so either. Wants to protect it, keep it a little bit healthy because he is at the Skull, but this is a combination there. It looks like they'll be able to get back-to-back Night Slashes here.
Yeah, back-to-back Night Slashes coming in from Trent. No Protect Shield there for OutOfPoket, which, like you said, is really tough because there's still a very healthy Dewgong in the back. Gonna go for the Skull. This is not quite enough to KO the Annihilate, but it will bring it deep down into the red as it looks to try to win this matchup. Counter damage is just such an impact play, right? Look at that. 4 counters gets the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, Pocket not able to reach the bug bomb, not able to reach the grass knot. Each time getting a small parting gift from the trainer. You know, first it was the body slam, now it's the Night Slash, and now the Dewgong comes back in. The Altaria is really struggling here against a very specific Pokemon that keeps finding it in the lineup.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. OutOfPoket recognizes this game is likely over. Gonna throw the Moonblast just for good measure, but Trent still has a Protect Shield in his back pocket. That attack gets blocked, and the Ice Shard comes through. OutOfPoket goes down 0-2 in the losers finals.
Now, it seems like Trent is very much wanting to play that Dewgong. Do you think because of this is OutOfPoket's chance to maybe play something different, or do you think the Altaria is so strong against everything else on the team that it's almost necessary to be continuing to bring it?
Trent has not been very good against Bastion these past couple of games, right? He's brought Dewgong and his Lickitung. I mean, Dewgong does have Drow Run, right? That's fine, but you're also dealing super effective smackdown pressure. So it almost feels like this is the time when Bastion should show up. This is the play for it, but is that what Trent is expecting?
Of course, it's again a mind game. And I think that was probably how it lines up. A lot of times players will play something different game one. Usually if it's a best of 3 scenario. Of course, since it's a best of 5, they have a little bit more wiggle room. But yeah, this is the point where OutOfPoket would be like, what am I thinking? What do I need to play at this moment to be able to win these games against Trent? Once again, losers finals. These players have played against each other once in the tournament before. OutOfPoket taking that matchup, but Trent has a 2-0 lead and is looking very strong. Coming into game 3 with an Annihilate into a Whiscash.
This could be a decisive game in our losers finals here in Indianapolis. I think that Trent definitely went double strong to Bastion, right? He's got Annihilate in the lead and Shadow Gligar in the back, but there's no Basti to be seen. So we're gonna find out what's gonna happen because the Night Slash bait does get protected up by OutOfPoket. This is another thing as well. I feel like Trent has just been so much better at calling these hard-hitting charge attacks.
Exactly. Once again, just like you said, Speedy, now pulling the Skull, which is not going to be doing any damage really to the Annihilate, and not getting the debuff either. Just continuing to wear away at the Whiscash. Looks like another Night Slash is going through, but I think if you're Pocket and you're counting this, you're realizing it's not a Shadow Ball. It is going to knock me pretty low, but he still wants to maintain as much health as possible on that. Almost another Skull, and getting an attack which of course, you're going to shield it, right? I mean, you have such a healthy Annihilate, and your attack just boosted in a very decisive portion of Game 3.
Doing it again, switching in the Altaria, a third game in a row. OutOfPoket calls the bluff, and Trent stays in the matchup, which means there is no Dewgong in the back. Now, how does OutOfPoket actually manage that information going forward? He's got to take a Shadow Ball first, and that stings.
That does sting indeed. The attack did fall a little bit with that skull, but not enough. I mean, at that point, you saw how much that Shadow Ball did. OutOfPoket doing everything that he can to keep this game in his pocket as well. This Moonblast coming through, doing a nice chunk of damage to the Gligar. The Gligar is just, I think, going to completely fast attack down, coming out with so much energy for whatever is in the back, and it's going to be either that Cresselia or that Whiscash is going down.
And now that Altaria is out of the picture, OutOfPoket doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure, so he's going to be forced to absorb a lot of energy, a lot of damage that Trent is going to convert into some digs here against the Cresselia.
And Cresselia, as like you said, is not going to be able to farm down very easily. I think he might try to go for it. It looks like it's going to be a very aggressive play, but will Trent have too much energy at this point? There is still a Whiscash, but it doesn't have any energy either. It swapped out earlier. He's still up. He's going to completely fast attack down. Will he be able to get there? No, not before an aerial ace will be reached. Going to have to throw that Grass Knot.
He knew the third charge tech was coming, right? So OutOfPoket has to throw the Grass Knot here, but now his Cresselia is incredibly weak. His Whiscash is very weak. Altaria comes in here, and you might be able to get to the Moonblast. It's going to be really close, but Cresselia is going to switch out with the Moonblast stored, and Whiscash without Blizzard doesn't have the tools it needs to beat this Altaria.
Yeah, I think OutOfPoket went for a play there. He thought that the Trent would also switch. Trent's been doing a really nice job of switching on that, but the Moonblast instead on the Altaria is going to be the thing that is hitting that Cresselia, knocking it out, and Trent has a decisive 3-0 sweep in the losers finals, bringing him up to the grand finals.
Trent absolutely in control that entire series. You can hear the crowd is behind him as well. OutOfPoket's such a quality opponent, right? A trainer that competes so often, has so much experience and the accolades to match. It's meaningful to get a win over a trainer like that, right? Trent, his confidence has to be at an all-time high at this point.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's like once you're beating one opponent, I mean, we can even talk a little bit about, again, the people coming from the EU. We saw Inadequence play before, getting knocked down to the losers bracket, and from that point on, he didn't drop a single game. Trent seems to be on a similar trajectory. He's just beating opponent after opponent here, and really, really good players, obviously. I mean, Pocket was the person who knocked him down to the losers before this point.
Incredibly dominant, 3-0 in the losers finals. Let's take a look back at our instant replay. This is Game 3, Moonblast connecting into the Shadow Gligar, but like you pointed out, Amanda, a full gutsy wing attack down just gives Trent so much energy that he just unloads into the Cresselia and makes this matchup pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's easy to see why Shadow Gligar is the #1 pick Pokemon right now. In this meta, it just seems to be doing so well across the board. Even the hard matchups for it don't seem that hard when you have that much energy to your name. Trent now taking out the Cresselia with that Moonblast once more, and yeah, pretty much solidifying his place in the grand finals here in Indianapolis.
I feel like sometimes the wind is just not in your sails, right? We saw that with Pocket doing really well in day 1 and for most of day 2, but in that series in particular, it just felt like the fight wasn't there, right? Couldn't get the right options, kind of kept on running into the same wall in the form of Dewgong, and there's just not much you can do when you're in such a position where not only are you losing Pokemon, but you're also giving your opponent tons of energy, tons of leverage for the rest of the matchup.
But you know what? OutOfPoket can't be too sad about it either, because taking home a bronze medal in the largest tournament in North America this season is nothing to be disappointed about. He played so incredibly well. He got so many more championship points, and we're so proud of him. I mean, like, really, that was incredible plays.
It's all about perspective, right? You can look at it, you can think it's the worst thing ever. He's, oh, I really wanted to win. I really wanted first place.
Of course, everyone does.
This first place, this third place medal doesn't matter to me. Or you can look at it and say, I was 1 game away from beating S. James. I had a tough matchup against Trent, but if you look in retrospect, you had tons of great matchups along the way. So it's really about perspective and what you choose to focus on.
Yeah, but what we're choosing to focus on pretty soon is going to be that winners or grand finals, Will.
Grand finals, exactly. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So if you're watching the stream and your friends who love Pokemon Go are not, let them know the grand finals are going to get underway here shortly. But I'd love to hear from the competitors maybe at some point. That'd be pretty cool. I would like to know what chat thinks as well about who they think is going to win, because the table is set. We've got S. James P21 versus Trent.
And SP James 21, he was already in the winners finals before as well, the grand finals. He was second place in one of the last regionals that he competed in. Will he be able to take home the gold in Indianapolis? Or will Trent, who is pretty much on a tear, be able to flip that bracket and claim that title for himself? Anything is possible right now.
Anything is possible, man. I feel like there's always this clash of predictions versus reality. Let's take a look back at our own predictions that we had going into the tournament here. Some Pokemon we thought would really stand out. I gotta admit, Crimson K19 performing so well with the Mandibuzz. It kind of vilified my pick there, right? I feel great about picking Mandibuzz.
Yeah, I mean, Altaria has also been doing really well for Trent, as we've seen play countless times, doing some really good matchups with it. I mean, we did see Annie Goodra, though, Will. What do you think about that? Maybe not quite the pick that everyone was looking for.
Well, you know, Goodra might have been a stretch, but we can always look at Caleb Pang taking the low-hanging fruit of Shadow, Gligar, and Skarmory.
Yeah, true.
Wow, what a bold prediction.
Yeah, who would have thought the #1 used Pokemon across the board and pretty much all the last 6 regionals would be in this one as well?
So prescient, right? Just seeing right through the veil. Incredible, incredible picks.
I will say, I think all of the Pokemon that we've seen, except for that Goodra, have been at least played so far in Indianapolis.
Okay, stop mentioning the Goodra.
Sorry, you were trying to get off of that. You were trying to shift it on to someone else.
Except for the Goodra. You said to throw that in there,
just
didn't
bring
you?
it right back over.
Oh my gosh. It's been a long weekend. I'm just kidding. It's been great. It's been so much fun. And an honor to cast with you as well, Amanda. I hope chat gets that. Like, we're actually good friends.
Yeah, we are pretty good friends. Well, we're going to have to talk about that pretty soon. While we discuss this backstage, we're going to go ahead and go to an interview with Caleb for the grand finals.
Thank you, Amanda. Will. I am joined by S. James P. and Trent here on the lounge, ready for the grand finals action. And these are some incredible battles all weekend. It comes down to the final two. We'll start with S. James P. Second tournament ever, second grand finals already. How are you feeling coming into it this time around, especially coming in on the winner side?
Physically, I feel a little exhausted, pretty tired. I was anxious last night. I feel pretty good though. Got a little coffee in me, ready to go. And Trent's a great player. We played each other before in the past, so I'm excited to see what happens.
Definitely. And Trent, this has got to be a big moment for you, right? First time grand finals, and getting here, you had to be OutOfPoket in the losers finals, a little rematch from Peoria losers finals last year. How's it feel sitting right here?
Yeah, I've probably been kicking myself for that loss for a long time now. So being able to finally overcome that and get to the grand finals for my first time. Of course, it wasn't when only the top 2 qualified for Worlds. I already qualified for Worlds at this point, so now it's just trying to get my first regional championship.
That's right. And speaking of regional championships, we're fighting for that here. Obviously, there's a champion title on the line, but what does it mean for you as James P to play here right now? Obviously, I know you haven't even qualified for World Championships yet, but you might if you win this next series. Right. However, even just making it this far, what does it mean to you?
It means a lot. I feel like, I mean, people have been saying I'm like, people have been saying I'm kind of flying under the radar. I don't necessarily feel that way. A lot of my friends are probably more confident in myself than I am in myself. So their support means a lot, and I don't know, it's really cool to be here.
Definitely. And Trent, you know, you said you qualified for World Championships already. Looking forward to this grand finals. What are you hoping to achieve besides just winning it all, right? What does it mean to you? Because you already qualified for World Championships. You could go to Hawaii and compete at Worlds, but you're here facing some of the best at the largest North America regional. What does it mean?
Yeah, I wasn't too confident going into this, especially with my regional performances this season. But now it's like kind of like when you play the Pokemon games. You go through all the gym leaders, and now you're playing the champion at the end. Like, gotta take out SJ.
Definitely. And, you know, getting your stride at the very end of the season, heading toward Worlds, no better time than that. Question for both of you, so we'll start with you, S. James. You said you played Trent before. Looking forward to this match or no? Having seen him play, you haven't played in this tournament so far yet.
To be honest, I haven't really watched any of his games. Even just now, I was eating some food, and next thing I know, he's already 3-0. So obviously, he's been playing unbelievable. Yeah, I'm definitely excited It's been a little while since we played, I think, but I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about any RPS Bastion strategies in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Trent, what about you two? You've been playing all day long, right? After taking the loss to OutOfPoket, you've been playing in the losers bracket, and you got to be warmed up by now.
Yeah, I've played SJ in the grassroots tournaments in the past, but we've never played in regionals because this is only his second regional. So I'm excited to face him, and our team comps are actually very similar, so I think it's going to be some good games.
All right, so I'm looking forward to some final words from both of you. Anyone you want to thank, anything you want to say before we hit it onto the stage?
I've kind of hit the same shout-outs. I will do a new one, though. Shout out to Lurgan Rocket. I completely stole your team, man. Thinking Adequance made a joke that an NA player wouldn't steal from EU, but when I was looking through the teams, like his team just made a lot of sense to me. The one thing I knew going into the tournament was I didn't want to use Skarm. I think it's 2 RPS, at least for my liking. So yeah, I found his team like maybe 5 hours before the deadline. I was like, I'm using that. So yeah, shout out to him for that.
All right, it's been working out well. What about you, Trent? Any final words?
Yeah, I like just a shout out to like all my friends out there, especially the ones that helped me scrim and theorycraft for the tournament and any tournament really. And yeah, I built this team. Like I probably would have built the same team as him with Cresselia if I had a good one to use. So I had to substitute it out with another Pokemon. So
awesome. Well, guys, so thank you for your time and sharing some thoughts. I'm looking forward to the action. I know you are as well. Let's head back to casters as these guys get set up on stage.
Definitely great to hear from S. James P21 and Trent as they get geared up for, honestly, one of the biggest series of their entire lives, right? S. James P has been in the grand finals before, but for Trent, this is new ground that he is breaking. And like Caleb said, if you're going to heat up at any point in the season, you want to heat up right before Worlds and carry the momentum forward. So I'm sure that's what Trent and S. James are trying to do.
And speaking of carrying momentum forward, during that interview, I don't know if you guys could hear it at home, but there was an eruption in the crowd because the video game has pretty much concluded in their finals. But I want to call to action to all the Pokemon Go players. We need to be just as loud for our grand finals as well. Our numbers might be a little bit smaller, but we are a mighty, mighty group.
We are, and we can get loud. We can get way louder than we have in the past. So I'd really like to see what we're capable of. And also, everybody watching at home, we'd love to see you get active in the chat as well. Yeah. We'd love, I know that these competitors go back and watch the VODs and they read your comments, right? Yeah. So if you're cheering for SJ, if you're cheering for Trent, let them know that you support them, right? It means the world to them to see your messages in the chat. I'm really excited for this grand finals, Amanda, because again, these are two trainers that really kind of tested their mettle in Go Battle League. And
exactly.
One thing I wanted to point out that SJ said was that he took his team about 5 hours before the deadline. That's the opposite strategy of what most players do, right? Most players like to get a team, they like to get familiar with it, they like to run scrims and see what their opponent likes to play against them and try to figure out how to play around certain compositions. But SJ has so much experience in Go Battle League that he just knows. He knows based on his team composition what his opponent is likely to do and how to get around it. So, like he said in his interview yesterday, if you have success in Go Battle League, you should try Show 6 Pick 3.
Yeah, and I really like that good comparison as well, because that, you're absolutely right. That's not what all trainers do, but that is what some trainers do to prepare. Sometimes they just pick a team, they feel like, oh yes, this works with my playstyle, and they just make it go. Trent, in the meantime, he also thanked his community, people that he has been scrimming with. He has been trying this. He says, okay, this is the team. I want to see how to play test it against all these different people. So we're about to see two different playstyles completely collide as well. Another thing I thought was kind of cool that S. James shouted out was the fact that he shouted out Lurgan Rocket's team. Lurgan Rocket was our first ever Pokemon Go regional champion in Liverpool in 2022.
Yeah, which is incredible, right?
I mean, look how far we've come.
I see what you did there. Speaking of community, let's do one more social media check-in before we head into our grand finals to see what you have been saying at home. Here's Susie.
Yeah, Susie is one of the judges in EU. She's also been setting up all these amazing local cups and challenges. This is the last month to get CP through locals. The race is not over yet. We just had a cup and challenge today in Florence, and there are many more events to come. See you soon, play Pokemon.
That's so important to remember, right? We know that the North America Internationals are the cutoff, but make sure to get those local cups and challenges done just as soon as you can. I am pretty jealous of this. Look at this from Hawk Aussie. That is a perfect, lucky, shiny Articuno.
My goodness.
A Schlundo, if I may, right?
Yeah, competing in the local cup and challenge for Playboy. And not only did they get the first ever CP, that's really cool. So they got CP at the cup and challenge. only losing to Rocket Claire, an incredible competitor in the Oceania region. They also got their first ever Schlundo.
Yeah, speaking of Rocket Claire, very, very talented. Can't wait to see what she does in future tournaments. Here's a tweet from what's in the 15,000 ticket box. Congrats to Jared and Jess. Looks like a beautiful wedding proposal here at the venue.
Yeah, that is so exciting. I heard about it at the prize wall. There was a little engagement. She said yes, and what a cool thing to share it with this Pokemon community. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for bringing that in.
Right, exactly. I mean, some people just want that community experience, right? They want to be around the people they care about during the important points in their lives. That's exactly what they had here in Indianapolis.
And obviously, a lot of times too, we love to feature these types of posts. We like to see these things. Make sure that you have been using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Maybe it's a little bit late for this regional competition, but there is still one in Los Angeles coming up later on. There's going to be North American International Championships, and we have a couple more in Europe coming up as well. You have plenty of time to interact with everyone. I mean, let's keep it going.
You know it's tough, Amanda? Remembering when these tournaments are. There are a lot of tournaments. You know it's easy? Following the channels and enabling notifications so you don't have to remember. You just get notified so you can tune in whenever they are live. So we really appreciate a lot of follows and a lot of growth on those platforms as well.
Yep, and if you are just tuning in right now, we're getting ready. We're getting set up with S. James P21 versus Trent here in the grand finals. This is a best-of-5 matchup, and this is to see who will become the Indianapolis regional champion.
As a refresher for everybody watching at home, Trent is the challenger of sorts, right? Coming from that loser side bracket, this is going to be a best-of-5 to begin with, and if Trent wins at best-of-5, he has to win another best-of-5 to become the champion. Meanwhile, S. James P only has to win that first set, or if it goes to a reset, he only needs to win the second one, obviously. But for him, he's definitely in a power position, I would say. S. James P coming in from the winner side bracket has a ton of leverage going into this series.
And he also has only competed in one other tournament so far. He got second place in that tournament, so he's already at least on par with how he's been performing in the past, but he wants to go that one step further. He wants to be the champion. And like Trent was saying in his interview, though, he's just considering each opponent that he's been playing like a gym leader in a different town in the series, you know. So okay, he's past the OutOfPoket one, and he's going on to the S. James P.
Trying to collect all the gym badges, right? I was talking with Caleb backstage. He said that SJ was really not ready for Water Gun Lantern when he faced off against King Alexander at the Peoria Regional Championships, but it feels like he's had all the answers this time in terms of what's in the meta.
Yeah, I think that he has a really good team composition. For only getting this team about 5 hours before the tournament started, he seems to be maneuvering it to quite a large success overall. Like, looking at that team again, just that little reminder of it, we got the Lantern, Annihilate, Dewgong, Cresselia, Gligar, and Lickitung.
Yeah, I mean, the two competitors said this in the lounge, right, that their teams are incredibly similar. But let's take a deep dive. Again, if you're just joining us, we're going to review these movesets and these Pokemon. We've got Lantern, Annihilate with Night Slash, Dewgong, as well as Cresselia with Moonblast, Shadow Gligar, and Lickitung.
Now, these are pretty much always, not always, but the standard movesets that are going to be used on a lot of these Pokemon. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at Trent's side as well. Dewgong's on both ends here. Not a super common Pokemon, but with so many Gligar, it seems to be really a popular choice, especially obviously making it to the grand finals. Got that Lantern, Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, and Annihilate. I mean, this team is pretty similar. Like Trent said, he probably would have ran the exact same team as SJ. He just didn't have a good enough Cresselia, so he decided instead to use the other Pokemon.
We talk a lot about bench pressure, right? And that, like you pointed out, that Dewgong is great bench pressure for Gligar, for other flying type Pokemon. So seeing a double Dewgong grand finals is going to be really, really exciting here.
Yeah, we saw this a little bit earlier on. Sometimes opponents have really, really similar teams. And if they have those similar teams, they have to decide how they want to play out those matches. Unfortunately for Trent here, the fact that there is a Dewgong and his other pick is an Altaria makes it a little difficult to use his actual 6th Pokemon in that place instead of like the Cresselia.
Exactly. You could almost argue there's a slight team composition advantage due to those minor differences. We're about to kick off our grand finals here in Indianapolis. We've got S. James P21 on the left and Trent Season on the right.
And we have to get started here with the Cresselia into the Annihilate. Neither one of them have energy yet. That's it looks like Trent doesn't even want to go for it. Goes for his safe swap there of that Lickitung. And now, that's you see, but this time the Moonblast is already prepared before the Body Slam gets there. We'll see how SJ responds in kind.
Trent has been known to kind of make this switch a little bit early. He doesn't typically stay into those lead matchups, but the attack drop on the first Moonblast is definitely a stroke of luck here for SJamesP21.
You can see it didn't even look like it looked like he just actually apologized to Trent. Said, I'm sorry, but this is going to happen. Now this body slam is not going to be doing this much. These licks to a normal type Pokemon are not going to be doing that much either. Back-to-back body slams coming through here, but still going to be relatively healthy on S. James's Lickitung.
If there's a single word I can use to describe SJ's team here in game number 1, it's safe, right? You have your Cresselia lead, you have your Dewgong and Lickitung. There's so much bulk, so much HP, and so much neutral play. He's just going to try to outskill Trent here.
At this point, too, it's like he's at basically 100 energy, still letting Trent throw another body slam before even one of his has been stored. Now going to go and throw, and I think this is when the body slam spam is starting. Number 1 coming through right here, unprotected onto Trent's Lickitung.
Exactly, right? Can it and slam it. We're going to see the swap into the Annihilate, trying to get some counter damage done, but the Power Whip coming through here from the Lickitung. In this kind of battle, right, where both trainers are playing so neutrally, so managing their energy so carefully, it's really hard to tell who has any momentum. We're not going to see really until the dust settles, but Annihilate is looking to disrupt all that with a Shadow Ball here.
Yeah, I think there's 2 shields left on the field. S. James wants to use his first one right away. He's also very happy that Annihilate comes in here, because if you look, that Dewgong in the back would not be happy with that. Meanwhile, Dewgong is really going to be loving what he's going to see with that Altaria. This Grass Knot coming through. If Trent does not shield, this will be enough to knock out the Annihilate. Looks like the Annihilate is going down.
Trent lets it go, right? Sacrificing the Annihilate. He's got a healthy Altaria, but he brings the Lickitung instead with a Protect Shield advantage. I think you're right, Amanda. I think that he's predicting anything besides Dewgong in the back for SJ.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the body slam will not be enough. We see it just as chip damage at this point, bringing the Cresselia down to the yellow, but it's charge attack priority. This Moonblast will be enough to knock out the Lickitung, and they're about to see what is in the back. There are 2 shields remaining for Trent, but the real question is, will it matter here? The switch timer is going to be up. I think he's going to go for that Moonblast first. He wants to get one of those Protect Shields stripped away right now, and it looks like he is able to do so.
I'm sorry for laughing, but you saw SJ kind of look up once he saw the Altaria. He knows what he's going to do next. Moonblast does not trigger the attack drop, but it doesn't even need to. Double super effective, same type attack bonus. Ice Shards are just going to eat away at the Altaria's HP here as this matchup draws on.
Altaria doing everything it can to stop the momentum that Dewgong is about to get, but with no debuff on that either, and the Icy Wind already available, this Altaria is going to fall from the sky. Trent not even bothering to use a shield on it at this point. It's going to get so low here, and then we have a pretty healthy Dewgong, no Annihilate in the back. S. James staying on that winner's side, taking game 1.
I just want to give you a compliment, Amanda. You mentioned the Altaria being a huge difference maker on this team. For 2 players that have basically the same compositions outside of 1 pick, the Altaria is a huge difference maker for the exact reason you pointed out before the game started. The Dewgong found the Altaria, and what I'm also a little bit surprised by is that Trent didn't learn from what he did to OutOfPoket just a series ago.
Very true, very true. It's so hard because I think that Altaria has really been like almost an MVP Pokemon for Trent a lot in this series. So of course he's thinking, I need to bring it as well to these grand finals. It's been doing so well for me in this. Unfortunately for Trent, this just was not his game. He got that attack debuff on his own Lickitung. He was trying to maneuver around the clock, but of course not predicting what was in the back. Just when that Dewgong came in, I think he just knew at that point it was over.
The question for Trent now is to either double down or pivot out, right? Either you double down on the Altaria, you recognize its utility, and you bring it when your opponent doesn't predict it, or you pivot and you try something else. Try to attack SJ from a different standpoint, because honestly, these trainers kind of danced around each other in the early goings of the matchup, but as soon as that one matchup came to light, Dewgong and Altaria, we knew that that was lights out.
Yeah, I mean, the hard part about the Dewgong, if you look at Trent's team, is like it does so well against 2 Pokemon. It's like 2 Pokemon really counter being that Annihilate and the Lantern, and then the other ones are sort of neutral. It's a great pick for him overall. I can see why he brought it in that matchup. It looks like both the trainers just trying to figure out what they want to do for game number 2. Typically, we have best of 3 matchups here. This is a best of 5. This is a grand finals. If Trent can get 3 of these 5, we're going into a bracket reset. There's so much on the line. We are really almost in the end stages here.
Yeah, and like you said, if Trent wants to bring his Lantern and Annihilate, he's going to be met by Cresselia and Lickitung. SJ is really putting on the pressure, but this is a pretty neutral lead going into game number 2.
Yep, Lickitung just starting to lick away again, slobbering up this Cresselia, getting it nice and slippery. It doesn't want to even deal with it anymore. Normally trying to catch on that body slam, but not being able to. Actually, Trent stores all the energy and comes into the Altaria saying, hey, you know what? In case there's a Dewgong at that point, I don't want my Altaria anywhere near it. This seems like the safest place to bring it in.
This is what OutOfPoket tried in Game 3 of their series, right? Versus Trent. He's just hard switched in the Altaria. He said, if you have Dewgong, I'm going to see it. If you don't, I know what's in the back, right? Going to fire up the Sky Attack against the opposing Lickitung, trying to weaken it, but just like in Game number 1, so much neutral play to open up this series.
Yeah, Lickitung going ahead, taking that like a champ, just still continuing to lick away, getting all of that extra energy, throwing yet another body slam. This won't be quite enough to get it knocked out, but I think it will outpace at this point too if Trent doesn't want to throw the Sky Attack. And maybe Seth James will keep that switch alignment that he was looking for. The Sky Attack is reach, but not for the body slam. Does he want to use a shield?
That's what you have to account for, right? The Lickitung is just going to pace a little bit more quickly because Body Slam is less energy cost than the Sky Attack is. It picks up the knockout against the Altaria. Trent kind of resets the board, brings in his Annihilate looking for a fat counter down, and he gets it. 4 punches get him the knockout, but now there's a Gligar in the back.
And the Gligar and 2 shields, but this was pretty good, getting a little bit of extra energy here. Trent has been baiting a lot, and I wonder, I mean, SJ has not said he's been watching his matchup, so maybe he doesn't realize it. He doesn't, not calling that bait right away, and this gives him a little bit more energy. Coming in with a combination play, this Lickitung is going to throw a body slam.
I don't mind this, right? I think that Trent did something really smart. He took the Protect Shield advantage, sent in a neutral pick like Lickitung, and he recognizes that Lickitung actually can straddle the Shadow Gligar and Cresselia matchups and make a big impact on both.
And SJ says, if you can bait, I can bait too. As an Aerial Ace goes, I wonder if he will pivot out or if he wants to get a little bit of energy first. So straight for another Aerial Ace, right? As another body slam is going, gonna completely let this go, putting it on the Cresselia versus the Annihilate in the back. I have to see these two trainers play it out. Again, I mean, this is high level play. A lick going through here and another Aerial Ace.
Another Aerial Ace is going to chip down the Lickitung. Again, there's no easy solution here. There's no Focus Blast Registeel. There's no close combat Berserker. You just have to work your way through this matchup slowly and patiently. Going to go for the Grass Knot. A bait here from SJ. Does Trent take it?
It looks like he is going to take it. He knows that Lickitung can handle a lot. I think he's saving everything for the Annihilate with some energy in the back. Body slam now coming through. This Cresselia is nice and healthy. The big problem, we've seen it so much with Cresselia, is its fast attacks. The Psycho Cuts just don't do a lot. It's really going to be those heavier hitting charge attacks that are doing some energy. Getting almost 2 Grass Knots before doing the next. You said that would have been enough before, Will. I think it's going to be enough now.
I think it will. I think the challenge, though, for Trent is to know how much energy is still stored on the Cresselia because the Annihilate is not at full strength. If the Annihilate comes in here and takes a Grass Knot plus the Psycho Cuts, it will get knocked out. So it definitely needs to pace the double Night Slash and do it as quickly as it can. Grass Knot gets shielded up here.
Grass Knot gets shielded, the last shield in the game for Trent. He is countering away. He's trying to get a little bit more, going for that Night Slash, maybe hoping for a boost. There is a shield up. SJ, I think he knows this is just a Night Slash. He's wondering if he should shield it or not. He's letting that go, knowing that the counter damage is not a lot. He's gonna need to throw another one. Grass Knot is reached.
Wow, right there with just 1 HP, Cresselia able to get to the Grass Knot against the Annihilate. SJ holds on, KOs the Annihilate, and takes game number 2.
Oh, okay. So if you're Trent at this point, you got to be a little bit nervous, but it doesn't look like he looks calm and composed. He's saying, okay. He's taken game 1, he's taken game 2. They were different strategies, both games. What do I need to do to turn this around for me? SJ is really sitting in the driver's seat. Again, coming in from the winner side of the bracket. He just needs to win 1 more game to be the Indianapolis regional champion.
A lot of people are probably wondering, you know, why does he keep bringing Altaria? Why does he keep bringing that Pokemon, especially when it's hard countered by Dewgong? Look at this trio that SJ brought to game 1 and game 2. He brought the Lickitung and the Cresselia. Annihilate can't handle both. Dewgong can't handle both. Lanturn can't handle both. There's nothing on Trent's team that can handle both, so he needs to bring his most powerful neutral picks. He's kind of forced into it.
Exactly. There is a lot of bulk on SJ's team there, just across the board. And as you can see, reaching that Grass Knot, it was a charge attack priority, but this is Trent's wherewithal as well. He knew that there is still a shield left on SJ's side. Didn't even bother. He said, okay, yeah, I know that this game has maybe been lost.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think the win condition for Trent was to get a Night Slash boost because the counters do a little bit more damage. The Gligar was out of energy. If you can just land 1 counter into the Gligar, maybe if you ties with the wing attack, you actually tie the game, but at least it's not a loss.
Exactly. I think that SJ knew that as well. You saw him debating because he knew it wasn't out of Shadow Ball range. he was like, okay, he's got to get to another one of these no matter what. If it does get a boost, I'm going to need to protect the next one.
Exactly right. We're going to jump right into game number 3. This could prove to be decisive. SJ on the left side of your screen, Trent on the right in your Indianapolis Grand Finals.
We've seen this quite a few times before, but they've always seemed to play it out just a little bit differently. The Cresselia against the Lickitung. We know that Trent likes to throw that body slam right away as he gets it, but this time goes one over, and he's going to throw it before that Moonblast is reached once again.
I mean, this is very much what we've seen from the first 2 games, right? A neutral lead, neutral play, nobody making a hard call, but this time actually SJ switches out first, offering up the Lickitung, and it's met by Altaria.
This seems like a very, very similar game to the game that we just saw as well. This Lickitung did switch in, the Altaria comes in because, again, Trent does not want it to be locked into a Dewgong in case that is in the background here. A body slam coming through. We did see this happen. I wonder if they want to play it out exactly the same, because if you're Trent, you're thinking, uh-oh, okay, I got to do something a little bit differently if I want the end game to be different in this game number 3.
Amanda, you're so right, because I'm looking at this matchup, I'm thinking, why not bring Annihilate into the Lickitung? Because you're predicting the Dewgong in the back, and that is going to be detrimental down the stretch, because the Lickitung is going to continue to apply pressure with the body slams. This one won't quite knock out, but it's closing in on the second one.
Yeah, and I think if the last game was any indication, he's going to get to it just at the same time, yes, but this is going to be a little different. SJ now choosing not to shield. And this one is going to knock out the Lickitung, and Trent is going to get a little bit of the alignment, but at what cost here? In comes the Gligar, and if you're at this point, you're Trent, you're saying, okay, well, now I know what I want to bring back in. It's going to be that Lickitung.
4-wing attack advantage. Shadow Gligar has already leveraged the remaining HP on the Altaria into a huge energy advantage. Going to fire off the first Aerial Ace and draw away the first Protect Shield of the game from Trent's Lickitung.
And this is where it becomes very interesting, because of course with the baiting, of course with all the switching, the switch timers misaligned. How do you keep track of your opponent's energy here? And this is going to be crucial in the later game. This body slam is going through, getting the first shield from SJ as well. He wants to keep that Gligar healthy. He hasn't seen the third Pokemon.
Word shield parity right now between these 2 players. Dig going to come through. No Protect Shield from Trent, but he needs this Lickitung to KO the Gligar and give him a shot to close this game with Annihilate.
And as I say, oh, look at that. He did try to get a catch, but he immediately swapped in. This is going to be a Moonblast. This is going to do so much damage to the Annihilate.
Trent thought it was Grass Knot, but it's a super effective Moonblast, and now Annihilate is weak. Gonna try to reach for the Shadow Ball, but the Cresselia will pace with the Grass Knot. Is closing in. Gotta go for the Night Slash, but SJ knows it, and he just Psycho Cuts instead.
He completely Psycho Cuts, and I think he's not even gonna shield. He was counting. He's like, okay, there's no way this is even a Shadow Ball yet. My good condition is just to completely go down. I'm gonna throw at the Lickitung when it comes back in.
Absolutely astounding energy, control, and patience from SJ. Moonblast comes through, no Protect Shield, and we're about to crown our Indianapolis Regional Champion.
Put your hands up!
James P21!
Congratulations, an incredible, masterful performance by SJ, coming in from the winner side of the bracket, not losing any of these games. Incredible, a 3-0 sweep from the winner's side.
It just never looked like it was in question, right? I mean, we talk about neutral play, we talk about the lead situation, the swap in, some of the nuances here. I think that the Dewgong versus Altaria matchup there was probably the most notable kind of breaking point for Trent, but otherwise, SJ just piloted everything perfectly.
I completely agree, and if you notice, he brought it in game 1. I mean, I think his goal was to try to scare away the Altaria, but he didn't even use it in game 2 or game 3. Game 2 and 3, I think, had the exact same Pokemon as each other. However, the opponents played it out a little bit differently.
I think that SJ just cracked the code, right? He looked at the team. We alluded to this, right? You see the composition. You see the Altaria on the right side for Trent. You see the Lickitung Cresselia combination for SJ, and you just think, well, all the things that he wants to counter me with, I can just use Lickitung and Cresselia to beat, and he just brings those over and over and over until Trent just can't handle it.
Exactly, and there was Trent has been doing a masterful job calling baits and stuff this whole time. However, in this game 3, where it really mattered the most, this Moonblast right now onto the Annihilate was the big moment where he realized, oof, there's not much I can do at this point. Look how much damage that does.
SJ and Trent both knew that the Gligar was the problem, and SJ pulls it out, saves it from a potential Lickitung knockout, and just clears the way for his Cresselia to maintain control, Psycho Cut down, and Moonblast for the win.
Yep, second ever tournament for S. James P21. First ever regional championship for him. Incredible plays across the board, winning from the winner's side of the bracket. Wow, this is an incredible time. Not only this, we keep bringing it up, this is the largest tournament in North America for this season.
Wow. Flying under the radar. Flying under the radar. That's what people are saying about SJ. Well, I got news for you. He is going to be on everyone's radar, especially heading into Worlds. When we see certain regional champions, right? We watch the Dunebugs, the Lyle Jeffs. We watch even the Wadages, right? We see just masterful control. They just feel like it's almost destined. They're able to pilot their way through any kind of trials. And it felt that way with SJ.
Yeah, I completely agree.
He just didn't seem like he was even worried about anything.
He wasn't phased at all. And, you know, he was talking with Caleb earlier. We heard it in the interview when he was saying, you know, I might not have enough championship points, but the goal is to go to Honolulu. I would like to get enough maybe from locals or whatever to be able to compete. He doesn't even need to worry about that. 200 points from this alone, and also regional champions get that automatic qualification for Worlds, so he will be there if he wants to be there.
Exactly right. SJ has accomplished everything on his list. He went down all the boxes and checked them off. Becoming the Indianapolis regional champion is definitely a huge accolade, and I hope he's very proud. And as well for Trent, right?
Oh, completely.
Making it to the grand finals for the first time, coming up a bit short, but hey, you know, sometimes it's just one player's day. It's just their weekend.
Yep, and what Trent kind of said it before as well, he is actually already qualified for Worlds as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's been doing really great in these grudge matches. We saw him lose to OutOfPoket earlier, then be able to beat him. So perhaps he's taking a little mental tally of some of the people who have beaten him, SJ now on that list, and saying, okay, you know what? I got him at Worlds.
Sometimes the impromptu switches maybe want to pull my hair out, but Trent was always able to make the right calls. Let's take a look here at our final standings now that the dust has settled in Indianapolis, Indiana. SJ at the top with the crown.
Yeah, going ahead and with that little spicy team that he said he pulled from Lurgan Rocket. Second place, we just saw him play against Trent. OutOfPoket taking that bronze medal, and Shiny Dialga rounding out our top 4.
So many surprises, right? We've got Crimson K19 finishing 5th place, just one step below his 4th place finish 2 years ago. Gordon the Flash with the impressive Guzzlord Gaming. Elim was able to maintain a good pace, but fell a little bit short. And then ValorAsh with one of the most creative and exciting teams that we've seen this season.
Yeah, we have Magnezone and Talonflame on that team. Let's see, once again, these are our top 3. Again, S. James, Trent, and OutOfPoket. Congratulations to these players doing so incredibly well in this Indianapolis tournament.
Lots to be proud of, right? Very, very talented trainers and a lot on display. I really feel like this whole tournament, every regional championship is like a clinic, right? You can learn something new from watching each of these tournaments and each of these trainers execute, and this is just such a stacked group. And as well, like 3rd place OutOfPoket, I hope he feels encouraged by this performance, because no, you weren't in the grand finals, but you were very, very close, and you actually beat the runner-up. So you've proven that you can do it.
Exactly right. And if you're watching at home saying, these tournaments look like fun, I would like to compete in them one time, we have another one coming up later on in this month in Los Angeles, California. Get signed up for that. This could be you up on the stage.
Last 3 NA tournaments of the season, right? East Coast was Orlando. That one's already passed. Obviously, we're in Indianapolis in the central states. And then on the West Coast, we have LA, which honestly, Amanda, if it's not even bigger than this, I might be a little disappointed.
I mean, I've been saying it forever. As an Iowan myself, the Midwest is best, and I think Indianapolis has really been proving that point for me here.
I've never heard that before.
Really?
I always hear West Coast, Best Coast. It's like the phrase people throw around, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're just using the word coast. You know, well, I mean, you could replace that with East Coast, Best Coast. It's still kind of word.
You know, how about this? How about we discuss this on our way over to the lounge?
Deal.
But first, we're going to toss it down to the floor for our awards ceremony featuring Rise to the Occasion.
Thank you so much, Will and Amanda. The largest North American regional of the 2024 season, and it was no shortage of excitement and incredible plays. We are here to congratulate our top 3 finishers in this tournament. First, he was the only player in the top 16 to bring not only a Bastion, but a Feraligatr as well. Please, round of applause for your 3rd place finisher, OutOfPoket. Pocket, you are no stranger to the competitive circuit. You've been around. You're a former regional champion. Another great performance under your belt. How are you feeling? What are your emotions like?
feeling pretty proud of my run. I mean, I took Bastion and Alligator to a pretty high level. I don't even think when I was watching other matches, I even saw any of the either ones on stream going up to day 2. Yeah, I'm pretty cool with my run. 3rd place, pretty nice.
I know Caleb, Bastion enthusiast, was impressed with the Bastion play, and you're also someone that likes to bring unique picks, like we talked about. Only player, as mentioned, with Alligator and Bastion. What goes into your team building process, and what was kind of the thought process behind that unique team?
Usually I look into what people that like perform well use, and going into this event, as I said in an earlier interview, Bastion like felt very strong in what people were bringing. Cresselia, Dewgong, Lickitung, Skarmory, to name a few, all struggled against Bastion immensely, and I saw at least 2 or 3 in the given team.
Great insights. Everybody, one more hand for OutOfPoket. Thank you very much, Pocket. Best of luck. Your runner-up, a competitor that here 2 years ago finished nearly at the top, now gets his best career finish in the Play Pokemon circuit. Please, a round of applause for your runner-up, Trent. Trent, a terrific performance here, and you had one unique pick in the Dewgong. In the caster predictions, Dewgong was something that we felt was going to be good going into this tournament. You and SJ both brought it. What was the thought process behind that Dewgong pick?
So I saw a lot of double or even triple flyer teams going leading up to this tournament, and I was debating between running Dewgong or Alolan Sandslash, and I guess Alolan Sandslash would have had better coverage in the Cresselia. But I thought Dewgong was a better pick overall because you have a lot more neutral play. You have neutral play into fighters. You have neutral play into fire types. Matchups that you can flip with energy. And even if you don't flip it, you can leave them on double or triple debuffed, and then you can bring in something else and farm it down. So Dewgong like slows down the match and gives way more counterplay for you, even if you're in a disadvantageous situation.
I know you had a few tournaments where you weren't as happy with your result in the run. And not only did you show persistence or your ability to get all the way to your best career finish, but also you fell to the loser side of the bracket early on today, had to go through so many talented trainers, go through a Shady Equation, Elim, Crimson, just to name a few. What was your mindset and what emotions are you feeling getting all the way to this grand finals finish?
Yeah, so going into the tournament, my goal was to get enough championship points to qualify for Worlds. And then when I top cut, I was like, well, I just want to get top 8 so I can get some prize pool. And then when I lost to Pocket in the first round, I was like, I got to get my rematch now. I got to get my redemption. And then I made it all the way to the losers finals, got my rematch, and I was able to even beat Pocket in the losers finals. And so I was able to just come back. I knew I had a lot more play in that matchup than I showed in the first round.
Congratulations, Trent, on an incredible performance. Thank you very much. Everybody, one more hand for Trent. Now, we welcome to the stage a 2-time regional participant, a 2-time regional grand finalist, and now a first-time regional champion. Please, a huge round of applause for S. James P. Congratulations, SJ. I'll actually ask a question first this time. You are someone we talked about on the cast that doesn't compete as often as others, but when you show up, those who know you're a threat to win it all. Take us through your emotions right now first. Just how are you feeling accomplishing this feat?
I feel exhaustion, relief, happiness, all those things mixed together. But yeah, I don't think it's really hit me yet. I think after I take a nap, I'll probably celebrate this one. So.
Personal anecdote behind the scenes. We were talking about players to feature. We brought up your name as someone to be a trainer to watch out for, and the name wasn't yet registered. So we reached out. Have you registered? SJ's like, oh no, what do I have to do that? Registers the day of the tournament. So chill, so relaxed. And what type of approach, what type of mindset do you have coming into a tournament? Do you have that relaxed type of approach?
No. I think you were actually one of my bigger believers in myself, and I'm friends with SoTough as well, a fellow caster of yours. Should be the first to tell you I'm not super confident in myself. So like when other people say like or give me compliments, it kind of keeps me going, I guess. So I appreciate everyone that supported me. Yeah.
I remember back in Peoria, you described your gameplay sort of in a dynamic way. You don't like to play RPS. You like to move around, play around with energy. One thing about your style, I find that there are games where it seems like you're in a disadvantageous position, and even in the few games you lost this tournament, you made it incredibly difficult for your opponents to have to fight till the bitter end. How do you get so skilled to the point where you are just dancing around in that ability to fight till the bitter end every single game?
Yeah, I would say I have a pretty unique style. To be honest, there's times where I don't even know what I'm doing myself. I play like very off the cuff, and I see like what my opponent's trying to do. I think how I got that way was just I would use like really squishy Pokemon. I think one of your favorite Pokemon is Quillfish. I used to love Quillfish. So like using stuff like that, you have to be better with your energy management and like know when to shield and when to not shield. So stuff like that. So I would just say not use Metamons all the time. So.
It's getting late in the season, but now you've qualified for Worlds twofold. I think the 200 points would have put you over anyway, but you get the auto bid as well as a regional champion. What are your thoughts and emotions now qualified for Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii?
Yeah. Hawaii is like a special significance to me. I won't get into it, but I'm really happy that I get to go back. It'll be my third time getting to revisit, so. It means a lot, and then the chance to get to prove myself up here, it's pretty cool. I guess more people will be familiar with myself now. And by the way, I do like to go by SJ. I know it's like SJ and P21, but I prefer SJ. So.
Well, SJ, before we let you go, any final shout-outs? I know we've asked you a few times, but as we wrap up the stream and let you get out of here, any final shout-outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, I want to shout out SoTough and Signal. I like rant on matchups all the time, but they kind of listen to it. My faction team, Elite TMs, 12-town server, Elite TM server. And yeah, I think that, Shiny Dialga, because I mean, we've been battling it. I talked about it before, but we've played a lot of local tournaments. Haven't been doing a whole lot of scrims, so a lot of my prep is through him. So yeah, shout out to him.
Thank you so much, SJ. Can we get one more round of applause for our Indianapolis Regional Champion, SJ? We are going to send it back to the casters in the lounge to wrap things up. Take it away, Caleb.
Thank you, Rise, and thank you, SJ, for the wonderful insights. You know, we've seen a lot of champions on the stage, a lot of them with really intense pop-offs. And on the other hand, we got SJ, calm, cool, collected, pensive, but a very incredible run from him in Indianapolis this weekend. Thoughts on the matches, Amanda?
Man, these have been absolutely incredible. It's his second ever tournament. Getting second in the first one and now first place, I mean, that is an incredible record. And he was saying earlier, you know, people say I'm kind of flying under the radar. That's not the case anymore. I mean, SJ, it's a name that everyone's going to know from now on.
Speedy, I know you know SJ's from before.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I just go back to the interview that SJ gave. He said he learned a lot of his skills in the Go Battle League, and he said the most fun he's ever had playing Pokemon Go PvP at Championship Series events in the Show 6 Pick 3 format. So I definitely think a lot of trainers that are very good at Go Battle League need to take that into account and give it a try this season or next.
And let's take a look at the bracket to see all the opponents SJ had to beat to get here. He dropped 2 games to OutOfPoket in the winner's side on day number 2, and that's it. He's beaten every single person on day number 2, and he only lost 1 game to Magic Mason on day number 1. So an incredible set of battles from SJ's incredible performance. And of course, we got losers bracket as well. You can see the long road Trent got 3-0 against OutOfPoket in the losers finals, but 3-0 from SJ says, hey, whatever you could do, Trent, I could do better.
Indeed, at this point. But look at all these trainers. Again, we have to talk about it's in North America's largest regional competition, 168 competitors there. At this point, I mean, I think you're pretty proud to be in this top losers finals.
That's right, and big tournament a lot of usage as well. Let's take a look at that top 12 usage for day number 2. What stands out to you, Speediest Chief?
I mean, you saw my eyes get wide, right? Annihilate coming in at number 1 overall with 62.5% usage. You know, I saw tons of Annihilate usage over in the EU region and a mix of counter users in NA, but seeing it here at number 1 is astounding. Shadow Gligar coming in there at number 2, and Shadow Whiscash really kind of taking over the spot from the regular Whiscash.
And it was doing a lot of work here in day number 2 as well. Let's take a look at our predictions and see how we went. I'll speak for Rice because I know, he's not sitting with us here, but he said he thought SJ would take it all the way on the backs of Dewgong. He's got Dewgong the predictions, and SJ ended up taking it. Pretty good predictions from our first-time caster, Rice Occasion.
Would you say it was his most valuable Pokemon?
In that final series, it was pretty good. It looked pretty good. Hey, I put on Bastion. I thought Lyle just going to bring it, but it actually was out of Pocket. And I got to say, it gave Pocket a lot of wins that a lot of people didn't see coming. So for me, it's going to be Pocket with the Bastion. Getting 3rd place, still really great in that competition. What about your picks, Amanda?
I mean, I think my picks overall did pretty good. I mean, we had the Shadow Sableye on Lyle Jeff's team. I mean, he made it in the top 8. We had the Talonflame, ValorAsh's team, clearly, and Gordon the Flash used the Guzzlord, and I believe the Azumarill as well. So all of my picks made it into this top portion. So, all right, I think I'm coming out, maybe not on top, but I'm not doing so shabby.
Yeah, and Gudra extraordinaire predictor, Speediest Chief, what do you think about that pick?
Sometimes you have to reach, right? You can't take the low-hanging fruit like our co-caster Caleb King did. Oh my goodness, Shadow Gligar and Skarmory going to be good. What a surprise.
Meta's meta for a reason.
But hey, Mandibuzz coming in 5th place with fan favorite Crimson K19. I am beyond proud of that.
Definitely. Well, incredible runs from our players. And, I love seeing what they do, but we have more tournaments to come in this series. This was the second to last North America regional, but we're going from the best Midwest coast, as Amanda would say, to the actual best coast, Los Angeles, California.
No coast is apparently best coast. I mean, we don't even have one here in this middle area, but the correct saying is Midwest is best. But yes, we're also from there, not just Los Angeles, California. This is where the last regional competition is going to be at for the North American place. This is the last chance to get championship points outside of a North American International Championship.
And look at the views there in LA, but there's additional views here too. Across the pond, Speediest Chief, what do you think about this one?
I mean, there's so much action, right? Especially as we head late into the season. May is incredibly stacked. Don't forget, the Stockholm Regional Championships are the weekend of May 11th and 12th as well. So if you are, maybe from Amanda's general continent, neck of the woods, you can make your way over to Stockholm, Sweden as well.
Yeah, and we have some regional tournaments, but a big one coming up right before World Championships is an international. Let's take a quick look at that.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test, but will we go all the way? Here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
If you've been to a regional before, you know it's a great time, but international is a whole different ball game. We have the North America International Championships June 7th to June 9th. Pokemon Go, TCG, VGC, even Pokemon Unite will be all at this venue. Amanda, you been to New Orleans before?
I have never been to New Orleans. I'm actually going to be in town, and I'm thinking of going to it. It's going to be my first potential one of the season. I maybe have to start building a team.
Yeah, maybe. And I know, Speediest Chief, New Orleans is right around the corner from where you live.
It is, yeah. I'm about an hour away, and I just remember very fondly my first ever North America International experience in Columbus, Ohio. The first international, the giant red carpet, the Pikachu hanging above, the experience, the atmosphere is unreal. And I want to give a shout out to what you said, Caleb. Pokemon Unite will also be there. The Unite crowd is unlike any other. They are absolutely electric.
Yeah, we gotta at least try to match half that electricity because they are loud in their audience. We hope to see you there. Regardless if you're from North America or not, everyone's invited to that international. And speaking of all these events, be sure to follow us on our socials to keep up to date with all the events, including internationals and world championships at PlayPokemonX. Be sure to use that hashtag at hashtag PlayPokemon. Of course, we got YouTube and Twitch for the VODs as well. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and Pokemon Go on their socials. Wrapping this up, final thoughts on this tournament. What was the most exciting thing for you all? So let's start with you, Amanda.
Man, being able to cast over here in America, seeing a lot of these players who I've seen only online before playing, getting to see them in person, getting to meet a lot of the community here, it's meant so much to me. I know that, obviously there were very hype matches, but this is the community game for me, and that's what I really enjoyed the most.
What about you, Steve?
Yeah, I actually want to touch on what I thought was the most exciting, but also I want to end with a hope, right? With a goal for us going forward. The most exciting thing was watching the upsets, watching these trainers that have established themselves throughout the season get toppled by newcomers. Seeing new trainers come into our community is just so energizing. I think we need more and more of that. My hope, my challenge to everyone watching at home is to make the Los Angeles Regional Championships and North America Internationals the most hyped NA events of all time. We need to continue to set the bar higher and higher as we move through the years.
Be sure to sign up for those tournaments. Something I was really excited about was sitting on that caster desk right next to Rice Occasion, his first time ever. I enjoyed it. Hopefully you all enjoyed it at home too. He brought the hype, and man, that guy could play Pokemon Go and he could cast Pokemon Go too, so what can he not do? But great to see him there. Shout out to him. Shout out to everyone tuning in and the production staff, and for all those that competed at this tournament. Congratulations again to SJ for taking it all the way. I sure don't want to face him at Worlds. I don't think anyone does. But thank you for all tuning in. We'll see you at the next one, and until then, be well and keep on tapping.
Dang, no ace last game? Nope. Dang. Nope. I covered for that. I thought you had me. Yes! GG's, dude. It almost feels unfair. Oh, come on. I'm close. We're gonna see. Do I live this? Yes! Yo, those were so close, man. Wow. You as well.
Bye.